Sweet. I'll just plug in and it'll be sweet. We should be right to go through the wall. Thankfully, we've got the...
It's going to be on the cameras. Yeah.
Now,
Brewers score update at the moment. As we can see, Alex Mavros is coming back in for her 6th over. First ball there punched out by Talia Wilson out to short cover there for no run. But if anyone is watching on the YouTube, you are able to see the vision. So thank you very much to Operations Manager Sean Mantle for working very hard behind the scenes to get everything up and running. And
yeah, no, awesome job done there by Sean. So Mavros comes in again, and that's a good ball to come back for Shane as it gets a little bit of extra bounce and beats the outside edge of Wilson's bat straight through the keeper.
Yeah, and as we said, heading back down to King George V field at Kiama, which is the Brewers Shield final. Southern Swans winning the toss and batting first against Manly. The Swans are currently 2 for 29 after 14 overs down then. The Brewers being the under-18s competition.
Next delivery comes in and on leg stump, but just finds the fielder at mid-wicket, no run.
And also the one other women's competition, which was played yesterday out at Belmore Park, or Richie Benno Oval if you live out at North Parramatta, which was the women's 3rd grade competition, which is played on synthetic. Parramatta was hosting St George-Sutherland. Parramatta posted 101 all out, and in the end was too good for Parramatta, as for St George winning by 30 runs.
Well, next delivery, no ball, as we heard it through the effects mic from the umpire. Nicely cut away from Wilson. They'll come back for 2. As it's well fielded down there in front of the scoreboard at 3rd, but no ball, so we get our 2nd free hit of the inning, Shane.
Yeah, we certainly do. As you can hear Bob McGregor very loud and very clear with that.
Yeah, it's pretty good when he's picked up by the effects mic.
Yeah. And also, we can also test George's theory, because if I remember correctly, she was saying throughout last season and also at the T20s, it's an average of 1.1 runs on a free hit that we've seen during all our commentary that we've done for the women's finals. I think this is our 3rd or 4th final.
We've done a few
for the one days, especially out here at Cricket Central. So, and even just regular games, it's very rare that you get anything more than about 1 run off it. If you try too hard.
Comes in for the free hit. It's wide and called wide. Oh, she's trying to get out there, Mavros, to knowing that it was the free hit, but probably just went a little bit too wide, Shane, and we get a do-over.
Yeah, we certainly do. So, but there's obviously an issue here at the moment, because it looks like Claire Koski is just having a quick chat to umpire McGregor about saying, I'm not 100% sure, but it was something outside the circle, I think.
Or whether they could change the field maybe for the second one, not sure, but they said it did seem like they went back. Full toss, pumped down the ground, and goes for 4. There goes George's theory out the window. But as I said, just too wide there for that first one. Gets called again. It's the full toss on leg stump, and Wilson was not missing out there. Absolutely mows it down the ground for 4 runs, and that brings up the 50 runs for St George-Sutherland. 1 wicket down in the 12th over. It's been a good start from the Slayers. Mavros comes in again, and that's a much better delivery. Right on off stump, played out into the covers, no run.
Also able to get that ball to bounce up onto the stickers of the bat as well, so all you can really do is play it away into the covers. You don't have that leverage to get down under the ball.
So final delivery of Mavros is over. It's gone for a few, this one. Wilson drives nicely. They take the off quickly as well. The throw is wide, but I think she would have made her ground as well. So a good way to finish the over for St George-Sutherland. They're now 1 for 51 off 12. And as I said, Mavros' 6 overs now 1 for 36. And I said, if you are just tuning in, welcome our friends on Frogvox via the Cricket New South Wales YouTube channel. You've joined us here this morning, I should say, for this Cricket New South Wales Women's Premier Cricket Grand Final between St George-Sutherland and Campbelltown Camden. We're also coming through the Triple H Sports Stream, Triple H 100.1 FM in the afternoon as well, the Sydney Sports Radio Network. As it looks like we're getting our first bowling change here, Shane, from the southern or the busway end of Cricket Central.
Yep, it'll be Lily Herezchuk, the young bowler, and
is that the one that you got the pronunciation lessons this morning, Kiwi? He nods in the background.
Well, it looks like it's actually someone else. They put up Baldwin, but I'm pretty sure Lily does wear the number 11 shirt, unless she has changed.
Baldwin's 11 via our numbers provided to us by Cricket New South Wales during the week. So yeah, Keisha Baldwin wearing the number 11. Bushcook is in the 17, I believe. First delivery there from Baldwin, outside off, beautifully cover driven by Wilson. But now with the restrictions lifted, they had a fielder out there sweeping at cover, so it's just the single.
Even though Claire Koski is one of the best fielders, be it in close or even in her old indoor cricket days down at Campbelltown Indoor, there's no way you're stopping that from 15 feet away.
As Dick now faces her first delivery right up in the block hole. Well fielded there at short cover. Looks like Sarah Coit. No run. But said just a field for you. There's a third right down in front of the esky. Good place to be. A point, cover, point right next to each other. Short cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, and a fine leg as well. As this one's now played on the leg side by Dick. It's fielded there. I believe that is Bushcook there in the 17. And they do pick up another single there as the field scatters again for the right-hander. So the field for the right-hander in Wilson. There is a third down in front of our commentary position. Also a cover sweeper on the boundary. Then you got a point, cover, mid-off inside the circle, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a square leg as this one's played on the offside, but on the inside edge, back onto a pad. Fielder will field in her follow-through, no run. So yeah, on the leg side there is the mid-on, mid-wicket in Coit, square leg, and a fine leg as well. So just a traditional 5-4 field here for Wilson. Probably we've seen how well she's played so far and how well she's played this season. Just trying to plug up as many gaps as I think they can here, the Ghosts.
Yeah, because unfortunately when you have a state player like Talia Wilson, you just have to do what you can, but
it's a nicely played shot there through the offside. The sweeper will pick it up there at cover. They can't pick up more than a single.
Yeah, beautifully hit through there so crisply off that batter, Talia Wilson. We've seen her score tons of runs and really just goes out there and has a bit of fun when she's batting as well. But at the moment, looking on the scoreboard, we know that the guys on Frogbox can't see it, but they're saying that the score predictor at the moment is 261.
Next delivery there, and well played by Dick. Just nice bat and pad together. Out to the fielder there at short cover. So 13 overs gone here in the grand final, Cricket Central. St George-Sutherland taking on Campbelltown Camden in the Premier Cricket first grade grand final. And it's St George-Sutherland 1 for 54. Baldwin's first over goes for 3.
Well, we always talk about grand finals and be able to put the pressure on. I don't know why everyone thinks it's okay to bowl first. Yes, I can understand that you may want to put pressure on bowling wise, but if you are keeping your tight lines as a bowler and you start going for some runs, that's then pressure on your batters having to chase everything a little bit later. So, but we can now see another change here from the clubhouse end in Sarah Coit, coming on in jersey 27, another one of the New South Wales Breakers players. 10
WNCL final titles for her. Lots of experience as Wilson just plays that first ball, rocketing again off the middle of the bat, but straight to the fielder at mid-off, no run. But yeah, Sarah Coit, 10 WNCL grand finals. Victories for her, as it played well in that game at Allan Border Field a couple of weeks ago. It's nicely played again by Wilson. Finds a bit of free grass. They'll look for 2, but as I said, well done down there by the fielder. Out on the cover, sweeping boundary to keep it to 1.
Well, we were talking about the Mavros sisters before and how the cricketing family, obviously Sarah Coyte's the youngest of the three Coyte children. Obviously Adam and Scott have both played for Men's Big Bash and also still play at Campbelltown, Camden.
Dick plays it through the offside, but straight to the fielder at cover point, no run.
Yeah, but most of us know Scott Coyte. Unfortunately, for the extra long over, whilst playing for the Sydney Thunder a few years ago, it was we had 16 or 17 ball over. So,
there's an edge on that one, and it's given. Second wicket goes down here. St George lose another batter. This time Dick just tries to play it again through the offside. The ball probably doesn't swing back as much as she thought it was going to, and gets the edge through to the keeper. So Coyte strikes in her first over. Dick's gone for 3, and St George-Sutherland now 2 for 55.
Yeah, that edge was very clean, very...
I think it almost got picked up in the effects mic.
Yeah,
go back and listen to that.
You would hear that coming through very clearly on the effects mic. So, but Sarah Coyte once again having that record this season, unless I'm mistaken, of taking a wicket in every first over that she has bowled for Campbelltown Camden, whether it's in the one-day format or in T20 format for this season, which is just outstanding at the moment to think that you can do that. She may have missed one game, I think, where she didn't get an wicket in the first over, but to almost guarantee one, yeah, it's just something different. But she's definitely got the pedigree from the Coyte family. First met Sarah when she was playing at the old Campbelltown Indoor Sports Centre near Lamia Station, and when she was about 10 or 11, and she was an absolute gun back then, coming through the junior systems for Indoor Cricket New South Wales and moved across obviously into the men's setup. So, but yeah, it's absolutely huge. So.
Lucy Finn, the new batter for the St George-Sutherland side. She faces her first delivery, and it's played back to Coyte Fields and a follow through, no run. But before we go off, we got one more delivery. I said, I'm reminded of the Kingsgrove final at North Sydney. Liam Hatcher almost replicating something similar from Sarah Coyte, Adam Coyte, in that magical over. If you're a fan of bowling, as Finn then again, last delivery is played to mid-on, no run again. So 14 overs gone here at Cricket Central. St George-Sutherland 2 for 55. And to take you through the next 7 overs, Kiwi Mick Ronish and Georgia Lomas Friderin.
Thank you, Matt Mears. So that was quite a good little block of 7 overs of pretty economical bowling there. And it's 2 for 55 here after 14. Most importantly, though, Talia Wilson, 33 off 44. She's still out there in the middle. And it's going to be Baldwin to Wilson now. Beautiful drive through the covers, but there is a fielder out on the fence. They'll pick up 1 to that fielder at deep cover. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here on Triple H, Sydney Sports Radio, or Frogbox. We're fully up and loaded now on all options to watch or listen to the game. Finn now. Right-handed batter. Quite tall. She's a very tall player. Driven for no run into the offside as we reach just past 11 a.m. Sydney time.
Bit of a loopy bowling action as well.
Yeah.
Coming in from Finn. I mean, not putting so much pressure on the batter that they really have to do anything.
This is played late, guided down to the third man area. They might race back for a second here. Yeah, they will. Pretty easily. Down on the fence there. Elizabeth Barkat fires it back in with the right arm. Quite a short sort of medium pace bowling here by Baldwin, right arm bowler. Finn very tall at the crease here. Long levers. They're going to take on the fielder at mid-off.
Ooh, wow.
A direct hit, not out, close. Tell you what, she was only home by
Just.
probably half a metre. So now it's going to be Wilson on strike. Full toss. Hit straight to mid-wicket for no run. Probably could have done a little bit more with that. The batter, I reckon, that was, there's no one down the ground there.
I mean, you probably could have played a bit of an
More
attacking
aggressive
shot.
Yeah, I reckon, anyway.
I mean, we are at that stage where we're probably looking to get a few more runs, 2 for 59, wanting to put a little more pressure on. But then I also understand the wanting to build the partnership back up as well.
Yeah, and again, just clipped off the pads here for a single to that fielder down on the fence at deep square leg, 15 overs gone. And it's 2 for 60 here. St. George-Sutherland winning the toss and batting first.
Sorry, I was just watching Claire Koski going up to the batter and trying to help with the pads. Looks like the Velcro came undone. The batter had no idea what was happening, that's for sure.
So it will be Sarah Coit. Sarah Coit got 2 for 43 last week in the semi-final win. And this is a full toss, no run, driven into the offside. Yeah, Sarah Coit got 2 for 43 in that semi-final win against Sydney last week, where Campbelltown Camden getting 258 restricted the Sydney Tigers to 6 for 222. Oh, again, one of those blazing drives through the covers, but they do have the fielder out there on the fence now, with the fielding restrictions being different. They've got a fielder at deep square leg, third man, and finally they've actually brought a few extra fielder up inside the circle now for Finn, who leans over this one and pushes it into the offside for no run. Wonder what sort of a score they're going to be trying to look for here with sort of 15 overs gone.
Well,
you'd want to get at least 200, wouldn't you?
It definitely would. I mean, the scoreboard does have a bit of a loose projected score. I don't think it'll be too high, such as 239. I mean, they would really have to start to put the pressure on and foot on the gas for that to happen. I think definitely 200 to 10 at this point, if they're lucky. Being 2 for 61, roughly what over is it? 15 overs in. Yeah.
Let's see. And this is guided beautifully down to that third man area as they pretty much just jog through for the single. Sarah Coit, 1.5 overs, 1 for 3. Nice economical start. Wilson back on strike, 36 off 49, coming off that century to catapult St. George-Sutherland into the grand final. Oh, an inside edge, not far away from leg stump. And after 16 overs, St. George-Sutherland are 2 for 63.
So we can see the run rate is starting to pick up a little bit. I mean, still, the run rate currently is 3.9.
Yeah.
Definitely needs to pick up a little bit more if we want a competitive total. But as we've said, it's only, 16 overs gone, 16 overs gone in the innings. So about 33 overs remaining. So they'll want to start pushing it around a little bit more. Maybe try a couple of dangerous shots. I wouldn't say too much more than that, though.
Nicely clipped off the pads here as they stroll through for a single on a Sunday morning. Wilson on to 38. She is definitely the key batter out in the middle now for this innings. As Finn is taking her time to get set. Baldwin with the right arm medium paces. Oh, a bit of a slower ball there, not far away from playing on. Just held that one back a little bit. Another plane flies overhead. We'll be with you all day here on Triple H Sydney Sports Radio and Frogbox. All the technical things working. We're full steam ahead in the final. That's a beautiful delivery. And it's actually going to roll away for 4. Unlucky for Baldwin, the bowler. Cut the batter in half between the hip and the bat. That flew off the pitch.
Kind of surprised the
and in
wicket
fact,
keeper
there was an
as well,
edge on that as well. They've given runs.
All right. Maybe that's why the wicket keeper struggled to pick up on it as well.
Yeah, you don't tell you what though. Maybe got to sort of take those chances, but Finn survives. Nicely clipped away to mid-wicket for no run. 2 for 68.
Charlie Wilson building a nice little innings here as well. 38 or 51 with strike rate of...
So she's in the Australia A team, right?
As far as I'm aware, yes.
This is another slower ball. They're going to pick up 1.
Nice work. See, this is where her knowledge of the game will start to come into play as well. A really good understanding of her game, what she has to start doing. And I'm sure with some of these players as well, she will have seen them in and amongst the Premier side of like New South Wales and state side, so she'll have a very good understanding as to how some of these players play.
Again, they drive it for a single. So 17 overs gone. St. George-Sutherland 2 for 70.
Sarah Coit coming back on.
Yeah, 1 for 4 off
she
overs.
She wants to have a say in this. It's always nice seeing like state teammates being in and amongst the same like club cricket team as well, and seeing how they, you know, communicate with each other, like what their body language is, but then with everybody else as well.
Nice drive through the covers again. That moves Wilson into the 40s. She's 40 off 53. So here goes Coit again. Just took a little bit of pace off that one. It's guided down to the third man area for 1. So they're rotating the strike nicely, these two.
I tell you what, looking at Lucy Finn, she has a very similar build to Talia McGrath.
I was going to say that before. Yeah, she's got that same height as Talia McGrath.
Same height, very broad shoulders.
Yeah, similar build.
Yeah, and similar batting style as well.
Can't quite get hold of this one, no run, as it's driven down the pitch. Talia McGrath, very good player.
Vice captain?
Yeah, what a team
right?
that Australian women's team is.
Oh.
I mean, obviously I go for New Zealand, but what a team they are.
We would never have guessed, mate.
Again, driven through the covers for 1. Who's your favourite player, Alyssa Healy or...?
I honestly, in like international cricket, I would probably have to say Ash Gardner.
Yeah.
A very, just steady head on her shoulders, understands
good bowler,
her game.
good batter, good all-rounder.
Yeah,
yep,
exactly.
Good spin bowler.
First Nations player, spreading the word, spreading, the story.
Yep.
So I, just such a cool, calm, collected head on her shoulders as well, and just a role model for such young cricketers.
So Coit again with some very tidy figures here. They're going to take on the fielder and a misfield. They'll pick up 1. So 18 overs gone, and it's 2 for 74. St. George-Sutherland winning the toss and batting. Looks like we might even have a drinks break again.
Yeah, I think we're roughly at that 35 minute
35
mark.
minutes.
Yep, give or take. It's a
One
very
of the-
slow stroll.
They've rolled out the blue esky onto the field.
what
fact,
did
they're
the,
gonna
what did the
bring-
Kiwis call it?
Chili bin.
Chili bin. Yeah.
Couple of eskies coming out. Pretty rare in cricket when you have breaks every 35 minutes for drinks, but the heat justifies it.
I still can't believe we play cricket with long pants.
Yeah.
Long pants, all this protective equipment, because it is such a hard ball that we're playing with. Unbelievable.
You'd think in the heat you could play with shorts on, really. Would
I
you
know
agree?
in juniors you can.
Yeah, especially when it's this hot.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly wouldn't. I can't think of anything worse than batting in pads and shorts, because like the
Yes.
rubbing of it, like that
But
is
more when
the
you're
worst
fielding.
feeling
You
in
could
the
have
world.
like 2 outfits. Like when you field, you could wear shorts. When you bat, you got to wear trousers.
Ah,
Or something like that.
it's been so long since I've kind of heard all those little rules, and I think they're all in juniors. I think as we get older, we obviously try to keep the common etiquette that they do with international cricket as well. But I'd be a fan for shorts. I'd be all for it. I mean, sock 10, let's get them going again.
It's like if you look at backyard cricket, you never see anyone playing backyard cricket in trousers, do you? Everyone's wearing shorts. You know what I mean?
Everyone's wearing shorts and flip-flops.
Yeah, I know it's
and,
different, but
one hand, one bounce. Can we bring that rule into Premier Cricket?
I think you could, I don't know. I think when the team fielding could be wearing shorts, but when you bat, you got to wear trousers. It could be a good idea.
Because I know we have these rules of starting games like an hour earlier to try and beat the heat, but you're still going to be out there when it's that hot. I don't know. I think there just might need to be a little more analysis and evaluation of some of the requirements that we have. Especially, obviously, the game was invented in England, in the UK.
That's right.
A colder climate. Southern Hemisphere, especially Australia and New Zealand, pretty warm areas as well. India, Bangladesh. We may need to start looking at some of these amendments or different materials.
So 18 overs gone. St. George-Sutherland 2 for 74. Finn is 11 off 15. Wilson 41 off 55. Baldwin 3 overs, no wicket for 15. Coit 3 overs, 1 for 8. So Coit and Cheadle have been the best bowlers for Campbelltown Camden so far. Campbelltown Camden wearing their predominantly green strip with the yellow and red. St. George-Sutherland, the blue and maroon. Of course, they represent St. George and Cronulla area, don't they? The St.
Correct,
George-Sutherland women's side. And it looks like Baldwin to resume. Very unlucky with a edge that she got when Finn was batting before, but it flew past the keeper for a boundary. Hot conditions here.
I just like the names that these teams have. Campbelltown and Camden are the Ghosts,
Yeah,
and St. George-Sutherland are the Slayers. So the Slayers are going to try and slay the Ghosts.
I know. It's not even Halloween yet.
I know, right?
And a beautiful shot off the pads. Struck 6 months early. Or maybe 6 months late. Is it going to be trick or treat for one of these sides?
No.
And St. Patrick's Day tomorrow as well.
Oh,
so
it is too. Oh, my gosh.
yeah, Wilson. She's the key figure out here in the middle. Driven.
Oh,
Deflection off the foot of the bowler, and they'll get one. Wilson, one of those overs early on that we called 3 great boundaries through the covers and through
those were
point.
impeccable. Amazing cricket.
Beautiful drives it on the carpet. Shows with cricket, it's not all about power. A lot of it's the power game now, big hitting, but you can time it. still and play great shots. This one sort of came in late on Finn, who pushes it back to the bowler.
Cricket is mainly 20% skill, I've come to realise through my years of playing. It's 80% mentality and how you carry yourself and how you perform in certain situations, and then 20% skill, roughly. Obviously varies depending on what format you're playing.
Can't quite split the field on the offside this time, no run. If you are looking for something to do today, head on down to Cricket Central. They've got a great little cafeteria below if you want to have a bite to eat or a drink, and it's hot, but there's a lot of shaded spots that you can sit here. Down on the ground level. It's
a lot of trees around.
A lot of trees and... Oh, what a Yorker.
Gorgeous.
Dug out by Finn.
Textbook Yorker and textbook dugout.
So these two just consolidating to build towards a sort of 200, 250 score they'll be looking for. Anything over 200, they're well on the match. Can't quite time this one. And after 19 overs, St. George-Sutherland, 2 for 76.
Just wondering if that lost ball is going to take time into play at all at this point. Maybe a little later if we keep losing the cricket ball. Might become a factor.
So Baldwin, 4 overs, no wicket for 17. Coit to resume, 3 overs, 1 for 8. Wilson, 42 off 56. Has looked in full control all the way through. Oh, and she's dropped.
I think there was definitely something on there.
They'll get one. It's past the wicketkeeper's outstretched right hand as she dives to her right. It's a little bit of luck. That would have been a huge wicket if they got that one.
You can see the frustration in Sarah Coit's face as well as she comes back to her mark.
But lucky there, Wilson. Clipped off the pads for 1 to a deep square leg. Finn looks like the sort of batter that she could really wind it up and play some big shots, but she's just getting her eye in. Of course, Campbelltown Camden winning the 2020 Women's Comp this year. Looking for another trophy in the cabinet. Wouldn't that be a great season if they can? Oh, clip through mid-wicket, no run.
I think that would be the cherry on top for this season for Campbelltown Camden, for the Ghosts.
Yeah, imagine that. Fielding in there at mid-wicket was Lily Grushok. Oh, another one of those beautiful shots through the covers, but she'll just pick up the fielder out there.
Have we still got 3 of the Campbelltown Camden girls wearing the number 36, or did they sort that out?
I don't know. No.
from the T20 Grand Final.
That's right. Which got rained out.
Yeah.
No run. Just angling it into the tall right-hander. 1 ball left in the 20th here. St. George-Sutherland just going through at 4 runs and over. Spot on. So far, so good here, really. They're sitting up well for a good score. Again, nicely played. Plays it late off the pads. 20 overs gone. St. George-Sutherland 2 for 80.
I tell you what, this pitch is looking mighty nice. As if you're watching on the feed, you can see some of the green lines running straight down the pitch as well. As I think as it starts to get a bit warmer, as it starts to dry out as well. Obviously, it's not a test match, so we can't see the comparison over 5 days. But we might see it still dry out a little bit. Obviously, the wear and tear and the impact that the bowlers will have on it as well coming into play.
Finn is 14 off 23 on strike. Wilson 44 off 59. Baldwin to bowl her 5th over. Full toss, driven, misfield. They'll pick up one as it's deflected to the fielder at mid-on.
Deflected off Coit.
Yeah.
Right idea, showing her knowledge, showing her athleticism.
Full toss, and this could be 4. It certainly will be as it rolls towards the scoreboard here at Cricket Central. Wilson moves on to 48 now off 60 deliveries. Those full tosses there for the picking, especially for a player like Wilson. Looking to bring up her 50 here in a hot vein of form at the right time of the year.
Well done.
Yeah, nice reply with the ball.
Nice reply, nice refocus as well. Because obviously, if you get that 4, you get that little shot of adrenaline. You get it, you get that excitement. You get that feeling of, yeah, I can hit another one. I can do this again. I can do this again without taking into the variables of what is the bowler going to bowl. Nice reply though.
Clipped off the pads. They'll definitely get one. They'll just settle for that. She moves through to 49 now, Wilson. Two high-quality sides here in the grand final. Plays this late. Backward a point for a single. And they are going to come back for 2. Good running. So beautifully timed there to pick up a couple. After this, Matt Mears and Shane Evans will step into the commentary box. Right up in the block hole, no run. 21 overs gone. St. George-Sutherland, 2 for 88. Over to you, Matt Mears.
Thank you very much, Kiwi. Another impeccable stint, as always. But yeah, different than when we were here last time. I said it's been some good tight bowling by Baldwin and Coit. See St. George-Sutherland 2 for 88 off their 21 overs. Coit will continue for her 5th from the broadcast or northern end here of Cricket Central. Currently 4 overs, 1 for 12. Comes into Wilson and it's on leg stump, but just played into the offside, into the leg side. No run. If you are just tuning in, if you're listening for the Sydney Sports Radio coverage here of the Women's Premier Cricket Grand Final between St. George-Sutherland and Campbelltown, Camden here at Cricket Central, whether you're watching through Frogbox or listening on Triple H 100.1 FM, as next ball again, just a bit of shape in from Sarah Coit to Wilson, but just played down the wicket, no run. So it's been some good bowling, hasn't it, Shane, by Coit, just tying it down, not letting St. George-Sutherland get away, as this one's a bit more fuller. Gets past Cheadle at cover and brings up her half century, does Wilson, with that shot. It's been a good innings so far from the New South Wales Breakers opener. 50 off 65 deliveries in 89 minutes. 6-4's part of that innings as well.
Well, she hasn't been a slouch in scoring the runs. We know that when she scores fairly quickly there, and has only given up that one opportunity, which was that drop catch by the keeper a couple of overs ago.
And with now Finn on strike, plays it to Cheadle at short cover. No run there.
But we can also tell you, temperature-wise, it is 34 degrees outside, feeling like 36. So it is starting to warm up a bit more, obviously during our last break, able to go down to the shop that we keep mentioning. So
a bit shorter this time from Coint, played off the outside edge by Finn. There is a fielder down at third in front of the scoreboard that cuts it off just for another single. Another good over from Coit so far, just the 2 off the first 5 deliveries. But yeah, if you are around, as said, Cricket Central, so there is a bit of building works, etc. going on here, but they said there is a decent little crowd building up. The Commons Cafe is also open, as nicely played by Wilson through the offside. Again, the sweeper out at cover in play as Wilson adds another one to her total. She's now 51. Finn is 18. And St George-Sutherland 2 for 91. Coit's 5 overs have gone 1 for 15.
Well, speaking of grand finals, obviously the under-18s Brewers Shield final and the second grade Premier Cricket Grand Final is currently in progress. We'll go down to King George V Oval down at Kiama. The Southern Swans, the hosting team, taking on Manly Warringah. The Swans side to win the toss and batted first. They've just lost their third wicket. They are currently 3 for 78. And heading over to Tunks Oval for the second grade grand final. The current premiers UTS North Sydney taking on Parramatta. Para won the toss and batted first. Parramatta currently 6 for 57.
Oh, there's some wickets falling early, and it looks like here they want some more wickets to fall to the Ghost. Lauren Cheadle coming back for her 7th over already, bowling round the wicket to Wilson, and first delivery is just played back to Cheadle in a follow-through, no run. So interesting decision here by the Ghost, Shane. Obviously knowing that Wilson's the big wicket to fall and probably thinking that they can burn Cheadle's 10 overs out or at least get her closer to that 10 over mark if they can also pick up the wicket of Wilson.
Yeah, it's a bit of a cost analysis. Do you lose your couple of overs to get her out or contain her?
Next delivery, round the wicket again, on leg stump, played through the leg side. Fielded by Coit at mid-wicket, but not before they get through for a single.
If I'm the coaching staff of the Ghosts, I love the idea of bringing your number one strike bowler back. Even if it's only for 1 or 2 over spell, try and knock Talia over and get her back into the sheds. But if she gets 2 overs and she's still in, do you finish her off or do you go back to someone else?
Cheadle now back over the wicket to Finn. Outside off, but played to the fielder there at short cover. So, well, we know how well Cheadle will keep her line and length here. But you have to feel that it's in response to this innings from Wilson. So she turned up in the semi-final. She's been putting in good scores for the Breakers as well, as this one's off the outside edge, almost a running together between the two batters in the middle as they're going between the wickets. Wilson maybe just came off a little second best there, I don't know. Just fixing up the pads, but yeah, it was a shot off the outside edge which beat the fielder at point. I said, not looking at each other, the two runners between wickets, but I think all's well that ends well.
Yeah, the joys of sitting there ball watching, even as batters, to not realise, oh, my partner's right next to me. Whack.
Cheadle back around the wicket to Wilson. Oh, leaves a big appeal. Gone! It's worked for the Ghosts. The bringing back of Cheadle after an opening spell, it was a gamble and it's paid off. Wilson goes for 52. And it's now 3 for 93. St George-Sutherland and Shane Evans has said the gamble has paid off. Just the faintest of edges through to the keeper from Wilson, and she has to go back to the pavilion.
Yeah, unfortunately, Tyler decided to go fishing just a little bit and just caught the outside edge. You may have just been able to hear it in the effects mic and on the Frog Box feed, but more than enough for umpire Dwyer to raise the finger in the affirmative. So you would almost think now that Cheadle bowls one more ball and then you take her off and then you save her towards the end as well. But one, but for almost like 6.5, one maiden, one for 16 at the moment. You have to give credit. That's massive.
It is. It's absolutely huge. Obviously, that's the benefit, having your state players back for these tournaments. That's what I love seeing, that the WNCL finished 2 weeks ago. They've had their big names in for these games, and Cheadle shows why she's up there with the premier bowlers in Australia. As I said, played a test match in India not too long ago. And was always there or thereabout. And Ella Briscoe in the number 35 comes in at number 5. As this game just feels like it's just taken on a new edge now, with Wilson making her way back to the pavilion here. We even see the slip come back for the new banner. So I'd say trying to put some extra pressure on Briscoe on her first couple of deliveries, and it's a good ball from Cheadle there outside the off stump. But Briscoe wasn't having any of it, and a successful over now finishes for Cheadle. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16. That huge wicket of Wilson for 52. And now St George-Sutherland at 3 for 93 here at Cricket Central. 23 overs gone here of the New South Wales Women's Premier Cricket Grand Final. The Campbelltown Camden Ghosts taking on St George-Sutherland in the big one. I'm Matt Mears here with Shane Evans. And Shane has said it looks like they're going to be changing it up again here. Sarah Coit was bowling well. 5 overs, 1 for 15 from this northern or broadcast end of Cricket Central.
If I know that hairstyle as well as I do, that should be Sophia Mavros coming on to bowl in jersey 49, bowling her right arm spin. She can be a bit Anil Kumble when it goes to pushing it through at times, but at times she can get some real slow, loopy ones to come through as well. But she's real good control of her pace, but she'll fire one in as well. So, but just while we're waiting for the field to be set, we'll just quickly go back over to Tunks for the second grade women's PC final. We can tell you Parramatta have lost another wicket. They're currently 7 for 64.
As Mavros bowls her first delivery. First over of spin here for the Ghosts. Usually in the women's game we'd see it coming a bit earlier, but they've had 4 very good pace bowlers up front. As I said, an interesting field. We'll go through the field for you after this delivery. Comes in again to Finn. Tries to go through the offside, but just on the under edge. So, as I said, there's a point, a cover point, a short cover, mid-off. No one out on the offside. Leg side, inside the circle, you got a fine leg, a mid-wicket, and a mid-on. As that ball is kept a bit low there. As I said, it's been pretty good so far for the batters coming through, but just the slowness of the slowing down of the pace, just maybe going to play a few tricks. As next delivery here, and it's short outside off, cut away, but straight to point, no run. So out on the leg side boundaries, your 2 fielders outside the circle for the Ghosts. That's at backward square leg and at deep mid wicket. So I said a nice attacking field, but also cutting off those big shots on the leg side that we see to spinners. As that again keeps low, Shane, and it's played through the leg side to that fielder at deep square.
Yeah, as I said, we know that this pitch has been used twice in the last 5 days for New South Wales women's second 11 matches here at Central, but obviously the bit of pace when you're bowling with Cheadle and that, it's coming through well, but with Sophia Mavros bowling her spin, it's really been able to catch on the surface and really hold up.
This one's floated up a bit more to Briscoe. They'd sent back mid-on and cover to the fence as well for that one, so obviously a bit of homework done on Ella Briscoe, but it's a good start for Sophia Mavros, just the 1 run from her first over. So 26 overs gone here. Sorry, 24 overs gone here. I'm reading the remaining overs, don't know me why. But yeah, 24 overs gone here at Cricket Central, and St George-Sutherland 3 for 94.
Yeah, good over there to start for Sophia Mavros. Was one of the best players for UTS North Sydney in their premiership winning season for second grade last year. as we did mention earlier, obviously the whole Mavros family making the move over to Campbelltown, Camden. Obviously Aurora Mavros, or Rory, as she's preferred, here as the 12th man for this match. She's only 15, and she's an up-and-coming talent coming through the New South Wales pathway setup, and very much a very good bowler at the Brewer level.
Baldwin coming back after that one over from Cheadle. As Shane mentioned, probably a good idea. She got the wicket, get her off, save her for the end. First ball there to Finn, played into the leg side. Sarah Coit fields it at mid-wicket, no run. But yeah,
we can also tell you the 8th wicket has now fallen over at Tunks. Parramatta 8 for 65 against UTS North Sydney in the women's second grade grand final.
interesting passage of play now with the wicket of Wilson gone.
Oh,
that
hurt.
I said we just thought maybe we'd see a bit of sort of stoic play to try and get themselves back into it, but Finn's just decided I'm going to go straight down the ground. Just watching the replay, we've got, I've said, the vision on Frog Box here in the commentary box with us, and I'm not sure. I don't think it's hit the head, which is why we're not seeing it's hit the forearm or the sort of the more of the bicep. So we're not going to have a head injury assessment, but still, as I said, the first one to really go after and to hit your batting partner down the non-striker's end, not the best way to try and start putting some runs on. As another good ball from Baldwin, right on off stumps, just played back to her in a follow through, no run.
But it was also good to see two of her breaker squad members in Sarah Coyte and Lauren Cheadle. First thing is making sure she was okay. That's the one difference, I think, between the men's game and the women's game these days. If any of the ladies get hit, whether it's on the body, on the head or something, they all want to stop and make sure they're okay. If the guys are a bit more egotistical, they'll just let it go. It's like, oh yeah, just get up.
As Baldwin, slower delivery out the back of the hand, but Finn just plays it through the offside, beats the fielder at cover point. They pick up another single. I said the run rate has slowed since that wicket of Wilson has fallen. I think it's probably a good opportunity, Shane, for the Ghosts just to try and bank a few overs here. I said if you can get through overs quickly and only go for 1 or 2 runs, it just takes away from the opposition, and all of a sudden, as next delivery comes in and played onto the leg side, no run. But it almost hurries up the other team, because they said if you can get through 5 or 6 overs, all of a sudden you're closer to that end target of 50 overs, and you're probably not quite that score that you thought you were going to be. Like we've got the score predictor on the scoreboard. It was up in the 260s, 270s, down to 235. So this game's changed very quickly. Is another good delivery there from Baldwin. Briscoe plays it into the leg side, and another over only costing the 1. Baldwin's 6 overs have cost none for 26, and St George-Sutherland 3 for 95. Halfway through their innings here at Cricket Central.
This is the type of thing where, obviously, if you've been around the women's cricket enough this year and watching a fair bit of the first grade women's or even the second grade, Campbelltown like to bring their spinners on now, and obviously Sophia Mavros, she'll probably end up bowling 7 or 8 of her overs straight from one end, because she can normally go for maybe 1.5, 2 runs an over. So if you think about 8 overs, say she goes for 2, there's 16 runs. Where normally the pace bowlers, you'd be looking to try and get, say, 3 or 4 off them during this time of the innings. But
so Mavros continues for her second over. Briscoe comes down the wicket a little bit, but only finds the fielder at mid-on, no run. But it's said back to the same field we saw in the last over, only having the deep square leg and the deep mid-wicket. The only 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. So 4 on the offside, point, cover point, short cover and mid-off. As that one again slower and keeps low, but pushed onto the leg side. Finn moves to 22, 3 for 96 here in the 26th over. But yeah, on the offside, only the 2 inside the circle, fine leg and mid-wicket, and then the 2 aforementioned players out on the boundary at square leg and mid-wicket. Gets to her overs quickly, does Mavros, again floated up, called wide. Must have been just outside the little tram tracks there, Shane. Nods in approval. As I said, you can see Mavros's game plan here is the towel flies out, but they continue. A lot of the times we do see them stop, but as I said, they've got the ball around the corner to the fielder at fine leg, and they're able to get through for a single.
I'm still just trying to work out why you actually would have a towel on the field. Okay, yes, it is hot. You're trying to wipe the sweat off you, but normally not supposed to be having any towels on the field unless it's actually a moisture issue.
Oh, that one's kept low again. Got a bit of turn here, as we've mentioned before. It's seen a bit of use of this pitch over the last week with New South Wales second 11 games. But Mavros is fine. He's getting a bit of turn and the ball's keeping low. So two batters here are going to have to be on their game as this one's wide outside off. It's nicely late cut away. No one down there at third. The fielder at point having to make the run. They'll look for three, but it's a huge throw over the keeper's head. They'll come back for two, and that's the 100 runs up here for St. George-Sutherland. 25.5 overs, 106 minutes for them to get the job done. As I said, after we saw a bit of slowing down from Wilson's wicket, they're just starting to pick up the run rate again, as this one's now played again through the leg side, past the fielder inside the circle. Fielded by Coit out there at deep mid-wicket. So a good over there for St. George-Sutherland. They finish at 3 for 101. Mavros now 2 overs, none for 7. And there's 26 overs gone here. 24 remain.
Just heading quickly back over to Tunks Oval again. We can tell you the 9th wicket has fallen for Parramatta, who were the team that knocked out the minor premiers in second grade, being the Sydney Cricket Club last week out of Birchgrove. Parramatta are currently 9 for 69 in their innings against the current second grade women's premiers at the moment. Laverne Rampel taking all the wickets.
Baldwin continues. It's a full toss on leg stump, but Finn can't take advantage. Finds the fielder out at deep square leg, no run. Said 4 outside the circle here for Baldwin. We've got a cover sweeper, a third in front of the spectators here, a fine leg and a deep square leg. Go through the 5 inside the circle after this delivery. Briscoe hits the pad. There's a muffled appeal. It beats the keeper. I said the fielder coming around from third in Elizabeth Barakat to sweep up that one. They'll get through. They're going to call it a single. So it did inside edge. I thought it might have just been off the pad. There was a stifled appeal by the Ghosts. As Baldwin continues again, and it's again full but on leg stump, and goes out towards the square leg umpire. Yeah, that field is on the offside. You've got a mid off, a short cover and a point, as well as your two fielders cover and third on the boundary. So trying to plug as many gaps as they can here, the Ghosts. And again, that comes back in. There's an appeal. Probably doing a bit too much there, Shane. Did jag back nicely, but probably just missing leg stump.
Yeah, just watching the hand signals there from Elizabeth Dwyer, the umpire at the busway's end, as you so call it, was given the signal of up and down towards legs. So
it has been a good spell from Baldwin. Just that one over from Cheadle breaking it up, as that one's a bit slower again and pushed down on the offside, no run. Just one delivery left in her 7th, none for 29. So probably not the sparkling figures, but I think she's done a good job just sort of slowing the tempo down for the St. George-Sutherland batters.
Yeah, she certainly has been able to come on to replace Heidi and do a fairly respectable job of it. So, to only give up just over 4 and over, still not a bad return.
Final delivery of the over, and again nips back. Briscoe just keeps it out. Fielded by Coit there at mid-wicket. So 27 overs gone here at Cricket Central. St George-Sutherland 3 for 104. Finn 27, Briscoe 2. Baldwin 7 overs have gone none for 29.
Just going back to that game over at Tunks, still 9 down, but I'm starting to think why the Parramatta side has had a little bit of a collapse here as we are going to a drinks break at the moment. Parramatta played their third grade grand final yesterday against St George-Sutherland, but I'm looking at the team list for Parramatta and I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm seeing half of their side that are playing today played in that 38 to 40 degree heat yesterday as well, which you would kind of think that you wouldn't be trying to have players backing up day after day.
It does happen though.
I know it does. Obviously teams normally do it, but on grand final weekends you would think that unless it's absolutely necessary, you wouldn't be playing them.
It's probably a question for Georgia when she comes back into commentary, but as I said, you do see quite a lot of changeover, particularly as third grades primarily a Saturday competition, and then they double up and play one of the grades on a Sunday as well. But yeah, I would not have wanted to have played yesterday and then wanting to back up and face another one. But obviously, being grand finals as well,
yeah,
you want to put your best team forward, and also the people that would have played throughout the season too. So we'll see. We'll keep you abreast of those grand finals as we go along. New South Wales obviously playing Tasmania in the Sheffield Shield. Day-night game at Bellerive kicks off this afternoon. We'll try and give you some scores from there later in the day too. But it's if you are just tuning in, thank you very much for listening to our coverage, whether you're on Triple H Sports Stream, the Sydney Sports Radio Network will be on 100.1 FM for the afternoon session, or if you're watching and listening through the Cricket New South Wales YouTube channel via Frogbox. We had a little bit of technical difficulties early on, but it is great to see that we are bringing this grand final to you live. Wherever you may be watching this one.
Well, whilst we've got this going, we'll go around to the Shepherd Shield games, but also the T20 that was over in New Zealand earlier this morning. We'll start over there at Hagley Oval. We can tell you New Zealand women took on Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka posted 7 for 113 in their 20 overs. New Zealand have won it with 7 wickets in hand and 10 balls remaining, posting 3 for 117. The Sheffield Shield down at Karen Rolton Oval, which will host the final.
Yeah, that was a big decision.
Due to the AFL saying, no, we do not want to have a drop-in pitch put into Adelaide Oval for it. South Australia are taking on Queensland. Queensland need to win and hope New South Wales don't win to play South Australia again in the final in about 10 days' time. South Australia are currently 4 for 444. No, I'm not making that up. It actually is all the fours. We can tell you currently Alex Carey is 82 not out. Jake Lehman is 74 not out. Connor McInerney opening the batting 142 yesterday in that game. In West Australia at the Wacker Ground, West Australia taking on Victoria. Victoria bowled for all out 197, and at stumps West Australia were 1 for 10. And in the game that we were just mentioning down at Bellerive, the day-night game, which did finish about 10 overs early due to some weather, Tasmania are 7 for 309. New South Wales need to get first innings points and hope that Queensland don't. If that's the case, it'll be South Australia, New South Wales next weekend to play in the final. And in the men's T20 between New Zealand and Pakistan, New Zealand have won the toss and will bowl first.
Mavros to continue for her third over from the northern end, and played down past the keeper inside the fine leg inside the circle. They pick up 2 there to kick off their scoring again, but it's an interesting one. The rumour is Steve Smith, if New South Wales make it, could be making himself available for that final, so that'll be interesting to see if he does get a run, if New South Wales can make it, as comes down a little bit of the wicket does Finn to try and meet the bounce of the ball, but can only defend it back to Mavros in a follow through, no run.
Yeah, well, we know most of the test players and all that could be in IPL contracts or heading over to India, and they may have to delay their start for it.
Short, but again, keeps low, but gets a nice late cut on it. I'll pick up another single as the fielder at point gets around to that one.
Keeping low. I'm surprised the rabbit could even get over its burrow. That's how low that's staying. It's more likely to have a mole bury itself under the pitch here, but that thing's lucky if it's only bouncing 3 or 4 inches off the top of the surface.
Mavros now to Briscoe. That one bounced a little bit more. I don't think she was expecting that one. Takes the hit on the thigh pad. Goes onto the leg side. No run. It's at the end of the over. Kiwi Mick will be back with us. And Georgia. Take over commentary. As this one's down the ground. We can only find... fielder at mid-off. I think that is the third of the Mavros sisters out there as 12th man. As final delivery of the over just gets pushed back to Mavros in her follow through. So 28 overs gone here at Cricket Central. St George-Sutherland 3 for 107. And as we said, to take over commentary, Kiwi Mick and Georgia.
Thank you, Matt Mears. So Lucy Finn here playing a nice solid knock through the middle part of the innings. 30 off 49. Briscoe is 2 off 12. And 3 for 107 after 28 overs. As we pretty much reach midday here in Sydney for this grand final, it looks like Elizabeth Barcat to take up the attack now. And Lucy Finn playing a nice little knock through the middle. Wilson again with a very strong half century. So it'll be spin bowling here by Elizabeth Barcat as a helicopter flies overhead now.
I think it's heading towards Westmead.
Yeah. There'll be some right arm spin. Leg spin. Tucked into the corner here for no run. Pretty even match at the moment. But Wilson back in the sheds. As Campbelltown Camden would be happy with that. Flights it up here on a good length, no run. Goes for the sweep shot. Wide. Wide down the leg side.
Yep.
A fair call as well. Bucket to the top of her mark. Plays this one late to point for no run. Plenty of encouragement and clapping out in the middle for the Ghosts, who are looking for the double to win the T20 comp and the one-day comp. That would be a huge achievement for their club.
That would be a massive achievement for the club.
Normally not that strong as well, are they? And this again to point for no run. Traditionally, they've sort of your Sydney Tigers and teams like that are normally at the top of the tree, but...
Actually, I was thinking that driving you today, I was like, it's kind of strange that we actually aren't seeing the Tigers in the grand final for, you know, a couple of years. Oh, maybe they were last year, can't remember, but still unheard of.
Again goes for the sweep shot. Has she got it good enough for 4? Ooh. Yes, she has.
Right idea.
Using those long levers and reaching out to squeeze it around the corner. Beats the fielder on the fence. That was a great sweep shot.
That was awesome.
Finn now 34 off 54.
can see a bit of a committee meeting over here on the offside as they're debating whether to move a player, maybe not. Was it a one-off? How do we combat this?
Again, a wide down the leg side. 3 for 113.
Seems like anything down that leg side is just going to be called a wide.
Yeah.
Unless it's really close to the batter, but I'm not seeing that at this point.
Didn't quite get hold of this drive, no run.
Easy.
29 overs gone. St. George-Sutherland 3 for 113.
You can certainly hear them in the effects, mate. They're loving their cricket. They're loving being out there, and it's really what it is as a cricketer, because you spend 6 months of the year on training with your team, getting to know them, playing on the weekends, and as Mirzi and Shane were saying, they're like, is it common to back up 2 days? And it actually is with women's cricket, depending on how your club's going for registration and numbers.
Yep.
Especially like in a grand final, you want to put your strongest team out there.
And this season would have started in October or September, I'd imagine, this competition?
Yeah,
October?
around there. So generally starts maybe a week or two after the men's.
Oh, yep, so like October.
Yeah, give or take.
So it's pretty much 5 or 6 month season, isn't it?
It's a long season, but
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, your team basically becomes your family by the end of it, because you spend your weekends together. It's like 6 hours on a Sunday together, and you get to know each other pretty well.
And she's gone. So Mavros with the spin has nailed the wicket of Briscoe, who tried to cut it, but it just floated up to the fielder at point for a very easy catch. And Sophia Mavros with the right arm spin. They pick up the wicket. Briscoe a little bit slow with the batting today. She's gone for 2.
Didn't look completely comfortable
2
either.
off 14, so quite a slow run rate as well.
Didn't look very comfortable out there.
No.
Maybe the pitch was slowing up a little bit more than thought, than originally, initially thought, but it just didn't look like she was getting her eye in at all. Just wasn't comfortable with how she was playing. Maybe it was that spin change, that bowler change that really was the undoing, but it just didn't seem comfortable in the slightest.
So Lucy Weston will be the new batter coming to the wicket to join Lucy Finn, who is holding it together now for this side. 4 for 113. You'd have to say Campbelltown Camden are on top, I reckon, in this match. But Finn, 34 off 55. Earlier today, Talia Wilson, 52 off 69. So Lucy Weston, a right-handed batter, takes guard. And they've got all the fielders up. A lot of them inside the circle now, trying to keep the pressure on here. Maybe they're seizing. Let's try and get a few quick wickets.
Bit of a false start as we wait for a fielder or somebody down by the sight screens to move.
They're going to take the fielder on here for a single, and they get it. Straight away, Weston is off the mark.
That's not the first time they've done that to that fielder as well. They seem to have noticed that might be the fielder who maybe does panic a little bit more under pressure when that call is made.
So Mavros now to Finn. Again, they just tuck it off the hip for a single. Finn's done a lot of that today. Sophia Mavros, 3.4 overs, 1 for 12. So Weston back on strike.
That's how it falls out.
Blocks this one. They do have a deep square leg and a deep mid-wicket out on the fence. Otherwise, everyone's up inside the circle here. Trying to put some pressure on.
So I heard we heard Shane and again Matt talking earlier about the towel. The only thing I can think of for a towel would be for a spin bowler to wipe the sweat off their hands.
Yeah.
So they can get the traction and get the grip on the ball to get those rotations.
So 30 overs gone. St. George-Sutherland 4 for 116. In the grand final of the women's competition, the one-day comp. And I'm imagining these two, were they first and second on the ladder at the end of the comp as well?
I think so. They were definitely in that top 4.
Yeah.
Definitely in the top 4 like we saw with the T20s as well. They've had very consistent performances throughout
In
the
both
season.
grades, yeah.
Both grades,
Yep.
as we saw.
Of course, Campbelltown Camden winning that T20 final. It was actually rained out, but they won because their high position on the ladder.
Because they were first on the ladder, weren't they?
Yeah, they were first on the ladder, so they won. We called that one and it got rained out. It was the day after Australia Day.
That's right. That was a crazy day.
And a sudden storm came in. It was fine and hot all day, and then a bit of a storm at
rain
night.
started.
Barcat right up in the block hole.
Righto.
Digs it out with a shovel, just Western, no run.
Don't snap the bat, mate.
Really throwing that one up there.
Sand shoe crusher.
Left outside the off
That was
stump.
well left, and that was good technique as well, watching it all the way to the keeper's hands, making sure it wasn't doing any Shane Warne funny business.
Yeah, the late great.
Yep.
Just inside that wide line there. Leans into this one, but that fielder right almost under the batter's nose inside the circle, up quite close. Really just trying to crowd the batters here. They've got those two either side of the eye line of the batter here, just trying to force a mistake. This one hit to one of those players in the onside. So bowling the spin at either end in the middle stages of the innings still. One bounce to that fielder on the offside this time. Are we in for a maiden over here? 5 dot balls. Western 2 off 8. Oh, she's played that one late. And that is a maiden over, so 31 overs gone. 4 for 116.
Hey, you take the maiden when you can out there as a bowler. I mean, sometimes as a batter, if it's just as tough, you take that maiden, you give it to them. Because it means you haven't lost your wicket. You're still out there to fight another day.
Yeah, that's right.
Another ball.
So, Barcat 2 overs, no wicket for 6. Mavros 4 overs, 1 for 13. Sophia Mavros. Finn 35 off 56, striking at 62. They have a fielder down below in our commentary area here at long on.
Koski, I think that is.
And a fielder deep square leg and deep mid wicket. So they've got 3 fielders out on the leg side on the fence. And this one just blocked respectfully back to the bowler for no run. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here on Triple H. Sydney Sports Radio and Frogbox will be with you all the way to the end of this match in the grand final, and this is pulled to that fielder at deep square leg as she rockets it in.
Ooh, that was an arm, if ever I've seen it.
Keisha bowled one. Very good arm. Yeah.
Tell you what, didn't need a relay thrower for that one.
And this one just, the batter was sort of forward, then back, then forward, and eventually just blocks it. So Mavros now putting in a good spell. Again, tidy figures. Shout for LBW, not out. And they're actually going to pick up a leg by. Yep, so they do pick up the leg by. 4 for 118. Score predictor on the big screen at the scoreboard says 2-2-3. I think they'd be pretty happy with 2-2-3.
I think you'll take it at this point, especially losing a couple of wickets early on as well.
They did bowl Manly out for 7 for 195, St. George-Sutherland last week, so we've got a game on our hands. As this one hoiked across the line to that fielder out on the fence there at deep mid-wicket for 1.
Let's put it this way. We know both teams can play T20 style if they have to.
Yeah, they can speed it up.
But obviously when it comes to the 50-over games, you don't go in with that mentality.
Really flights this one up. Another dot ball. 32 overs gone. 4 for 119, St. George-Sutherland. Sophia Mavros, 5 overs, 1 for 15. So she's just snuck under the radar here with a great little spell of bowling. That will be Barkat again. Lucy Finn, 37 off 59. Weston is 2 off 12. It will be Finn on strike. Hits this straight to that fielder at short mid-wicket. Up inside the circle.
You can tell it's the summer of cricket when the floppies are out there. Protecting the ears, protecting the face from the sun.
Yeah. Tell you what, it's a hot day for the middle of March here in Sydney. This is 35 odd degrees out there. Plays it late into the offside for no run. Some very tight bowling here in the last few overs.
We're saying it's really hot for cricket, but can you imagine how the footy players are feeling? Oh, they must be struggling.
Watching that Dragons Souths game at Wollongong yesterday at 3 o'clock in the NRL. Last 20 minutes, the players were running out of legs. What a shot this is. This could be 4.
Yep.
Great shot. The drive down the ground on the offside. And she's dissected the bowler, the fielder at mid-off. Goes straight between them. Finn moves on to 41 off 62. Much needed boundary as they were just being tied down for the last 4 or so overs.
It's that one boundary that can be the difference as well. It takes that little bit of pressure off the batter too.
Similar shot, but this time straight to that fielder there.
I'll tell you what, watching the footy and watching those players sweat it out, the cramps that you just see them go down, it's horrendous.
And again, this should roll away for 4. Yes, it does. Great stuff by Finn. A beautiful drive straight down the ground on the offside. She just knew they needed a little bit of a pick-up. 4 for 127 here. Last ball of the 33rd over coming up. Finn, 45 off 64. She has the power and the deft touches with her batting. It is 33 gone now. 4 for 127.
I'll tell you what, she knows how to play every ball on its merits as well. Can see where the fielders are, what they're doing. She might even be psychic. She might even be able to know what they're thinking. As you can certainly hear the cicadas out and about. They're ready for the weather as well.
Yeah.
You know it's hot when the cicadas are out to play.
I know. They're loud.
Oh.
And I tell you what, it's really hot, but still the sun hasn't fully broken through. Once it does, it is going to be extreme heat. It already is pretty much.
It's just dry heat.
And this one nurdled round the corner. They'll pick up 1. And it will be a leg by. So Barkat's figures now 3 overs, no wicket for 14. Sophia Mavros continuing. Finn on strike again now, 45 off 65. With a long on down in front of us. This was a little bit of a loose delivery, but didn't punish that one. They actually have 4 fielders out on the fence. deep cover, deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, and a long on the fence. And this one dropping on the batter, no run, pushes it into the onside for a dot ball. And again, just turned around the corner. Got a little bit of bat on that one, so Finn moves through to 46. But Western 2 off 13, so Western and Briscoe haven't really got any flow going out there with their innings yet. And just paddles this around the corner for a single to deep square leg. 4 for 130. Sophia Mavros, 5.5 overs, 1 for 17. Going under 3 and over.
Here comes that sun you were talking about, mate.
Yeah, it's going to get, once that sun beats through, it's going to be extremely hot out here. And that is 34 overs gone. St. George-Sutherland, 4 for 131.
Let's see what it's saying. Well, it's currently saying only 33 degrees, but there is a fire ban in effect. I mean, that's a very smart decision. But it says it feels like 32, so it's like it's right on par. It's right on par. And then in terms of humidity, as I scroll down, 35%. So it's just hot out there.
Yeah. Thank you very much to Sean Mantle and the team giving us these great facilities. We're lucky we're up under shelter here in an air-conditioned box. Players here grinding away in the heat in this grand final. Got to take your hat off to them.
Actually, keep it on. You might get sunburnt.
And again, Finn drives it down the ground for 1. So Finn moves through to 48 off 70. And Weston back on strike. And look at them bring the field up when Weston's on, and for Finn they sort of drop a few back with the fielders. Hoiks this around the corner for a single. So can Finn bring up the half century? Plays it late, no run. Shy at the bowler's end. So just keeping them on their toes.
Keeping them humble. Keeping them honest.
This will be 1. Now just settle for the single. Moves into 49.
I'll tell you what, is this going to be the second half century that as soon as we have a commentary change, the others get to call it and we don't?
Yeah, come on, Weston, get a single here.
Oh, mate. No. Never mind.
Yeah, you might be right.
Spoke too soon.
So Matt Mears and Shane Evans to take up the next 7 overs after this in an interesting grand final we have on our hands. So Weston, 4 of 16 on strike. Plays it late, gets a single. And after 35 overs, it's 4 for 135 over to you, Matt Mears.
Oh, thank you very much, Kiwi Mick. Thank you for those that are joining us via the Triple H Sports stream or through the Frog Fox Vision on the Cricket New South Wales YouTube channel. This is the grand final. New South Wales Premier Cricket Women's between St. George-Sutherland and Campbelltown, Camden. Shane Evans joins me again, and as I said, it's game's taken a certain turn since that wicket of Wilson, as Mavros continues for her 7th, and it's gone. hit it straight to the fielder at mid-on. The 5th wicket goes down. And Shane, that's probably the last thing they needed. They'll be ruining the commentary change that brings the wicket.
Yeah, they definitely will there, but when Sophia Mavros can just throw an absolute dolly up that anyone, probably even someone from out of 10, sits and goes like, oh, eyes light up. I can hit this as far as I want. And then to only hit it 22.5 metres straight down Claire Koski's throat. You'd be walking off just a little bit sheepish there at the moment, but at least for the Slayers, it's not Lucy Finn was the one that fell. So
well, yeah, that was almost going to be my call. We haven't not called the 50, but we called the wicket before they got to the 50. But yeah, Western is the one to go for 5 of 18. I said she hasn't really been able to get much of a start here. I said it's been good bowling by the 2 slow bowlers from Campbelltown, Camden Ghost, as Streets is the new batter.
Young Coco, yes. Whilst we're waiting for Coco and Lucy, just had their little chat. We'll go across to Tunks Oval for the 2nd grade grand final. We can tell you they're actually in their lunch break, as Parramatta have been rock and rolled for 69 off 30.5 overs there. So they're currently in their lunch break with UTS North Sydney, the current reigning premiers for the 2nd grade Premier Cricket New South Wales, needing 70 off 50 overs to be able to do it. And if the umpires, including Sue Gregory, you'd be very much happy that you're hopefully getting an early afternoon. So apparently out there is no breeze off that water whatsoever, and it is stinking hot.
No air-conditioned commentary boxes at Tunks Park. Luckily for us, nice room here in the Cricket New South Wales main building. Watching this one as Mavros continues 2 for 18 of her figures in her 7th over. Streets plays her first delivery onto the offside. It's fielded by Point, no run.
As we said in the last spell together, said if Sophie goes for maybe 2-3 runs and over, you're happy with that as a spinner, especially in 1st grade final.
Well, this one's floated up. Does push at it, does Streets, but is pretty much away from that short cover fielder in Lauren Cheadle.
Yeah, nice little swan dive there by Lauren, just caught on the edge of the camera, if you are watching on Frogbox.
Next delivery again floated up. This one's played much better, straight into the ground, but straight to the fielder at mid-off. I said a much tighter field to the new batter here. We've got catches both at cover and mid-wicket, as this one's shorter and keeps down. It's well fielded by the fielder at backward square leg there on the boundary. Not even really on the boundary, a good 10 metres in, which is cutting off the 2s down there, as we see for the more set batsmen in Finn. 2 more fielders at mid-on and cover go out onto the boundary, as this one beats everybody, I think. It's beaten the keeper. We'll wait for a signal. It is a bye, so no 50s yet for Finn. But again, another good over from Mavros. Just the one run and the bye, as well as that wicket. So after 36 overs, St George-Sutherland 5 for 137.
Now, that still gives Lucy Finn the opportunity to start with the strike for this over to get that well-deserved 50 to be the second one to do. As you can see, Barkat about to come and start her 5th over. Currently 4 overs, 1 made and none for 18, going at 4.5 as well. So, but that score predictor when we were last on was sitting around the 245. It's now down to estimated 215.
Yeah, it's been a great performance, as said, by the 2 slow bowlers for the Ghosts, as Barkat to Finn just pushes it back to the bowler in a follow through, no run. I said they're getting through the overs as well. I said you don't have these big boundaries. Time looking for the ball, time to get the ball back from the boundary, as Finn goes down on one leg and gets it through the onside, and as you hear the applause in the effects mic, that is her 50 off 75 deliveries 82 minutes, 4 fours as part of that one. An important inning, Shane, particularly with the wicket of Wilson.
Yeah, especially after Talia got her 50 and then fell very shortly after it. It's now the Slayers are going to have to work around Lucy Finn and try and get that score as close to, if not over, that 200 mark, which you'll definitely need on this pitch to be able to stop a fairly competitive Campbelltown Camden batting lineup, as we've seen obviously throughout the season.
Yeah, played nicely by Streets onto the offside, but can't beat the field. I said, for the new batter, just the 2 fielders out at deep backward square leg and at mid-wicket. Lots of pressure in this midfield, a short cover, short mid-wicket. Trying to cut off off those singles. This one again played through the offside, but to cover point, no run.
Yeah, just keeping that line nice and tight on that middle to off stump line. Not getting too short in the delivery so you can't punch up under it. So
next delivery, floated up. Gets through the fielder at short cover. They take off for the single. The throw was wide. I said not much of a attempt to make the wicket. It was either hit or was going to be safe, but get through Streets to the other end. Finn now back on strike, now on 50. It's been another good over here for the Ghost. Just the 2 off it. 1 delivery left. So on the stumps. You hear the big appeal from the bowler, but not really backed up too much by the rest of the team. So that's 37 overs gone here now at Cricket Central. Barcats 5 overs have cost her 20 runs, 2 off that one. Finn's 50 not out, Streets is 2 not out, and St George-Sutherland 5 for 139.
speaking of the other grand finals, we've already been talking about the second grade grand final of Tunks, but we'll go down the south coast to Cromer to King George 5th Oval for the Brewers of the under-18s grand final. Southern Swans winning the toss and batting first against Manly Warringah. The Swans are currently 5 for 126 in 35 overs.
First delivery of Mavros' 8th over, played into the leg side, no run, as obviously someone's using Silverwater Road as their personal racetrack.
They must think they're down in Albert Park.
Well, swept away nicely by Streets, but again the fielder out there at deep square only allows a single.
But then again, Albert Park at the moment is absolutely teeming down with rain at the moment.
Oh, mate, they're going to race, and I can't wait to watch that race on replay later on today. It is going to be very interesting how they all adjust to that wetness. This one's short outside off, but Cheadle fields it well at short cover to cut off any runs there.
Yeah, well, they've got the rain a couple of days earlier than what we expect to get it up here. It's supposed to be here Tuesday, Wednesday, and go through all the rest of the week, and including next weekend. So it could be very interesting for any sports playing.
Ross moves to round the wicket, played off the hip. Fielder at fine leg inside the circle picks it up. Yes, there's the voice of Shane Evans saying that it was a close one to hit the stumps, but they do make it through for a single.
Just more the fact that Lucy Finn wasn't really stretching out down the end there, so the bowler stumps, she could have been close.
Well, that one's nicely floated up, but respect shown by Streets. Just played into the leg side. One delivery left here in the 38th. So it's been a great spell by Mavros so far. This one's floated up, but again, just played back to the bowler. Another great over, as we're saying, 8 overs, 2 for 21 for Sophia Mavros. 2 runs again off that over. I said, so George-Sutherland just not being able to get in out of second gear currently. Finn's 51 off 78. Streets is 3 off 11. And said St George-Sutherland 5 for 141 off 38.
And we're just coming into another one of the extra mandated drinks breaks, obviously because it is getting fairly warm outside. So I can tell you at the moment, the bomb's telling us that it's 34 degrees, partly cloudy. Yeah, I'll agree with that. But it's feels like it's 36, so it is getting slightly warmer at the moment, but at the moment. It's one of those things where you have to be looking at player care at the moment. It's not like the old days where you tough it out and you just have your 2 drinks breaks. These days it's all about player safety and also umpire safety as well. You have to look at with their uniforms, the black hats, black pants, black shoes as well. So that's obviously getting a fair bit of heat coming through and not being able to get dispersed. So, but no, it's probably the smart call by umpires McGregor and O'Dwyer early this morning to break it down into 35 to 40 minute breaks.
Yeah, 100%. I said, with these temperatures, I said what we saw yesterday and today, obviously, it's we've got the time, so we might as well use it and really think about the players' welfare here. They said not much of a breeze coming off the Parramatta River behind us, where we're situated in the Cricket New South Wales building here to the north of Cricket Central Oval, which I must admit, I said, it's been a little while since I've been here. Lots of construction going on. Obviously, to the east, eventually will be Cricket Central Oval number 2, which will have nets at one end as well. So even more nets. This place is as many nets as I've ever seen, but we're going to get more nets on the number 2 oval. And as well as the community rooms over to the west are very much in situ and almost, I wouldn't say almost complete, but definitely are getting up there. It will have some seating at the front as well for matches that are being played here, as we see more domestic level, Sheffield Shield, etc. Plus, these sort of games play here as time goes on. As I said, it is becoming the hub that Cricket New South Wales wanted it to be, with obviously availabilities of grounds like the SCG and North Sydney Oval, with Big Bash and everything taking up more and more of those slots. As I said, this is becoming a very important oval to the Cricket New South Wales organisation.
It definitely is there, but the one thing that would probably make it complete for the oval that we're currently on would be some lighting. So if you were looking to do some day-night games, you could do that as well.
I think it's probably in about phase 7 or 8.
Yeah. it is coming, but it's just when...
Well, as I said, they did want to host the T20 finals day here, but for the women, but it moved to Drummoyne due to the lights. But as I said, we're lucky in Sydney that we've got, you can rattle them off, like North Sydney Oval, Drummoyne, Bankstown even. I'm not sure the light situation there, but it is still a lovely oval.
Bankstown has lights, but that would be a distant second. But the only problem is with the T20 finals, it was actually the lights that were the issue, but they wouldn't trigger.
Yeah.
But then the rain
rain
didn't help much either. But at the time, the lights were the actual issue.
We're getting a change from the southern end with Alex Mavros back into the attack. Her first 6 overs, 1 for 36.
I'd say this is where they'll look at bowling Alex out now and just going flat chat for 4 overs.
Well, yeah, only 12 to go. They'll want to make sure that they'll use her up. They said Cheadle as well. It's got 3 left in the tank, so maybe they'll bowl her up until Cheadle can bowl her last 3 from this end as well. Next one's played by Finn off the outside edge. Beats point inside the circle, but fielded by the third, coming in from the boundary. But yeah, as I said, that's what's always good when you've got 6 good bowlers that you can use. You can mix and match. You don't have to make sure everybody's bowled 10, because I said Sarah Coyte's only bowled 5. So I said she's still got plenty of overs to go. You don't really want to take Sophia Mavros off either when she's still got 2 to go, as next delivery to Streets, played down the ground, but straight to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, because I'd almost sit there and look at it and say, well, okay, once Sophia's bowled her last couple out, you then probably look at maybe having Sarah Coyte bowl from the broadcast end, where you have Alex finish her overs off, and then you bring Lauren to come and bowl her last couple, which I think would work it out perfectly.
I think it would, as this one's run off the outside edge, through probably where second slip would be. Third comes around to cut that one off just for the single. They said you do feel they have to hit the go button at some point. They said only 11 overs after this, and when you look at the run sheet of people that are still left to bowl for the Ghosts, it's not going to be easy with, say, Cheadle bowling 3 of the last 5. As that one's on the leg stump. It's called wide. It's beaten everybody. That's going to be a blessing for the Slayers. 5 wides to the total. I said that's going to up the run rate a little bit there, Shane.
It definitely will. You can see Alex is just trying just a little bit too hard and just lost his shape. Falling across her body and just pushing the ball down the leg side. But if you're Lucy Finn, you're not missing the opportunity to make it harder for the keeper to stop that from going down to the boundary.
Next delivery needs to be back out touch off. She is. Oh, just dropping short of mid-off. She went for it. Trying to get the run rate ticking over. Trying to find some vacant ground past the infield on the offside. But it's just dropped short of the fielder at mid-off, Shane. Yeah,
it's Claire Cosby down there. Unfortunately, what you can't see on the frog box feed is she just took that step or two back just before the ball was delivered.
One's played onto the onside, but straight to Coit there at mid-wicket. No run. So the 5 wides plus 2 singles off the over. Mavros is 7 overs, 1 for 43. St George-Sutherland 5 for 148. 11 overs left here in the St George-Sutherland innings. They won the toss and elected to bat. Runs on the board in a grand final. So, as I said, it'll be interesting to see. The predicted total's now at 218. That's going to be quite, I think, an effort to get from this current position with only 11 overs remaining, Shane.
It is, yeah, but we'll go down to the south coast to Kiama, King George's 5th oval for the Brewers final with 6 overs remaining. Southern Swans are 5 for 142.
Mavros comes in for her 9th. This one just gets past the keeper. I'll get through for a bye. I'll be a bit disappointed there, I'm sure. Streets has been sort of chewing up balls, 4 of 14. New to the wicket. Finn's 52 off 82. As this one's on leg stump, played nicely through the onside. There are fielders out there, and they'll cut it off to just a single.
Well, Coco is one of the younger players in this first grade squad for St George. Sutherland still coming up through the ranks, but obviously she's there to support Lucy Finn as the 150 comes up for St George after 39.2 overs.
158 minutes for that, as this one did bounce a little bit over the top of the bat, straight through the keeper, no run.
But I don't think the coaching staff would complain if Coco sits there and she's hitting at about 25 or 30.
Again, just played onto the offside. But yeah, you really feel though that Finn's got to start not dominating the strike, but facing as many balls as possible. Maybe just wanting to see out Sophia Mavros' over. Only one left after this one. That's up in the block hole, but played nicely through the onside. But again, fielders out there on the boundary on the leg side for the Ghosts. They just cut it off to 1.
But from where we can see it here, this cricket square is massive. There must be 10, 12, 13 decks that can be used.
Oh, I think even more. As this one's a bit slower and again played on the leg side. And they pick up another single. So 4 runs, including the bye off the over. Sophia Mavros, 9 overs, 2 for 24. It's been a great spell so far. St George-Sutherland, 5 for 152. 10 overs left here at Cricket Central. But yeah, it is probably one of the widest cricket blocks you will see. I don't think it's quite at the point where you can play 2 games at either end and then have the rope in. Maybe if it was under 10s.
Yeah, but it's a couple of young junior games you could, because you look at the... I'm sitting here counting, I can count at least...
Because we're in the third, I'd say we're the 3rd or 4th one. The 4th one maybe from the leg side.
We're the 3rd one in from the scoreboard side if you've been here to Central.
As Alex Mavros continues, this one's wide outside off, and it's played down to 3rd where they pick up a single. Because I said you've got the.
There's another 12 decks from where they're playing today across towards.
So it's a good
so
15, 16 decks in this
Yeah.
in this wicket block, which is huge. But as I said, that's just to counter for how many games they do predict they're going to play here throughout a season.
Yeah.
This next delivery, good ball on off stump, played down to mid off, no run.
Yeah, because the one that we're looking at from our position, which is just on the edge of the square, that's got the real dark brown marks. That's only a half pitch. That's a bowl. That's just for bowling
Okay.
practice on the field as well. It's not an actual full strip. So
Oh yeah, they've got one on the other side as well.
yeah,
They're just for warm-ups
Yeah.
before play. Fair enough. There's that one short outside off, and Streets will probably feel herself unlucky she couldn't put that one away. That was really there to attack with a cut shot, but goes through the keeper, no run. There's 3 fielders out here currently for the Ghosts. We've got a third, we've got a fine leg and a deep square leg with a mid-wicket and a mid-on the leg side. Mid-off, cover point and a point on the offside. Again, it's outside off. There's an appeal and gone! 6 wickets down here now for St George. We said the delivery before, Shane, that I said probably a bit disappointed she didn't have a real big crack at it as it was wide outside off. Again, getting that width, but this time it just takes the outside edge. And as I said, Lucy Finn now looks like she's going to have to bat through and try and get this total to something that St George-Sutherland can defend. But if you're the Ghost, they'll be sitting pretty and riding high with how this innings is going so far.
well, at the moment, I think Coco Streets and everyone else that's coming in is probably going to be told if I'm Lucy Finn, I will hang around. I need you to try and lift the tempo and come with me at the moment, where you could see Coco's tried to absolutely belt the casing off the ball, but has done nothing more than just the top edge of it straight through to keeper Tracy there. But as we can see, young Martin coming in now to join Lucy Finn in the middle here as well. And
Lucia Martin, Lucy and Lucia, so we might just stick to surnames for the two. But yeah, big job coming in at number 8. Still 9 more overs left after this one. And as I said, when you're looking like you've got Sarah Coit and Lauren Cheadle to finish off, it's going to be a big job for the Slayers to get through, even to a 200 type total.
it'd be a big challenge for the lower batters, but for Lucy, she should be able to handle it.
Oh, again outside off, has a bit of a whiff at it. It looks like a bit of extra pace. It's hit the keeper's gloves and ricocheted away onto the leg side. They're able to get through for a bye.
That's like the third or fourth bye that's been conceded in like the last couple of overs as well. So obviously Tracy's having a little bit of trouble just trying to maintain composure behind those stumps.
It's final delivery of the over down the leg side. Commentator's curse as it's called wide. You just feel that might want to try and get Cheadle on a little bit earlier than what they were predicting. He just said that maybe would have thought maybe getting one more out of Alex Mavros to get it to those 3 overs left from that end, but did pick up the wicket, so perhaps they'll still be there as Finn plays the last ball down to third and takes the single. So that's the end of 8 overs for Alex Mavros. 2 for 46 are her figures. And after 41 overs, St George-Sutherland 6 for 156.
Well, we can see Sophia Mavros is coming out from the boundary to bowl her 10th and final over. You'd almost be, as a Slayer, sitting there saying, well, let's just get 1 or 2 off her, see her off, and go back to working with some pace at the moment, because obviously Barkat, the other spinner at the moment, is not in contention to be bowling some overs. Just get through Sophia's last over and then look at possibly either a Sarah Coit or a Heidi Cheadle to come in from the broadcast end next over from this end to be able to use the pace and work it around.
Yeah, well, Mavros sticks to round the wicket to Finn. She's on 56. 3 fielders out on the leg side. She goes down the ground, but comes off the outside edge. Can only find point, no run. I think she's decided she needs to hit the go button now, particularly the only one fielder outside the circle on the offside at cover. She can get it over the head of the fielder at mid-off. There is a lot of vacant territory for the right-hander as this one's slower. And it's just pushed onto the onside where, again, good fielding by that fielder that's down at deep square. Cuts it off for a single. So they had a lot to do in that sort of field placing down there, Shane, but absolutely tearing in, covering off that second run.
Yeah, it's smart the fact that we can where we can see them from here. They're probably a good 10-15 metres in off that deep square leg boundary, and they're still running in as the ball's hit.
Next one's a bit slower again to Martin. Gets it off the outside edge. Finn just goes straight for it. Probably the best idea in the situation. Martin's off the mark. But I think that's going to be it. If you get on strike, if you're the batter at the other end from Finn, if you even just make contact, we're running through to get the set batter back on strike. Next one's floated up, tries to go down the ground, but only finds the fielder at mid-off, no run.
The funny thing was, if you're watching the replay here on the Frog Box, you would have seen when they attempted run out after Martin had the short run, Lauren Cheadles had to go full on plank to not get hit going through.
Well, this one's nicely played down the ground. But again, fielder down here at long on in front of our broadcast position. Cuts it off. So it's what a spell it's been here, Shane, by Sophia Mavris. 9.5 overs. No wicket for 27. I said you'd be very happy with that as long as you can pull off the dot ball here, and it's played through the offside, but to point. So that does finish her 10 overs. No wicket, 2 wickets for 27. That's 42 overs gone with St. George-Sutherland 6 for 159. And to take you through to the end, it'll be Kiwi Mick and Georgia.
Thank you, Matt Mears. Yes, so 8 overs to go here in the women's grand final. St. George-Sutherland 6 for 159. They've got to get at least 200 here, I think, to set up a defendable score, and it's going to be Alexandra Mavros again, and she goes for this one, Finn. So Finn actually moves through to 59 off 91. So she's striking at 64, but she's holding it all together out there for the bigger picture. And Lucia Martin on strike now. Pushes us into the offside for no run.
Tell you what, Campbelltown and Camden are not concerned or phased in the slightest. Their body language just...
Very relaxed, aren't they?
Yeah, they're very relaxed. You can generally tell if a skipper or, the senior players are anxious because all of their actions are above their head, like telling people to move and all that kind of thing.
Yeah, and this is guided here. Could this be 4? Yes. So beautiful little deft touch there, guiding it straight to below our commentary box for 4, beating the sort of wide third man fielding down there. 6 for 164. So Alexander Mavros, 8.3 overs, 2 for 51. She's actually been a bit expensive compared to the other bowlers.
Bit expensive, but then also bowling different lines and lengths compared to the other bowlers.
Again, guides us to the same spot, but the third man fielding down there was a bit faster to get around.
I think it was a little bit wider there.
Yeah, true. So Lucy Finn really has the iron. Wonder if they're going to really have a go. Maybe they might save it to the last 5 overs to really try and launch some boundaries to get as high a score as they can. They do have a long on in place, a deep square leg, a deep cover, and a third man. Everyone else inside the circle. Guided behind point. Sharp fielding in the circle there by Keisha Baldwin. As a plane flies overhead here at Cricket Central, great facilities to call from. Pretty much right behind the bowler's arm that we are, just to the right of the pitch. They'll pick up one. And it moves Finns into the 60s now. 43 overs gone. St. George-Sutherland 6 for 166.
It's a lot of sixes.
I know.
Just in that one total, that's for sure. They'll definitely be pushing for the 200, put as much pressure on Campbelltown, Camden as possible. But as I said before, I mean, just looking at the body language, Campbelltown's easy breezy. They're quite content with their plan, what's happening. Obviously, they've got the 6 wickets already. If they can get Finn, then that's also a huge relief for them.
Interestingly, though, in that semi last week, St. George-Sutherland did get Manly out for 7 for 195, so they might have the bowling. Vickery there was 3 for 40 off 10. Burrows was 1 for 23 off 10. She'll open the bowling a little bit later.
Bit of tit for tat there, isn't it? Anything you can do, I can do better.
Yeah. So Finn 60 off 93. Martin 6 off 6. It will be Sarah Coit back into the attack. 5 overs, 1 for 15. Bowling from our broadcasting end of the ground here at Cricket Central out in the west at Homebush. As we approach 1 o'clock Sydney time. So here goes Coy. Driven to the fielder at long on for a single. And again, they just shuffle the field around for Martin.
They have a plan.
Yeah, they do.
They have a plan.
They've definitely got a plan for each batter, don't they? Like they sort of shuffle, it depends who's facing.
And
They've
who's
got
bowling, they know exactly what they want to execute.
Third man in fine leg, dropped right back. Flicked off the pads here to that fielder at fine leg. Sort of a wide fine leg though. For a single. And again, when Finn's on strike, they've brought the third man up and the fine leg's kind of gone to deep square leg.
Ooh.
And they drop that mid-on back to the fence.
Well dug out there. What I do like in particular is when you watch cricket, you can always tell who the captain is because they're the ones giving the orders. But watching Campbelltown, Camden, all senior players have stepped up to contribute in some way, shape or form.
Yeah. Gone for this one. In between the fielders on the fence, they'll pick up 2 down to Cow Corner. Direct hit at the non-striker's end is not out. Yeah, and she was over the popping crease there, so 6 for 170 here in the 44th.
That was good running there. Good running, good calling, good decision making.
Bit of breeze here, but very hot conditions out in the middle. Full toss, clipped off the pads for an easy single. Finn on to 64. And Coit 5.5 overs, 1 for 20, putting in. Looks like she's gonna split up her spell here. This is her second spell. They're going to take on the fielder at point and they'll get home easily. 44 overs gone, 6 for 172.
So we see, is that Lauren Cheadle coming back onto bowl? I think it might be.
Yeah.
So Lauren Cheadle coming back on. She's obviously thinking, well, all right, I'm going to do this myself then.
Yep. And Lauren Cheadle, 7 overs, 1 for 16, which is actually the same figures as she got in their semi-final win against Sydney. The exact same figures. 1 for 16 off 7. So Martin is 8 off 8 on strike. As they bring the field up. Well, they do have a fine leg and a third man in place. And a deep square leg. Oh, it's going to be wide down the leg side. She's coming around the wicket here to Martin. Left arm around the wicket.
I reckon she's seen something in Martin's batting action.
Because normally she's always left arm over.
Yeah.
She's switched around here. It's guided wide of point. They might pick up a couple. They certainly will. Nicely placed there past Keisha Baldwin. So Martin's looking all right out here. She's 10 off 9. Getting the 1s and 2s.
Cheadle's coming in a little bit wider as well from that. She generally come in almost right next to the umpire, but she's coming in a little bit wider in her bowling action.
Driven to the fielder inside the circle for no run. That was Talia Pracey inside the circle. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here on Triple H, Sydney Sports Radio and Frogbox. All cylinders working here as we cover this whole match. We through with you to the end of this contest. Slower ball, no run. Almost out the back of the hand, that one.
Knuckleball almost. They say that Kane Richardson has something like 18 different variations of a bowling technique.
Yeah.
Of how he holds the ball, where he places his fingers on the ball.
Oh, played late. One bounce to the keeper.
Right idea there by the keeper. Just stop any ideas from forming about taking extra runs.
So in the 45th over we are, 6 for 175, the grand final of the women's one-day comp. And pretty much the hottest day of the season this would be. Right up there, driven into the covers for no run.
Clearly haven't called it Raby Oval, have you, mate?
Oh, yeah.
Every day feels like a hot day out there.
It'll be up there.
Oh, scorcher.
Cheadle, 7.5 overs, 1 for 19. And beats the batter outside the off stump. 45 overs gone, 6 for 175.
You know it's close when the bowler just throws their head back in that thinking of, how did I not get that? How was that so close but I missed out?
So 5 overs to go. They better to run a ball here. They'll get about 205. Maybe they can try and push for 210, 220. Or will they just try and grind out to 200? What do you think they'll do here? Maybe they'll think, okay, let's just try and get 200 minimum.
I think that's what they're aiming for.
And see how we go. Runs on the board in the final.
I think that's just what they're aiming for, and especially like
they don't want to suddenly collapse now and get 180 or something.
Like in the heat as well. When you're batting, you need to take that into account.
Yeah.
And obviously our projected score doesn't take that into account, the fatigue and altered decision making as well.
Drives this one, does Finn, to that fielder in front of us at long on. Finn moves through to 65 off 98. She's striking at 66. Here goes Coit again. Straight to the fielder on the offside for no run. Sweltering conditions out in the west of Sydney.
I'd say at this point it's survival as well, especially for the batters, because,
Yeah.
you know, only 4 wickets still remaining. Survival.
This one just clipped off the pads here for a single. The umpire says the league by as well, so no bad on that one. So here goes Finn on strike. Yep, just puts this one along the carpet for 1. To that fielder who runs around to that cow corner sort of area of the field. Looks like at the moment they're just happy to keep that scoreboard ticking over and probably say let's get to 200 and then throw all our cards at them when they have a bat. Of course, they did restrict Manly to 195 in their semi-final win, so they'll be confident with their bowling. And no run here, dot ball.
Tell you what, Coit's got a plan. If the fielders keep moving around, I'd say she's probably going to throw it up outside of the off stump.
Martin 10 off 17. She's slowed down just a little bit. And they'll get a fielder to that fielder at mid-off. A single. 46 overs gone. 6 for 179. Of course, St. George-Sutherland winning the toss and batting first at the start of today. As we reach 1 o'clock Sydney time, Cheadle to bowl out. She's 8 overs, 1 for 19.
What do you reckon? Smart decision to bat first? You know it's going to be a hot day.
Yeah.
Try and beat the heat.
It's going to be more hotter when they're fielding latest sort of 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. It's going to be really hot.
It's going to be hot, but then is it also going to play and take into effect take that into effect for the batters as well, because they've already fielded and done everything like that.
Yeah, true. Guides this one back with a point for a single. Finn 66 off 99. These ladies will sleep well after this match in hot conditions.
Oh, you are. They're going to be looking for ice baths. They're going to be looking for any form of cold water in the vicinity or around.
It's all about, there'll be so much rehydration after this match for these players out here.
Yeah.
It's 50 overs each. It's a long game out there in the middle in the heat. Goes for it. It's in between the fielders. And they'll only get 1 in the end as she strikes this to the scoreboard at cow corner. Finn 67 off 100 deliveries.
And what some people don't realise as well, if they aren't in and amongst the game of cricket, is that women actually feel the heat a lot more than men do as well due to the hormones. So it must be a scorcher out there for them, and I completely understand and know what they're going through.
Oh, beautiful delivery here by Cheadle. Beaten outside the off stump. That one just moved away a little bit. Again, bowling around the wicket, the left armour. And that one just moving a bit off the seam. Cheadle got hit for a 6 earlier in the day, but otherwise she hasn't really conceded a boundary. She's been very economical. Nice drive through the covers. Will they take this fielder on for 2? Bit of a juggle out on the fence. They will come back for a couple. Quite a long boundary out there on that side of the ground. 6 for 183 here in the 47th. Tucked off the hip here for 1. Martin moves through to 15 off 22. Not a bad little partnership here as they just try and grind out the runs to get to that 200.
Tell you what, Lucy Finn sitting on 67 not out. The innings, the batting innings of this innings, that's for sure.
Yeah. Her and Talia Wilson have got the half centuries for them today. Gone for this one, edgy, but they'll pick up 1. 47 overs gone, 6 for 185, St. George-Sutherland.
And well backed up there in the field as well. Obviously, if you're looking for that run out, if you're looking for the quick actions as well, you need someone on that other side to just pounce on that ball and stop it from going for extras and for overthrows.
Cheadle, 9 overs, 1 for 25. Coit, 7 overs, 1 for 24. Both these bowlers have been good with their economy rate.
I would hope so, considering how long they've been playing and representing the state and the country.
So Finn, 68 off 101 deliveries. They've got 3 fielders on the fence here on the leg side. What a drive down the ground. That's a scorching 4. Beats the fielder at mid-off inside the circle. That's one of the shots of the day there by Finn. Moves on to 72. What timing.
I'll tell you what, I don't even think a hand was going to stop that one. I think it would have broken it on its way through.
It was hit hard.
Well, it was going to stay hit, that's for sure.
So is she maybe going to have a real crack here?
What do we got to lose?
Yeah, to get those extra runs. That's got to be a wide.
Came off the kneecap, I think, of the wicket keeper.
Oh, no, okay. So, yeah, leg by there.
Yep. Came off something.
Yep. Martin back on strike. Lucia Martin. So they've got themselves through to 6 for 190 with 2.4 overs left. Looking for at least 200. Driven into the covers for no run. Grand final day of the women's one-day comp here on March the 16th, a very hot day. Sydney in the middle of March as they drop a fielder down to deep cover. Half a shout for LBW, gone!
Ooh, okay.
There we go. So umpire says you're out. And there we go, that's another wicket. Martin's gone for 15. It's 7 for 190.
Bit of hesitation there from the batter as well. You could see she was just lingering around the crease.
Coit has 2 wickets now. Yeah, Coit 7.4 overs, 2 for 28. Coming to the wicket now is Kaylin Moser, the captain.
Looks like got a bit of a 3/4 shirt going on there with the sleeves.
Yeah.
Ponting style.
Yeah. So Finn's still there on 72. She's held it all together for this team. Batting at number 4, of course. So Mozart, right-handed batter, takes guard. It's a deep square leg, a fine leg, a third man, and a deep mid-wicket. Everyone else up inside that circle. Beaten goes through between the bat and the pad there, through to the keeper.
Threw the kitchen sink at it, but just didn't connect.
Yeah.
Bat was a couple of suburbs over.
Squeezed away backward a point for a single. 48 overs gone here. St. George-Sutherland 7 for 191.
Love that, off the mark for their brave skipper. It's depriving the strike for for Finch. He's like, no, I got this. Don't worry, I'll do it. But right idea, still getting that scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah.
Changing the strike, putting the pressure back on, getting closer and closer to that 200.
So Coit, 8 overs, 2 for 29. Cheadle to bowl her last. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 25. And Mozart, the captain, on strike. Going to be a good run chase coming up. They've got enough runs on the board here to make a contest of it. So she'll stay around the wicket here, Cheadle. Nice little clip off the hat. And they'll just settle for the single.
Was that running down the danger zone, the red zone there, or for the batter?
Yeah, true, maybe. So Finn is 72 off 103. Will they just chip it round to get it to 200, or will they just speed it up slightly to get a little bit more? We'll find out now with 11 balls to go. She's gone for it. And she's caught. So Cheadle eventually gets Finn. But Lucy Finn, 72. A good knock here in the final. She can hold her head up. Yep, she was sort of forcing the issue to try and get as many as they can at the end. But it's now 8 for 192 here.
Look, definitely the right idea. Trying to change it over. I think may have just looked up a little bit too early. Because it looked like it hit quite high up the bat as well.
Finn getting a standing ovation from her teammates.
I think that's fair.
She looks pretty exhausted as she walks off in the heat.
I don't blame her.
She's struggling, isn't she?
I'll tell you what, you always want to name a 12th, especially in a grand final, because if someone is going to stand and deliver, the last thing they want to do is back up immediately and go out there and field.
And Juliet Morton is the new batter at the wicket. Also a right-handed batter. Cheadle, 9.2 overs, 2 for 26. Will they clean up the tail here and get them for under 200? It's a little mental battle to finish off this innings now. As Cheadle, see, she goes over the wicket now. So she's got different tactics for different batters. And it's through to the keeper for no run. Swing and a miss outside the off stump.
I tell you what, Mose is looking for that run. She's itching to get on strike and just continue to have the board ticking over. She wants as many runs on the board as possible.
Yeah, that's right.
Bit of a safety net for them when they come out to field.
Oh, again.
Okay.
Beautiful line and length. Beaten outside the off stump. No run. The dot balls are like gold here to finish this innings off.
Looked like there was a bit of a deviation there as well from the bowler. Obviously not keeping straight. A bit of deviation off the pitch.
Gone for it. And out. Caught it mid-on. Morden goes for a duck off 3 balls. And Cheadle gets her 3rd wicket for the cost of only 26 runs with 1 ball left in the spell.
Tell you what,
So
I
they've
think you're going to have to keep going at this point.
Yeah, they've only got 1 wicket. Can they roll them for under 200? Well, they're 9 for 192 now. And coming to the wicket will be Jacqueline Vickery. A good bowling and fielding effort here by the Ghosts. Campbelltown Camden winning the T20 comp a few weeks ago and looking to win the one-day comp.
Back to back.
As Vickery takes strike, right-handed batter. Cheadle to finish off her spell. And again, look, she'll go around the wicket to this batter. So a plan for each batter that she's bowling to. Plays it late, down to 3rd man for 1.
I love the cheer that came with that shot as well.
And yeah, Cheadle, 10 overs, 3 for 27, outstanding. 1 over to go here, and it's 9 for 193.
I love the little cheer that came from the crowd, from the team, as just guides it down to towards 3rd man. Proud moment there.
Yeah.
For the batter. It's never easy being the last batter in, I must admit.
So Coit, 2 for 29 off her 8. She'll finish things off here. They need 7 more runs to get to that magic 200 figure. And set Campbelltown Camden a run chase later today. That stayed low. They'll eke out a single. A few of the St. George-Sutherland fans and coaching staff clapping down below us.
Love that encouragement. I love how critical they're still being of their field. It is the last over. You still don't drop your standards. You go right until that final ball is bowled, until that ball is called dead.
Yeah. They have been quite particular about their field placings, haven't they?
Yep, definitely.
Good tactics here with their fielding. It's hit the pad. Will this roll away for 4? It might.
Oh!
No, it's just going to be pulled in short. So they'll get 2 leg buys. 9 for 196 with 4 balls left.
Will we get to that 200?
Yeah.
Is 200 the magic number?
Mozart, the captain, 2 of 4. No run.
Ooh.
Pushed into the offside.
Batter turning blind there. Eager to get some runs.
Short, but she's missed it. She's sort of hit over that one. It stayed a little bit low. Another dot ball. 2 balls left. 9 for 196.
Take a couple of deep breaths.
Can they squeeze this out to 200? Well, she's been dropped, has she?
Bump ball.
A bump ball. So 1 ball left now in the innings. Yeah, it was a bump ball. 1 ball left.
We want a 4. Well, I want to see a 4.
She'll do well to hit a 4 here.
Yep.
Beautiful shot, but they'll just get the 1. And that's the end of the innings.
Nice work.
St. George-Sutherland 9 for 197. The target will be 198 for for the Campbelltown Camden Ghosts. Over to you, Matt Mears, for the innings wrap.
Oh, thanks very much, Kiwi. Yes, what an enthralling innings it was. It took a turn when Talia Wilson was out for 52, and the Ghosts were well back into it. But I think the Ghosts will be happy to keep him to 9 for 197. That, as I said, it's almost that mental, that sort of mental innings where you get over that 200. But at the end of the day, 198 will be the victory target for the Campbelltown Camden Goats in about 40 minutes time. It's about 2 o'clock. We'll be back. But before we take a break, we'll go through the tail of the tape for you. For St. George-Sutherland, first wicket to fall was Joe Kelly, caught by Pezerick off the bowling of Alex Mavros. 14 off 19 deliveries, 1-4 and 1-6. Talia Wilson was the big wicket for the Ghosts. She ended up making 52 off 69. 6 boundaries there before she was caught behind off Tracy off the bowling of Cheadle. Rhiannon Dick came and went 3 off 11 before she was also caught behind by Tracy off the bowling of Sarah Coit. Lucy Finn, standout batter for the innings, 72 off 104 with 5 boundaries before she was caught by Sophia Mavros off the bowling of Lauren Cheadle. And then it sort of falls away. Ella Briscoe, 2 off 14, caught Alex Mavros, bowled Sophia Mavros. Lucy Weston, caught by Claire Koski off the bowling of Sophia Mavros, 5 off 18 deliveries. Coco Streets, caught behind by Tracy off Alex Mavros, 5 off 20. Lucia Martin, LBW to Sarah Coit, 15 off 24. And the last wicket that fell was Juliet Morton. She went for a third ball duck, caught by Claire Koski off the bowling of Lauren Cheadle. Caitlin Moser, the skipper, finishes not out, 3 off 8 deliveries, and Jacqueline Very 2 off 2 coming in at number 11. Some great cheers. We love to hear that for the number 11s. There was 24 extras, 12 wides, 2 no balls, 7 leg byes, 3 byes, which made up that target of 9 for 197. The bowling figures, and boy, these make some good reading if you're a Campbelltown Ghosts fan. Lauren Cheadle, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 27. You'd have to say one of the pick of the bowlers. Alex Mavros, 9 overs, 2 for 53. Keisha Boland bowled well first change, 7 overs, none for 29. Sarah Coit, 9 overs, no maiden, 2 for 31. The other pick of the bowlers, Sophia Mavros, 10 overs, no maiden, 2 for 27. And Elizabeth Burkhardt, 5 overs, 1 maiden, not for 20. Shane Evans was keeping you up to date with the other grand finals here on Women's Premier Cricket Grand Final Day. We'll give you a quick update before we take a break. At Tunks Park, Parramatta all out for 69. UTS North Sydney 1 for 27 there in that chase. And in the Brewer Shield, down at King George V, the Southern Swans currently 8 for 166. So we'll take a break here from Cricket Central in the New South Wales Women's Premier Cricket Grand Final. St. George-Sutherland batting first after winning the toss, 9 for 197. Campbelltown Camden need 198 after this to take home the title for 24-25. We'll see you shortly. Cricket Central. Live for the first time on Triple H 100.1 FM, but welcome back whether you're listening on Frogvox via the Cricket New South Wales YouTube channel or on our Triple H Sports stream. We're all here waiting in anticipation for the second innings. If you're just joining us, George-Sutherland 9 for 197 in their first innings after they won the toss and batted here in the New South Wales Cricket Women's Premier Cricket Grand Final. 50 overs for the Campbelltown Camden side to see if they can get 198 for victory. And as I said, it's a huge day of cricket out here at Cricket Central, the home of Cricket New South Wales, out here in Silverwater in the shadows of Sydney Olympic Park. You can hear some of those nice crisp cracks in our effects mic as the openers for Campbelltown Camden are out on the field getting themselves ready for what's going to be a very tricky, I feel, run chase here this afternoon. As I said, we saw this pitch earlier on, and it's a pitch that's been used a couple of times already this week for some second 11 matches here at Cricket Central. We saw some of the slow bowlers, just the ball was keeping low, particularly from the spinners, and it made it difficult out there. Talia Wilson, the New South Wales Breakers opener, she made 51, or 52, my apologies, in that innings, and Lucy Finn was the star with 72. They were able to make the most of the conditions, but as I said, after that, it's only really a 15 and a 14, and then single digits after that as well. So it's a pitch where you need to make sure you can get yourself in on and take your time before you can start to play those big shots. So it'll be interesting to see how Campbelltown Camden will handle it. As I said, they know what target they need, and with just under 4 and over, it's certainly going to be a tricky chase as well here. Hot conditions out at Cricket Central. We're looking up above in the low to mid 30s. So you got a Campbelltown Camden side that's already done 50 overs in the field, having to come out to bat. So George-Sutherland have gathered here on the boundary, waiting to come out in the field. Lots of white floppy hats there. I do not blame them. If I was out there fielding, I'd be having mine out as well. As I said, great conditions here. If it wasn't for the heat, I said some cloud coming across, but nothing that's rain bearing. But as I said, it's a wonderful facility that we've got here. As I said, on the banks of the Parramatta River in the shadow of Sydney Olympic Park. As I said, the umpires in Bob McGregor and Liz O'Dwyer making their way out onto the pitch. You'll be able to see them shortly if you're listening and viewing through the Frog Box via the Cricket New South Wales YouTube channel, as some sort of light aircraft makes its way across here. Some interesting noises that we've had across Cricket Central here this afternoon. But I'm joined in commentary for the first 7 overs by Georgia Slomasfere. And Georgia, it was an interesting innings, that first one from St George. It almost took a turn once they lost that wicket of Talia Wilson. It was a great innings by Lucy Finn, but with the way the pitch has been playing, particularly keeping low, it's going to be a tricky chase, I feel, for the Ghosts here this afternoon.
I think it is. It's gonna be an interesting chase, that's for sure. But I mean, the batters are out there, they're ready to go. But St George-Sutherland, they're looking pretty cool, calm and collected. I mean, we had quite a solid break in between the innings as well. Nice bit of downtime, some air conditioning.
Well, the players enjoyed their lunch as well.
Courtesy of Cricket New South Wales, so thank you to them. We took full advantage of it as well.
We're not used to these sort
We're
of
not,
things.
yeah, we're not used to this. So, I mean, we'll take it any day of the week, and we will not forget our pleases and thank yous.
Yeah, well, as I said, while we are waiting for all the teams to get ready, we do thank Sean Mansell in particular, but the rest of the Cricket New South Wales team for allowing us to come in and broadcast, what is an important fixture on the Premier Cricket calendar.
Always. I mean, but there's a few shiny trophies out there. They're still there. Don't panic. We didn't touch them.
If they are missing, look for Shane Evans. He's usually the one that he has that big,
he's usually
deep
the one
duffel bag.
Yeah, he's usually the one admiring them and picking them up. I picked up a plastic bat, was just having a bit of a fiddle around. We're typical cricketers, you can tell. Ooh, what's that?
Oh, man, yeah. No sticky fingers, but
No,
definitely
no.
big eyes. We'll say that.
Absolutely.
As we get ready for the start of play here, I'm going to have some spin to start off
Ooh,
with.
we're going to spin it.
Claire Koski and Alex Mavros are the opening batters for Campbelltown Camden. No, it's just a short, medium pace run-up as Burrows, it is for St. George-Sutherland, comes in to Koski. First ball onto the onside, no run.
I tell you what, I have noticed as the years go on, a lot of female cricketers are actually shortening their run-ups quite a lot.
Nicely played with the drive, but straight to mid-off. I don't know why everybody doesn't shorten their run.
I did. I think I went from like a 14-step run-up to about a 4. I was like, why am I doing these 10 extra steps?
So next delivery here. I said it's just that sort of pace that I said it's going to make it tricky for these openers, but it was nicely played through the field. Having to make a long chase out to the cover boundary. They come back for 2. Campbelltown Camden off the mark.
I think the catalyst for that change was actually Megan Shute in particular as well, because she obviously, there was one season where she was doing these really long run-ups and then came back with really short, and she said, well, if I can bowl for twice as long with a shorter run-up and get just as much spin and pace, why am I tiring myself out that extra little bit when I get the same results? So I think a lot of people took that into consideration, and huzzah, here we are.
Yeah, next delivery there. Upish. Oh, goes down. I don't know if you'll quite pick it up on the frog box, but the short cover there for the Slayers just goes vertical, but just doesn't stick. That could have been a big wicket for the...
Could have been the difference.
Yeah. It's not going to stop Koski as she goes down the ground there, beats mid-off, first boundary. They're not going to get off to a slow start here. They're going to try and get these runs as quick as possible. 1 over down here in the chase. Needing 198 to win. Campbelltown Camden, none for 6.
And Koski is a very aggressive player as well. Batter in particular. And she has been for years all the way through the ranks and in various different representative formats as well. That is her style. Getting over the ball, launching it. She has the upper body strength. We're going to see her use it.
Yeah, and I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. What we saw when the slow bowlers came on with the ball keeping very low, particularly Sophia Mavros in that first innings. Take advantage of that hard new ball. And the the outfield here looks like a carpet, and it is, basically.
It's very well manicured, to within an inch of itself.
Yeah, but it said beat the infield and with a good shot, and it's 4. So it's definitely try and make advantage while the conditions favour the batters, as it's going to be Lucy Finn backing up after that 70 innings to open the bowling as well.
Talia McGrath style.
Well, Alex Mavros style.
Yeah.
Open the batting and open the bowling as Alex Mavros faces her first delivery and pushed out to short cover, no run. I said an interesting field here. We've got a slipper gully at point, a cover, a short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fielder down at fine leg. Only the one fielder outside the circle in this opening power play.
As long as they're not going fine leg to fine leg, I think it's okay.
Yeah, but it's interesting not to see the second fielder outside the circle.
I mean, you take it where you need it. You put it out there if you need it. I mean, see how we go. It's only, second over?
Yeah, well, it said putting the pressure on. That one does stay a little bit low outside off stump and just goes through to the keeper. But as I said, generally you do see a third, maybe down in front of the scoreboard or something, but deciding to keep the extra fielder up in the catching position. I said you do feel they need some wickets early on St. George-Sutherland, so they're going to play aggressive, and we'd love to see it. As Finn comes in again to Mavros, and this one's uppishly played, but gets through the gap between point and cover. And as I said, as they make their way out there to pick that one up, it allows them to come back for 2.
I'm just stuck in the ground out there as well. Just didn't quite carry And then just, drop short. It plugged in the ground and then trickled a little bit further.
Yeah, it was probably not as much out of the middle of the bat as I thought it was originally. As I said, it was a nicely picked the gap there, but as I said, just sort of came to a halt. This one's hit a bit better, but finds the fielder at cover point. No run. That was probably the power she would have wished she had on the one that made the gap.
The one before, yeah. And sometimes as a batter, you do sit there and go, why couldn't I have played that before? Why?
Why is that fielder there?
Why did I play a gorgeous shot now and it went straight to the fielder? Like, why couldn't I have done that before?
Why isn't that fielder not at
why can't you
third?
move?
Just leaving that nice big gap at cover.
Yeah, please.
Next delivery outside off, a big waft, a few hands on heads. But I think it was safely away from the edge of the bat.
And it's always the same positions with the hands on heads, hands up in the air. Like, that was so close.
Well, you gotta make the umpire think that they're in with a chance.
Always. Although I don't stop chirping out there, so by the time it gets to that, the umpire's like, mate, please be quiet. Can't hear a single thought in my own head.
We're just making them wait. Finn comes in again. Final delivery of her first over. And again slashes.
Oy,
and the finger goes up. We're one down here in the grand final.
That must have been a very delicate little edge there because I could not hear anything. But obviously, everybody else did.
Bob McGregor out in the middle.
Yep.
He certainly heard it. We've been able to pick up a lot of the nicks in the effects, Mike. But I think that one's just... probably would just have the softest of ones coming up on the hot spot if we had that coverage today. But just the start that the Slayers would have been looking for. Alex Mavros gone for 2, caught behind. And then in their chase of 198, it is the Campbelltown Camden Ghosts 1 for 8.
Well, as we heard through the first innings, Kiwi was saying they go Manly out all for, 174, 75 or something like that. So... they seem to know their game. They're quite content and quite happy with their game plan as well. So I think we might be seeing the same thing. I reckon we're going to go down to like the very last wicket, if anything. Last ball, last wicket.
Well, make sure you keep
that
dial tuned and your frog box on. Said you're pushing us up towards that 6 o'clock mark, I think, Georgia.
Well, we're not seeing a super over, that's for sure.
No, we are not. I said, great first over from Finn, 1 for 2. 1 for 8, Campbelltown Camden. That magical target for victory, 198. As we see the skipper and Kelly Rawlings make her way to the crease, be at the non-striker's end, as that was the end of the over. So you can hear in the effects, Mike, they're all up and about the St. George-Sutherland side. As they should be. Burrows continues for her second. Nicely played by Koski.
Koski doesn't even move. She's like, yeah, that's gone. Don't move. Stay there.
Well, we said about this cricket central outfield, you beat the field and it's 4, and that's certainly what happened for Claire Koski.
It's similar to like a North Sydney pitch in the fact that if it beats the fielder, it's either going to be 4 or 2 runs.
No threes. I don't think anybody wants to run threes in this heat anyway.
Yeah, nah.
2's pushing it.
Yeah, I mean, 2's like, we're about to ruin our friendship.
Oh, again, slashes. There's no one down at third, so it's a big chase for the fielder inside the circle.
I think it's going to stop.
It just stops, but 2 runs. No third going there.
Goodbye, friendship.
Koski's just gone, nah, I'm staying on strike here. I'm just ticking this scoreboard over.
She's like, we're not staying out in this heat for much longer. I got this. Don't worry.
I said it's been a good start, except for that wicket for the Campbelltown Camden, but that one's right up in the block hole. Koski's had to get the bat down on it to keep it out. So Koski looks like in for a big innings here, Georgia. She's certainly seeing the ball well. She won't want to see wickets falling at the other end, though. As again, that one's played through the onside. Pass short cover. Nobody back there. 4 more runs to the total.
And I can tell, I've seen her do this before with big innings as well. As, you know, it gets bigger and bigger. Just watch. At the end of each over, she'll be calling for a drink. At the end of every over. And we had a game years ago like that, and it just got to the point of can we just keep going?
We have to do the old park cricket trick and give it to the umpire as this one's played on the leg side. They go for an appeal. Maybe
She's like, I don't know.
No, I think Koski's looking for a wide. The Slayers appeal trying to get to not call a wide, so maybe just came off the thigh pad or something. Don't know, but good gamesmanship from both sides.
Fair.
Lionel delivery here and goes down the ground. Oh, I think it was a bump ball.
Yep.
But
I want that bat.
Well,
I don't think it's the actual bat that's doing it, but hey, let me dream.
You can dream. We all will. Burrow's first 2 overs have cost 16, and Campbelltown Camden are 1 for 18, needing 198 for victory.
Oh my gosh, the cicadas back out in force again.
They haven't died off yet, have they?
I mean, they went down a little bit, but they've certainly come back with a vengeance.
Yeah, they certainly have. I said we've been watching. Watching a few games thanks to Cricket Australia app from here, like Sheffield Shield and stuff, and it's definitely you could hear them in the background. We've tried to keep it down a little bit to try and not have as much of the cicadas.
Such overwhelming
We're still
noise
picking up
as well.
enough of the rest of the effects.
It's just
I
such
think.
an unpleasant sound as well. It's just so uncomfortable.
It certainly is.
The sound of summer.
As Finn continues and just left outside the off stump, no run. But it is the sound of summer. Like I think cricket should be the sound of summer, but the cicadas, they're in there.
It's a close second for the cicadas.
We'll just attack every cricket ground, and there's no willow on bat for you. You can just hear us.
Hear me roar.
I said Rawlings, that was her first delivery faced after coming in at the end of the previous over. Her second ball, it's a full toss and it's hoiked away on leg stump. Got what it deserved. What a way to get off the mark, Georgia. Full toss leg stump over the infield. No one back there at mid-wicket.
I'll take that any day of the week.
I'd love to be able to just play a shot like that.
Yeah, I know, right? Without the bat going halfway through. Just, oh, man.
No, in my luck, it'll just come off the edge and go straight to gully or something. It's like it's supposed to go over there.
Oh, I'd probably cop it in the groin because I would have completely mistimed it and just gotten ahead of myself. Be like, damn it, missed opportunity.
But I said another boundary for the total. It's about the fourth, I think, already in this innings. This next delivery comes in and edged. Oh, between the keeper and first slip, Wilson went for it. They came up short as it rolls along to the boundary. They pick up 2, but it was a good comeback ball from Finn, wasn't it, Georgia?
So from my position here, because I'm now sitting in our left commentary seat, I was right in line with that. It looked like it had come off the glove of Wilson and into the hands of first slip.
Oh.
And I got so excited, but then I saw that little white ball trickle out the back. I went, why is the inner circle moving?
Why is the dot moving?
Why is the dot moving?
The ball. Next delivery. That's nicely bowled, nicely played. Good cricket all round.
That would have been hilarious. Here, I don't want to catch it. You catch it first slip. You have the ball. You do it.
Wilson, we know, obviously, pretty much the full-time breakers keeper with Alyssa Healy, mostly on international duty. Also the keeper for the Sydney Thunder as well. So very talented behind the stumps. We saw how talented with the bat and how much in form she's been earlier in the day with her 52. As that one's played off the outside edge between slip and gully. It's going to roll away. Can they pull it inside? Yes, they just get it before it touches the rope. But again, another 2 runs to the total. 8 runs off this over so far, Georgia, with 1 to come. We saw 10 off the over before. They just keep putting these runs on, don't they, Campbelltown Camden?
They certainly do. They just chip away at the score, and they're very good at it as well with that. Maybe 1 or 2 aggressive shots coming out of nowhere as well to get the score ticking and moving along quite steadily.
Final delivery of Finn's second over on the pads. Whipped away. Nobody out there at square leg.
Well, other than the umpire, but she got out of the way pretty darn quickly.
I would be doing the same thing, but it was a nice shot there by Rawlings. Knowing that there's nobody past the umpire, might as well just hit them straight at her. So 12 runs off that over. The scoreboard is ticking along nicely. 1 for 30 off 4 here in this chase of that magical 198 for victory.
I tell you what, that was some pretty quick reflexes from the umpire as well. But no, Campbelltown Camden know their plan. They know how they're going to go about this. Done it throughout the season. We saw it in the T20s as well.
Well, as I was saying before, I think this is the right ploy. As we saw that pitch get lower and slower, particularly as the ball got older.
Mm-hmm.
Take advantage while the ball is new and hard, the field is up. Because it can just break the spirit a little bit of the St. George-Sutherland side as well. When you see that run rate creep up and the run required to get, it's nicely on this scoreboard here as Burrows continues for third over and bowled. That doesn't help the run rate, Georgia.
Never mind, as we were saying.
It was a good delivery there by Burrows, just nipped back a little bit off the seam.
There was that low and slow you were saying, just stayed down and I think took out the middle peg there.
I said tried to hoik it over the leg side, but it just jagged back a little bit, taking out that middle and off stump. The big wicket of Koski goes for 16 off 13, and just as we thought that the Ghosts were getting some advantage in this game, St. George-Sutherland just bring them down a peg.
Well, certainly they've put them back in their position, haven't they? All right, you bowled first, but we're having a go now, so easy does it.
Well, I said it's great. It's great stuff between two sides. As I said, both teams having a plan and watching them execute it. As I said, it's just... As I said, it's going to be fascinating here. As I said, 2 for 30 now.
I'm just watching the scorers next door, and there's no traditional scorebook there, I've noticed. There's an actual page.
And I don't even think they're not even doing frog box as well, I don't think. I think that the clubs have to do frog box. So.
I don't know, but it's an interesting way.
Play HQ.
It's an interesting way of scoring. I like the book. I'm a traditionalist in that sense.
Always got to have a book.
Always got to have the book, and you got to go in order. 1, 2, like from there to there to there to there. Like, I work on systems sometimes, if I feel like it.
Well, that brings Sarah Coit to the wicket at number 4. Made runs in the semi-final, so in some good form. Nicely played back down the wicket. No run. I said you do feel though that need to put on a little bit of a partnership here. He said they've got out the blocks very well so far. Oh, again, just floated up there nicely by Burrows. It's almost a little tempter, isn't it? It's just like,
go on,
have a go,
make my day.
Thanks, Arnie. As this one's outside off left, Wilson takes it behind the stumps. I said, been good change up for Burrows. First 2 overs costing 16. This over has been runless so far, and that big wicket of Koski off the first delivery. Again, you just hear the nice little crack in the effects mic as it hits the middle of the bat.
Sound of cricket, sound of summer.
I want to turn up the effects mic a little bit, but I don't want to hear the
we don't want to be
I just want to hear the crack of the bat a bit more. Oh, that one's just got the under edge. Could have gone anywhere. But a great comeback over for Burrows. A wicket maiden. And Campbelltown Camden now 2 for 30 off 5. I said DLS is 41. I don't know about that. But 5 overs down here now.
It probably knows better than I do, so
I'm
not going to contradict it.
I do have the thank you to Mr. Evans. We do have it in...
Follow it along.
Yeah, 2 down is 41. Wow, okay. The two wickets down is obviously a detriment to the Ghosts.
Yeah.
In comparison, if there were no wickets down, the DLS is 9. So 2 wickets has bolstered it all the way up to 41.
Essentially, if you're 0 at this point, you're going pretty damn slow. Hurry up.
If there were 9 down already, it'd be 191. After 5 overs.
Yeah.
That'd be impressive if you're 9 for 191. After 5 overs. As it short and comes back at right lengths. Lucy Finn's gone, well, I don't want to get hit around anymore, so...
And Kelly's gone, the ball followed me.
It did. It was short outside off and then just moved back into the right-hander. cop that one.
Finn's like, here, shush. That's what I think of your DLS.
It continues now to Rollings, and it's nicely up in the block hole again, but keeps it out. So you can still hear the George-Sutherland side. They're up there, they're up and about. As they should be.
Back.
Yeah, the Silverwater Grand Prix going on outside.
Silverwater drag races, here we go. Sammy Joe, mate, tone it down, come on.
What can they do here? Next delivery, and it's on the pads. Flicked away. Wilson has to come around as there's no one inside the circle there next to the umpire. They still get through for a single. It's an interesting field again here. As I said, it's the 3 out on the leg side. We've got fine leg down on the boundary. We've got a cover and a mid-on the onside. Mm-hmm. On the offside, we've got mid-off, short cover, cover point, gully slip. They've got all the covers. But Finn there, obviously wanting to bowl outside off stump. She does that there. She goes to play it through the offside. There was, again, hands on heads from the St. George-Sutherland players, but just missed the outside edge.
I tell you what, 10 premierships for your state doesn't necessarily mean a lot in this day and age, especially on a very different pitch and circumstances.
So certainly got New South Wales across the line a couple of times this season, has Sarah Coit, but she'll want to do it once more time for a club side as that's cut away. But said off the bottom of the bat, finds the fielder at point. Said it's been a very much a drastic change since the wicket of Koski. Only the one leg by. And a
very big change in dynamics as well. Saw that aggression. Saw that's the helmet that you're trying to brush away from the screen.
So if anybody looks on the screen and sees behind Tali Wilson, it isn't a speck on our monitor, it is the helmet.
What are you doing?
As the last delivery of the overs played nicely to mid-off to end the over. Maiden for the bowler, just the one leg by. So after 6 overs here, Campbelltown Camden 2 for 31 in chase of 199.
Now the player can move it.
Well, it's obviously been a long day. Kiwi Mick will be back
clearly
after this next over. He can bring some sanity back to the commentary box.
The easy breezy voice of Kiwi Mick Right.
Love Kiwi Mick.
Oh, love him.
Hear him in action on Triple H and Sydney Sports Radio, calling the rugby league throughout 2025. As Burrows continues. Yeah, we're not mentioning them. As Burrows continues for her 4th over.
Down back there.
And
Riff-raff corner.
Rollings plays it back down the wicket, no run. You guys are on in an over. You can plug whatever you want when you're back on air.
You'll have your time to shine. Like, give it a second. We're not finished yet.
As Burrows getting through overs quickly, tries to play the shot through the offside, but just getting a little bit of nibble off this pitch. Wilson takes it nicely behind the stumps. So getting through overs very quickly, about 4 or 5 paces. This one has got through the covers again. As I said, it is a stacked offside field. But nicely played. It just makes its way just to the boundary for 4, Georgia. But even with that short cover and cover point, just nicely played between the both of them to get 4 runs.
A bit slow off the reaction time from the fielders there. I mean, the inner fielder, there's not much you can do. When you're standing that close, you react purely off reaction time. The other fielder's just a little bit slower to get going to start chasing.
Well, that one's a full toss. Played through the onside, but there is a fielder out there sweeping at mid-wicket, so it's only a single. So again, just going with the one fielder outside. Well, they have pushed the second back as I say that. Cover and mid-wicket sweepers. No one else back. You've got Backward point, fine leg inside the circle. This is a peel gone! That's 3 wickets down. You heard
Sarah Coit gone.
You heard the appeal in the effects, Mike, Georgia. They went up for that one. They were confident. And Liz O'Dwyer puts the finger up, but just, again, nibbled back off the seam. Probably collected her in front of middle and off. Coit goes for a duck. And boy, if the game wasn't swinging towards the Slayers, it certainly has now.
It certainly is. The pendulum is moving. And I tell you what, having seen Elizabeth O'Dwyer, our umpire, come through the ranks, her very first game, I believe, was actually a universities match. And I've seen her grow and develop as well. But she has a very good photographic memory. Like, she is very quick to react and make the correct decision as well. But there you go. I mean, your 10 premierships for the state don't mean much in this sense now, do they?
They certainly do not. As I said, they were, with the early wickets, they would have looked for her to bat through a big chunk of time. So now it's their other New South Wales Breakers and Sydney Sixers representative in Lauren Cheadle coming out to the wicket. They'll be looking for a lot from her. I said, when we called them, the Ghost last time was injured and couldn't bat at Drummoyne Oval.
Actually came all the way back here for an x-ray and then all the way back as well. So, I mean...
dedication. I love it.
I mean, if you've got the resources and you've got the connections, use them.
Exactly right. But as I said, it is good to see she wasn't out for very long and has been playing a part in both the Breakers and the Ghosts teams over the last few weeks. As Burrows now comes around the wicket to the left-hander in Cheadle. Played onto the offside, no run. So end of 7 overs here, and probably the Campbelltown Camden Ghosts will be cheering a little bit as it means a commentary change for us. So after 7 overs, Campbelltown Camden 3 for 36, 198's the target. And to take you through the next 7 overs, Kiwi McRanish and Shane Evans.
Thank you, Matt Mears. Yes, so Campbelltown Camden 3 for 36 after 7. And you'd say the St. George-Sutherland Slayers are on top here in this match. Burrows 2 for 21 off 4 overs. And they're knocking over the wickets early with this target, of course, of 198. So it looks like it's going to be
Caitlin Moser.
Yeah, Caitlin Moser, the captain, to come into the attack. Runs on the board in a final, setting that target of 198, pretty much sort of a 200 chase, and knocking over the wickets early. So now they've got the advantage at the moment, but a long way to go in this match. Rollings on strike, the right-handed batter. Leaves it outside the off stump for no run.
And Caitlin Moser's never ever been one to sit there and really take her time. She wants to push through her overs really quickly and really try and burgle a wicket at times.
Nice line and length. They take on the fielder.
Oh.
Direct hit, she would have been pretty much gone there, I reckon. But they do get the single. So it looks like some medium paces here from the captain.
Just while we're waiting for Caitlin to set up for Lauren Cheadle, obviously being the left-hander. Congratulations to UTS North Sydney Women's Second Grade. They have won their final against Parramatta out at Tunks Park just before we start the second innings. Chasing 69, we're 1 for 70.
So Cheadle on strike, left-handed batter, faces her second delivery, and they pinch a single there to point. Bit of a misfield. Hot conditions out there in the middle as we reach 2:30 Sydney time. Rollings is 18 of 15.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot warmer out there. Like, obviously, whilst we were having a break, we stepped outside for a few minutes. I need to stand there for a minute or so, and we already started breaking out in a sweat.
Rollings is captain on captain out here in the middle. No run as the bowler deflects it.
Must admit, it's different to see, because obviously Lauren Cheadle's a New South Wales Breakers player, along with Sarah Coy, and they're both up there with their New South Wales branded helmets on.
And this one's short, can't quite get it away. 2 runs so far, 1 ball left in the over. Just putting out on that sort of not overly threatening pace, but a good line and length here by the captain, Mozart. One bounce through to the covers, no run. 8 overs gone. Campbelltown Camden 3 for 38.
And we'll head down to Kiama, the South Coast, for the Under-18 Brewers Shield Final. The Southern Swans are hosting Manly Warringah. Southern Swans are 8 for 166 after their 50 overs. And in response, Manly Warringah have just lost their third wicket. They are currently 3 for 30 off 12.4 overs, needing to get to 167 to win the title from 4th spot. As we mentioned before in the first innings, all 3 grand finals have been teams 3 versus 4 this weekend. And at the moment, Campbelltown was 3, St George 4, UTS North Sydney was 3, Parramatta 4, and Swans 3, Manly 4 in the Brewers.
Burrows now to Cheadle, drives it.
Oh,
Not far away from a return catch. The sun completely breaking through out in the middle. Cheadle put in a great bowling spell today. They just have to consolidate here. Their run rate here is good enough. It's 3.8, so they're on par there. Just need to get a partnership or 2 going as she drives it into the offside for no run again.
the only thing that's going to be an issue for Campbelltown is if this heat starts to get up again. At the moment, the DLS is now 64, so they're now 26 runs behind on that at this time.
Drives it over the infield. Will that go for 4? Yes, it will. So Cheadle opens up the arms and smashes it over long on for a boundary. 3 for 42.
Yeah, that just looks so effortless there. She just planted the front foot down, opened the hips and just swung through it, and a couple of bounces over the boundary end towards the bus transit lane behind the fence there. So
no run as she hits it back with a point. Burrows 4.4 overs, 2 for 25. Cheadle is 5 off 6. Rollings 18 off 18. Again tries the big drive, but straight to the fielder on the short and there on the onside.
at the moment, I'm not surprised because Lauren knows that they're going to need to score some runs. Just in case the heat does come through, because they've got to get to the 20 overs for it to be classed as a legal match.
Yeah. Plays it late and they're going to sneak in a single here. So 9 overs gone. 3 for 43. Campbelltown Camden, the target, of course. 198 in the grand final of the women's competition, one-day comp.
And speaking of finals, we'll go to the other half of the competition. We'll go to the men's side. We'll look at the first grade games. 2 of the 3 games for the first week of finals for men's have been completed. We can tell you Parramatta have knocked out Hawkesbury. Parramatta posting 231. Hawkesbury all out for 128. Huge upset down at Hurstville. St George posting 171. Penrith getting that 5 for 175. And by the looks of it, the game out at Rosedale Oval is a match abandoned.
This is a bit leg side-ish, but Cheadle flicks it off the pads just for the single. Mozart continuing the bowling from our broadcasting end of the ground.
Yeah, so at Stumps last night, Fairfield Liverpool were 7 for 382 declared, playing against Western Suburbs.
Or match drawn.
But that's showing as abandoned match drawn, so whether the heat has become an issue out there or Western Suburbs weren't in a position.
They might have batted them out of it.
Yeah.
And this is no run.
Yeah, because Fairfield Liverpool were 3rd and Western Suburbs were 4th. With Penrith winning, but Hawkesbury losing, West probably realised that we're not going to make it through to week 2. So
Yeah. So the teams knocked out will be West and Hawkesbury, yeah?
West and Hawkesbury from first grade, as we can see, a wide.
And then it will be down to 4 teams now, eh?
And wide's just been given there.
Yeah.
Caitlin Moser.
So Rollings 18 off 19. Moser, the captain, bowling. It's a bit full. Well, left outside the off stump for no run. It was borderline on that wide line again. Here in the 10th over of action, they're 3 for 45. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here on Triple H Sydney Sports Radio and Frogbox. Plenty of people tuning in today. Just drives us along the carpet through the covers for 1.
But I must admit there's been some big scores in the men's competition yesterday, especially out at Sydney Uni. Bankstown posting 8 for 380 declared, but no one actually scored like a ton. It's like lots of 60s and 70s and 80s, but
team effort there.
But for Sydney Uni to concede 380 at home.
Cheetah on strike, no run. She sort of reaches out in front of her to play that one into the onside. 1 ball left in the 10th over. The run rate here is fine, but they're 3 wickets down. Could be a real good finish here. Oh, squares are up. Mozart's 2 overs, no wicket for 5, and 10 overs gone. Campbelltown Camden 3 for 46.
Also, just having a look at second grade up at Mark Taylor Oval, which is pretty close to us for the Triple H team. Northern District second grade posting 355. William Coffey 158 yesterday. In response, Parramatta are 2 for 19. Parramatta need to win to try and stay in contention for second grade. But some of these games have been huge things. Manly in second grade out at Raby 1 against Campbelltown Camden, fighting to try and not lose an outright. They did lose first innings, being rolled for 99. Campbelltown Camden scoring 201. But Manly in second innings are 3 for 224 with a 120 run lead, but obviously hoping that they can rock and roll Campbelltown this afternoon.
Burrows again. Plays this late off the pads. They should pick up a couple. Yep, they nearly collide. They do get back for the second though. So Rollings, the captain, 21 off 22, scoring at a very nice run rate. Of course, they need 4 and over as the target. Rollings leading the way with the bat here. Just leans down on this one and blocks it into the offside.
In third grade out at Maryland's Oval, Parramatta 2 for 149 have defeated Sydney Uni all out for 145. Howard Fraser, talk about a run fest there. St George all out 419. Manly in response a 3 for 119.
So Rollings just resets and takes her time. And again, no run. Burrows with these sort of little medium paces.
And in the last game out for third grade, David Phillips South Uni, New South Wales are 5 for 377, taking on UTS North Sydney.
Again, can't do much with this one. Pushes into the onside for no run.
For UTS, they're a bit frustrated because a water pipe broke at the southern end of David Phillips South at about 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Another good delivery. Burrows 5.5 overs, 2 for 28. Rollings 21 off 26. A strike rate of 80. Hoik sits across the line, and that's going to be 4. So she plays out 3 dot balls patiently and then nails this one for a boundary. Burrows leans down with the hands in the head, and it brings up the 50 here. 11 overs gone. The Ghosts, as they're called, 3 for 52.
Yeah, just a good thing there. As we can see, there's looks like something a bit more than a drinks break here, because umpire McGregor has actually ripped his stumps out of the ground. So there obviously must be an issue with the stumps, because even though
that's unusual, isn't it?
Even though it looks like it's just a drinks break, it's just really weird to see one umpire just take them all, rip out all 3 stumps, yet the 3 stumps for Elizabeth's end are still in at the moment. So unless he's trying to fix something up, possibly, because you can, if you're watching us on Fogbox, thanks to our friends at Cricket New South Wales on their YouTube channel, you can see that his stumps are now laying flat on the ground. So we're just trying to work out what's going on, whether there's an issue. They may need a little bit of water or something in the bottom of the stump holes, just to hold them back in place. Or possibly a stump may be broken, which is very much a distinct possibility, but
the umpires getting in the fluids as well. Shane, you know what it's like umpiring this heat yesterday? Would have been...
Oh, it was absolutely torture. Sitting there as the spare umpire for the game yesterday, and it's just... I didn't have to do anything except run like the same thing like Katie's doing today. I was running out water to her and John Caldwell for the 3rd grade game, and I was trying to stay in shape as much as I could, and that 5-minute walk out and back, and coming back, and your treble polo was absolutely saturated, especially out at North Parramatta, because there wasn't much of a breeze running through there either. So, but what you could probably have just seen on the YouTube feed is that Bob's actually put a little bit of water just in the bottom of the stump holes. So obviously he's not comfortable with the stumps sitting level or having enough control to be able to stand on their own. So he's just put a little bit of water to try and help suck them into the base of the stump holes. He's now putting them back in.
So Lauren Cheadle 7 off 11, Rollings 25 off 27, Burrows 6 overs 2 for 32, Mozart 2 overs no wicket for 5. We are having the drinks break every 35 minutes in this extreme heat in the middle of March in Sydney. And 11 overs gone. Campbelltown Camden 3 for 52.
Well, we can tell you now at the moment, thanks to our friends at the Bomb, it is currently 37 degrees. The feels like it's still 37 as well.
Yeah,
so
that's hot now.
The issue...
This is pretty much the hottest point of the day now, I reckon.
It is, yeah. The issue that...
What are we, nearly at 3 o'clock?
Yeah. The one issue that both umpires, McGregor and O'Dwyer, had before the game was that the heat stress index that I mentioned with Matt during the first innings, it started at a 2. Once it gets to 5, which is when you look at your feels like on your phone, it tells you what it feels like. That once it's over 40, you're looking at 5. So it gets very quickly, goes from 2 to 5.
And what then, they can put a hold to the game?
Yeah, they are then required to put a halt to the game until it comes back below the feels like 40 number.
So Mozart, no, in fact it's going to be...
Should be Vickery by the looks of it.
Yeah, so Jacqueline Vickery, who got 3 for 40 off her 10 overs, was a key spell there, getting 3 key wickets against Manly last week. Some right arm leg spin. A well-balanced contest here.
Yes, at the moment the Bomb's saying that this should be the warmest part of the day, but it should start to drop over the next hour or so.
Yeah, we might be at the peak now. And she swung across the line with this one along the carpet. She'll pick up a single to that fielder down on the fence. So Rollings back on strike, the captain, who was very good with her tactical field placings and sort of working with her bowlers on what side of the wicket they should bowl.
But for anyone that's here is looking for a bit of relief in the temperature, even at sunset when it's due for 10 past 6, it's still going to be 34 degrees.
Yeah. And tomorrow's going to drop
Massively.
back to about 23 tomorrow, isn't it? So, again, swinging across the line for the single. So they're going to try and rotate the strike here as they just build a little bit of a partnership, these two. Rollings, 26 off 28. Cheadle goes for it. Oh, great
well
fielding on
done.
the fence. That would have been 4, but a diving, outstretched effort there.
51 there. I almost
By
say
Coco
that's
Straits it
yeah.
was. That saved the 4. That was going all the way, I thought. They'll pick up a couple. So Cheadle just starting to loosen up the arms here with the batting. Again going down the wicket and driving. They might be able to pick up a couple again.
No.
Not quite. Not quite.
But no, the funny thing is for the rest of, like from tomorrow onwards, tomorrow 22, Tuesday 25, Wednesday 29, Thursday 32, Friday 29, next Saturday 30. Sunny start, but showers towards the afternoon. But
Yeah. Full toss. Dances down the wicket. And this one isn't far away from the boundary as well. They'll pick up a couple to deep square leg. A great arm in there from the boundary. And they'll pick up 2. So this is a good batting over here. They've already got 7 runs off 5 balls. Rollings 28 off 29. And umpire says that's okay. So 12 overs gone. Campbelltown Camden 3 for 59.
just a bit of a shout out just for you and I and the team, Kiwi, from one of our friends who we'd normally be going and about to call a game of rugby
that's
league
right.
with, Marty Hancock and Nicky Miller. Just a huge shout out to you guys. We know you're on your way out to Belmore for the rugby league. Sorry we can't be out there, but as you can hear, we're previously indisposed of
course,
with Cricket New South Wales.
North Sydney Bears playing the Bulldogs today. We'll give some up-to-date score
We'll try
updates for that for sure.
We'll try and do that once they kick off at 4 o'clock.
Yeah. 3:55 or 4 o'clock they kick
About
off.
4 o'clock, yeah. It
Yeah.
was meant to be 3 o'clock, but they pushed it back an hour just to try and give a little bit of relief from the heat here. As we can see, Morton is about to come in from the busways end to bowl her first over for this match as well.
Yeah.
Also, you can see the DLS total has got real close, real quick. A couple of overs ago, it was 20-run difference. It's now only 8.
Yeah, this
Campbelltown on
is
59, DLS is 67 at the moment if the umpires had to call the game off.
good partnership here. So Juliet Morton with some right arm spin. These two are batting nicely out here. Steadying the ship. Winner takes it all in this match. Swinging across the line, no run. Campbelltown Camden winning the T20 comp a few weeks ago and looking to do the double win the one-day comp. St. George will be desperate to do the same. Dances down the wicket, drives it down the ground. They'll get 1. Good fielding there at mid-off for diving Savorus. It would have been 4. They move through to 3 for 60.
But also you have to remember the game needs to go 20 overs in this innings for it to be an official result. If it was to be called off before then, it would then be...
Would they have a replay or
Unfortunately, there's no replay days here. It would be
higher
just
team on the ladder wins?
higher placing. Unfortunately, as we can confirm that would be a Campbelltown Camden win.
So here goes Morton again. Pops it into the offside for no run. Rollings 28 off 31. Cheadle 12 off 16. Good little bit of energy by the batting side out in the middle. They'll take on the fielder for an easy single inside that circle.
This is where St. George-Sutherland, especially through Caitlin Moser, needs to be really proactive with her fielding setups and try and stop some of these little dinky ones and dropping at feet and running.
No run as it's popped into the onside. Tidy little over so far. The right arm spin. Drives past the fielder for 4 as it goes flying into the cheeky single beer sponsorship advertisement down on that picket fence, and a nice end to the over there, breaking the shackles. 3 for 65 after 13 overs.
Yeah, it's a nice little finish there from the skipper and Rollins to punch that through the covers there and take the 4. Just keeps in check with that DLS at the moment.
Now it's only 3 behind, isn't it? So they've caught it because they're not losing wickets. That's why.
Yeah, the same as during that first spell when Matt and Georgia were sitting there talking about how if Campbelltown hadn't lost a wicket in that first 5 overs, it would have been like 9. But because they lost the 2 wickets, they end up being like 30 odd.
So here goes Vickery to continue. Rollings 29 off 32. Cheadle 16 off 18. Turns it into a full toss. Just get the single to the fielder out all the way back on the fence at deep mid-wicket. Some of these ladies have some good arms from the boundary.
Unlike the men, where this was the men's one-day final, the boundaries would literally only be about probably 4 to 6 feet inside the fence,
true.
all the way around. So
yeah, and turns it into a half volley by going down the wicket. Just gets a single down the ground to long on. Rollings into the 30s now, 30 off 33, striking at 90.
Where for the women's, for 1s and 2s, they play with a 60-metre boundary, and the 3s and the Brewers play at a 50-metre.
Plays this one late into the offside for no run. Just pulled the length back a bit there. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here on Triple H Sydney Sports Radio and Frogbox. Goes for the sweep. But no shout of LBW that was going down the leg side.
That's probably the only thing that saved the skipper and Rollins from being out, that it was pitching probably on leg or outside leg.
Again, dancing down the wicket, but no contact. So after this, Matt Mears and Georgia Lomas-Fatiran will be jumping back in for 7 overs. A good little partnership here for the team in green. This one just popped into the offside for a single. 14 overs gone, Campbelltown Camden. 3 for 68, the target, 198.
Thank you very much, Kiwi Mick. I'm sure the Campbelltown Camden side enjoyed your little stint there. No wickets down, rebuilding a little bit. I said now we were talking about that DLS now, only 2 runs behind it. But I said it's going to be an interesting little passage of play here. Cheadle's obviously getting her eye in, 17 off 19, Rollings 31 off 37, Georgia. And I feel though that Campbelltown Camden will want to see these two build this partnership a bit more, at least get them through to 3 figures.
At least. I mean, I would love a close finish. As we were saying, we obviously don't want to push it too far. But you want a close finish in a grand final. You don't want it to be a blowout.
We don't, as this one just pops over the head of the keeper. Pretty off the mark there, but hard for Wilson throwing it behind herself to get any sort of aim on that one. They come through for 1. I said Morton's first over going for 6. It's just one of those things. It's almost like they wanted to get off to that good start, as we mentioned before. As next delivery is cut away, 1-2 bounces to the fielder. It's cover point. But yeah, you want to get away to that good start while the ball's hard and new. But when you sort of get into this period now, 15 overs in, the ball does start to soften up and the field does go back a little bit, and there's just more room to work those 1s and 2s as comes down the wicket, just Cheadle over the top. Oh, just, I think, dropping short of that fielder coming in from long off. See if we can see the replay thanks to Frogbox. Yeah, just bouncing short.
Don't lose those teeth.
Yeah,
Not
exactly
worth
right.
it.
No, it is not. But as I said, it is good to see that the St George-Sutherland side, they have got the few players out. I said 3 now out for the right-hander. Long on mid-wicket and square leg as this one's hoiked around the corner. It'll beat the fielder at square leg on the boundary and goes for 4. Nice shot by Rollings there. As I said, there's the only fielder behind square is inside the circle. So they do have the 3 out. They've now left that fielder just around a little bit further for that shot. But as I mentioned, the 3 fielders out on the leg side boundary. We've got a mid-wicket and a fine leg inside the circle. On the offside, you've got a point, a short cover, a mid-off, and a cover sweeper. That's your 9 fielders. As this one's played uppishly, but through the gap past short cover, it'll be picked up by the fielder at the cover sweeper for another single.
As obviously we have the left-hander coming back on as well, so everybody changing up their positions to cater for the right and left switches.
Yeah, next one, the Cheadle. Does it miss everything? Must have taken a hit on something on the way through, because it definitely went down the leg side, Georgia, but not called wide. Maybe saying that it pitched far enough outside off that I'll just let it go, but maybe probably took a bit of hit or something on the way through. Would have had to have been.
Or, I mean, obviously it is up to the umpire as to whether or not they think a legitimate shot could have been played to get that ball. I mean, honestly, I think a shot could have been played as well. I think it was just poor timing and a bit of deviation. Yeah.
As Vickery to continue, 3 for 75 off 15, chasing 198 for victory. As comes in again and sweeps hard. I said there is that fielder out at square leg on the boundary that picks it up.
Oh, okay, right.
Nice arm.
Righto. Clearly no shoulder issues there.
Oh, man, I can barely throw it 10 metres. But
yeah, join the club. Here's someone I need someone to relay with. Help!
You're only throwing it from mid-off. Still need a referee. I
still need help.
Still need a relay. All right, round the wicket to the left-hander.
I need emotional support.
Gets played into the offside, no run. So I think we're all still coming through loud and clear. We may have just dropped a little bit on Triple H. We apologise, but we should all be backfiring on all cylinders now. As comes down the wicket, does Cheadle. George Alomas Fooderins summed it up nicely. Just comes down the wicket. Just gets down to the... Well, that'd probably be more for the bowler than the batter, but...
Okay, well, it depends if they're batting or not.
But I said it was nicely done by the left-hander. Down the wicket to the pitch of the ball. Nobody out there on cover sweeping for the left-hander. Comes down the wicket again, does Cheadle, and nicely played as you hear through the effects, Mike.
Well, Cheats clearly doesn't want to be out there for much longer with this heat. She's like, yeah, let's get this done quickly. Let's get something on the board.
Well,
hurry up.
Last time I think we called from here would have been that Penrith grand final where
Shane jinxed Phoebe Litchfield.
Yeah, but they still chased a fairly decent total in about 30 overs. So
and then
maybe that's
he hid in the back of the commentary box for the rest of it because he jinxed her.
Another single to the total here, but maybe that's their thought, is to just go nice and hard.
Hide Shane at the back of the commentary box.
Well, they can request it, I'm not sure, but as I said, I was more going to just 30 overs is better than 50 overs to chase a total like this, but
fair.
We'll see how we go. Cheadle again comes down and hoiks it onto the onside, into the gap between the 2 fielders out there, and it's 4. Pick the gap like anything else. There's a fielder at square leg and mid-wicket. It was almost, I think, off the inside edge of the bat, but it was just into the nicest of gaps for the left-hander. That's the 50 now up for the partnership of 55 balls. So the ghost you can hear downstairs applauding that one, but it's a remarkable shot there from Cheadle. She's 27 off 26. Rawlings is 39 off 42. Campbelltown Camden 3 for 86 off 16. So they said they are on target to get this done quickly if they can.
And we know
keep this run rate.
they're a dominant side as well. We've seen it throughout the whole competition. And they did go through a bit of a rebuild stage as well. So it is nice to see them finally back up in the grand finals, semi-finals, performing at their best.
Morton back on from the southern end. 2 overs for 13, and Rawlings just plays this through the offside for a single. So the 2 leg spinners on in tandem here for the Slayers. So Cheadle, though, I think will fancy herself, the left-hander, playing into the onside with her dominant shot with the spin. This one's floated up and in the block hole. Just has to block it back down the pitch, no run. But
block it back, no footwork. Nothing changes there.
So
it's like backyard cricket here. Just do it again.
I'll bat 11 in the state team, but I'm coming back to the club side. I'm batting 5 as this one's got the inside edge as she tries to meet this one again, and the fielder at fine leg will cut it off. Maybe she's got plans tonight. I don't know. Wants to get it done early.
She's busy. She's got something to do, clearly.
Get over to Silverwater Pub and celebrate a victory. I don't know, but
is there anything on at the football stadium or anything? I don't know.
Oh, down the wicket again. Straight to the fielder at long off. Maybe wants to get to Belmore. Big Bulldogs fan, I'm not sure.
Oh, maybe.
So they're playing their 1 NRL game, I think, for the year there.
Yep.
Versus the Titans. So that's coming up later.
That's right. They had the bye last week, the Titans, didn't they? We haven't seen them play yet.
Oh, what's gone on there? Wide. Didn't turn that one. Just goes down the leg side. They'll be
that was a
fine with
Kutnyak ball that just kept going.
Oh, God. But I said, we'll try and bring you some more round the grounds in community sport. As said, Shane mentioned those Bears fans. If we're still on air in about 50 minutes' time, we'll bring you some scores from Belmore for that New South Wales Cup game between the Bears and the Bulldogs. As next, another delivery played down the long on for a single. So it's that great time of year where
everything overlaps.
Yeah, everything's overlapping. I said I was out calling a league game yesterday in this heat.
Oh, poor you. I'm sure you used the same aerobic fitness they did.
Well, this one's played nicely through the offside by Cheadle. Picks the gap and 4 more runs to the total. She's rocketing along now, 32 off 30. Rawlings is 41 off 44.
Someone coming out for a drink.
Wearing those helmets, I'd be wanting a drink every penny over.
I'd be trying to set up one of those like hamster water rigs on my helmet.
Can't they have the helmets like those beer helmets that have just a drink either side and the straws into the mouth?
I'd be going to the pet shop and getting one of those like rabbit hutch things so you could just sit there.
Oh jeez. Oh, no.
Can you imagine what every umpire would be saying? George, May, get off the field. Okay.
Get that off your helmet.
What's that?
Why do your thongs have sprigs on them? Like, we could talk about all the
ideas. It must be a nightmare for umpires.
We've had all the ideas here.
Oi, you pipe down back there. Did you know Shane's an umpire?
Oh, no. Vickery to continue. 3 overs, none for 21. Floats this one up, goes down the ground, almost takes Cheadle's head off.
You don't need that, do you, mate?
Well, I think they'll want at least for the end of at least as long as she's out there, they'll want her to keep her head, but it's just a single.
Literally and figuratively.
Fielded out there by
a bit of a breeze
Lucy
out there
Finn.
too.
Cheadle this one. Oh, watches the turn back, almost takes off stump. But yeah, the tops
mini
of
panic.
the trees. Not that you can see in the frog box visions, but just the top of the trees at that southern end starting to bristle around, which I think they'll find that happy as this one's wide outside off stump. Full toss. She'll be disappointed in herself, Cheadle.
You see she wanted more than just one.
Well, you heard the crack off the bat.
That was a nice shot, yeah.
It didn't quite sound off the middle. It was a nice hit, but not quite off the middle.
It was that strange part of the bat where it's like not quite the middle, but close. Well, that was the middle.
That's the middle. That was very nicely played.
That's where it is.
So Cheadle's just enjoying batting 5.
Yeah. Promotion.
But said it's doing the job for her team at the moment. 33 not out off 32. Comes down the wicket again and hoiks it over. One bounce, 4 runs. Said Caitlin Moser, the captain of the Slayers, down at long on, couldn't get across, and that's the 100 up for Campbelltown Camden. 17.5 overs, only 64 minutes, Georgia. Absolutely rocketing along here.
I'll tell you what, down on that boundary is the St. George-Sutherland social media peeps who were walking in behind here, taking some videos for the gram. And I'm sure they'll be getting some really good content down on that boundary as well to be promoting the club.
Also another over done here. 7 off it yet again. Vickery's now none for 28 off 4. Campbelltown Camden 3 for 101 off 18. We were talking again about that DLS.
We got there.
But we were talking about that DLS before about how we thought that they were so far behind. But now 75.
Now they're in front. All good.
Yeah. They're halfway to the total. So you are tuning in. We thank you for your listenership, whether you're listening on Triple H 100.1 FM or the Triple H Sports stream, as well as got the vision as well through Cricket New South Wales YouTube channel and Frog Box. As one's nicely bowled outside off stump, turned a little bit.
Something that I do find very distracting about Talia Wilson's keeping is the amount of times that her leg goes up in the air.
Yeah, I just watched the replay there thanks to Frogbox, and it's unusual. That stayed down that time.
So did the leg.
Well, that's what I was referring to. The ball did stay down a little bit as well. As I said, a bit too paced here on this pitch. As I said, we've mentioned before in the commentary. We played some second 11 games on it throughout the week as well, but as I said, still a fit wicket from a lot of the ones we've seen. As that one did, bounces a little bit more, but just finds Lucy Finn at point, no run. But I said, like, obviously though, like you said, like in Premier Cricket, you get a lot of 2-3 day old pitches just with how much the games go through them, when it's particularly with women's cricket on a Sunday, men's cricket on a Saturday is. And
the different formats as well, like the 2 days for men's and then the women's only being T20s and 50 over. It is very different.
Yeah, so.
But I'll take 50 overs rather than how many? 75 overs in a day or 60 or whatever it is for 2 days?
Probably more.
90? No, I'm good. Oh, righto!
Well, they weren't worrying about pitches here now.
Yeah, they weren't listening to us.
It was nicely tossed up there. Rawlings thought she could try and get it through the offside again, and all she does is find the waiting hands at short cover.
I think it was the captain. Yeah.
Yeah, caught by the skipper in Moser off the bowling of Morton. Rawlings has to go for 43 off 51. Game just has another little twist and turn for us, Georgia. 4 for 101 here in the 19th.
I tell you what, this game is like a Harlan Coben book with so many twists and turns, and you just don't know what the plot change is going to be at the end.
I said this is why we're tuned in. This is why we love close cricket. This is why we love grand finals. Anything can happen. So I'm following along my second grade team in the Manly Ringer Park competition. They're in their second day of their grand final, and if you want to talk about low scores, I said the opposition bowled out for 44, we were bowled out for 56, and they're now 8 for 37.
I don't know, if you want to talk about low totals, wasn't the Thunder all out for like 15 or something like that?
That was a little while ago.
Oh, come on.
And that is the showground. That is the showground. Which
still low.
It was low.
Very low. It was in like the top 10 lowest scores. Can you tell I'm a Sixers supporter?
Well, I think everybody in this room is a Sixers supporter. Sorry, Thunder fans, but there's a lot of Thunder memorabilia around Cricket Central, though.
Well, yeah, it's home to both the Sixers and the Thunder.
As new batter, big appeal, no shot offered. Wow, first delivery.
Okay.
Lily Heather-Cook coming to the wicket. I hope I've pronounced that correctly. Kiwi Mick was the one who got the pronunciation lessons, but not me. Herzchuk is the pronunciation, my apologies. But a wicket made into Morton, 1 for 21 off 4.
Morton was making herself known to the umpire as well, right in her face.
Well, no shot off it, obviously.
Yeah,
Going
has
up.
to be a legitimate shot.
But yeah, 4 for 101 off 19 here. So DLS is now up to 93. As I said, Shane Evans mentioned 20 overs constitutes a game. So if it does get any hotter out here, we just need to get through one more over. And Campbelltown Camden are in front of that target. So it looks like we will have a change. And Rhiannon Dick now coming on left arm orthodox from the northern end. And that one was just floated up and hit to short cover, no run.
Bowling with the hat on. Love it.
Well, again, floated up. Cheadle's come down to it. Misses it from everything. There's umpire signals everywhere. Wides and outs.
All the W words. Lights and wickets.
The change of bowling has worked for the Slayers. The very dangerous Cheadle's gone for 37 off 35. And the game twists again. The Ghosts, 5 for 101. 2 new batters now at the crease for them, Georgia. They're going to have to rebuild it now. And if you're a Slayers fan, boy, you've got to be happy with the turnaround of these last couple of overs.
I actually don't know what to say. I did not see that coming in the slightest.
Well, it was just wide outside off stump. Rightly
it was
called.
loopy as well.
Rightly called by Bob McGregor, but Cheadle's eyes have lit up. Comes down the wicket, misses it all, ends up, and Talia Wilson does the rest behind the stumps.
Tried to go for the half volley as well, but unfortunately just didn't make that connection with the bat as all the drinks coming out at this point as well.
Danny for the combo.
Here comes Koski as well. She's going to throw her 2 cents worth in as well.
So we need to see
take Jinx break.
Yeah, see if we can find drinks at the in the com box, but we've only got.
We're fine. We got aircon. We're good.
Well, yeah. As I said,
Someone keeps turning it off though. I'm good. I got mine.
Shane. It's always Shane.
Yeah. Riff-raff corner.
But no, as I said, we are very privileged to call up from the second level of the Cricket New South Wales building here at Cricket Central. We will send our thanks to Sean Mantle and the Cricket New South Wales team for allowing us to...
For putting up with us.
Well, that too.
That one.
That too, but yeah, for allowing us to broadcast here on Triple H as well as provide the commentary for the Frog Box as well.
And we will be cleaning the whiteboard off before we leave, do not worry. We had lots of fun. We were entertaining ourselves.
Yeah, it is. We are a motley crew here. But as I said, hopefully you are enjoying the coverage. Because it looks like seeing who the new batter to the crease is.
Who have we got? Number 22 and then number 56?
Well, saying it's Aurora Mavros. Well, she's listed on Play HQ, Shane.
Oh, she might be a number 12. But then, as we've said, for cricket, it doesn't have to be the same 12th player that, you know, is the sub fielder. That player can be in the batting squad and someone else doesn't bat.
Yeah, the 12, naming 12 does...
has its perks, but then also not always.
No. But as I said, maybe extending the batting line up here for the Ghosts. As I said, they're riding high. Only a couple of overs before. Well, yeah,
Look
they're
at
now
DLS.
behind
Yeah,
it.
now we're behind
Now
again.
up to 113.
Oh, do gooder. Come on.
But yeah, as I said, they were 3 for 90 odd not long ago. 5 for now 102. This game has had a massive turn. But it's just been the bowling changes have done it. As I said, the left arm spin around and Dick just being those little ominous balls. They're the ones that it's almost, I'm not saying that she's a part-timer by any means, but it's always those ones that a little slow and maybe wide of the stumps that
the bowling that
you don't want to get out to.
Yeah, the bowling that isn't like your typical or what you'd expect, as well as generally, well, very quickly is the undoing of players. I'd love to hear what Kiwi Viz says at this point.
Oh, he'll be back.
It'll be at 50-50, surely.
I'm sure we'll hear him shortly, but I'd have to put the Slayers in front.
All right,
now.
go on. Let's hear Mearsy Viz.
Mearsy Viz. Oh. 61-39 to the Slayers.
Okay.
Do I get a thumbs up or a thumbs down from the back? Oh, I got a thumbs up from Kiwi from the back. I've learnt from the master.
All hail.
Yeah, no room for a tie or a super.
Yeah, no, we
over
don't want.
anything.
We haven't got the patience for that. We need a winner. After the amount of times the weather's come through and just ruined it for us in grand finals, we want our winner.
Well said. They're all crowding the new batter as again it's just looped up and she pushes it down the ground to get off the mark. I said 5 there inside the circle on the offside. Backward point, cover, short cover, and a mid-off.
And all I heard in that was pointy, 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 point.
Well, I'm not setting the field, Georgia. On the onside,
Okay.
there's a backward square, short mid, and a mid-on, as that one's played on the offside to that fielder at backward point.
Righto.
Keeper killer there. Wilson's.
Back more than anything.
Yeah, well,
Loosen that up.
definitely. Said there is one fielder out at deep square leg. Is this one again? That looks like something I bowled in the off-season. It was really wide outside the off stump.
That's what you bowl when you come back to cricket after that long break. And you're like, whoa, don't know what that was.
Oh, well, that one's just skipped on a little bit there. Tries to play it on the onside.
Like the grass cutter.
Yeah. But finds that fielder at short mid-wicket in... I don't have a 23 on my team list. As next ball cut to point. Oh, sorry, it was
you
Morton. Morton in the 23. I can't read Kiwi's right handwriting.
Yeah, I know, right?
Final delivery on what's been an eventful over for Dick. It's a
okay.
full toss in the air. The fielder comes in. Oh, would have been an absolute screamer. I'm going to wait for the signal from umpire Bob McCarthy. No, he's ruled it as a fair delivery.
You'll just be waiting forever, mate.
It said Lucy Weston comes absolutely screaming in from the...
She's annoyed at herself, but there's only so much that.
But they're playing so far over. She's
I-
landing on the
separate
pitches,
square, yeah.
on the square, even though she's a good 10 metres outside the circle. So it was a great piece of fielding.
Someone's going to have some grass burns tomorrow.
Definitely, but as I said, great piece of work there. Round and Dick's first over, 1 for 4.
Righto.
5 for 105. That magical target 198. As Morton continues, 1 for 21 off 4. Cuts, but misses the ball, all ends up.
I think it was just the. She had a bit of a jump back onto the back foot, which probably was what wasted the bit of time. If she hadn't have done that, just played the shot, she probably would have gotten there.
Next delivery, all nice. Half an appeal, but I think got a bit of wood on that one. As I said, the wind is picking up again. You can see the sponsorship signs now just starting to flutter in the wind a little bit. The tops of the trees as well. So I'm sure that the fielding team hopefully will be cooling down. And that one's down the leg side. Tries the big hoik, even though there's fielders out there.
This field is out there, and Talia Wilson's like, if you're going to smash this, it's going to go straight to my gloves anyway. So,
Well, it's just she's probably just thinking, don't
don't
swing
hit
too
me.
hard
Don't
and
hit me,
swing.
please.
Don't hit me in the head. As that one's played on the offside. Nicely fielded there at backward point, no run.
we've got some bobbles out in the field. Ball's just not quite going to hand first up. It's just dropping short, so it's the shin killer.
And it has been a big turnaround here in this innings in the last couple of overs. As next delivery is short, and it's played again to that fielder at point, no run.
I've actually played cricket with a teammate who wears shin pads
Oh,
because it's gotten to that extent. So shout out to Ali Chisholm from Sydney University, wearing the shinnies out there, as we call
you got
them.
to do what you got to do.
I know, right? Protect everything. At this
Oh,
point.
it's high. I think it's going to land in the triangle. It does. I said the fielder just inside the circle at fine leg, and the fielder coming in from deep square just couldn't get there. They take a single now, but that seems to be the story of the day. One delivery left here in the 21st, and then we'll hand back to Kiwi Mick and Shane Evans to take you through the next little piece of play. Is final delivery there, and no, they want us to stay on for one more ball as it's wide down the leg
They're
side.
like, no, please don't go.
Please don't go. But yeah, final delivery of Morton's 5th over, and this one's played through the offside. Beats point, but the fielder is out there sweeping on the cover boundary. So 5 overs now for Morton, 1 for 25 with 4 off that, including the 2 wides. After 21, Campbelltown, Camden, 5 for 109. Kiwi Mick, all over, back to you.
Thank you, Matt Mears. Yes, and thank you, Matt Mears. Yes, so couple of key wickets there, and 2 pretty much new batters out in the middle at the moment. Alexandra Mavros 2 off 2. Freshchook is 2 off 10. And this game, very, very interesting with 5 wickets down. Left arm spin to continue, push into the offside for no run. Rhiannon Dick to continue here. So we're nearly at 3:30 Sydney time. That was there to hit, and it's just popped into the onside for no run. Unusual bit of cricket there.
Well, this is young Rory Mavros that we mentioned during the first innings. One of the young superstars coming through, and she's only 15.
This one, she nails it to deep square leg for 1. And Lily Freshchook back on strike.
Also, the one thing we can let Georgia know is because this is a one-day game, there is no super over.
This is flighted right up there and eventually pushed into the offside for no run.
So basically what needs to happen is either St George-Sutherland holds them to below 197.
Full toss. Wow. That was there to hit. Both fielders up inside the circle down the ground, but just hit it straight to one of them. That was a really loose delivery. So Harishchuk is 2 off 12. Plays this one late. Good over there by Rhiannon Dick. It's only 1 off it. She's 2 overs, 1 for 5, and it's 5 for 110 after 22. That target 190. It just feels like, Shane, this game is either going to be Campbelltown, Camden all out, or they'll win in sort of 38, 40 overs. I don't think this is going to go the distance. It's quite a fast-moving game, as they say.
If Lauren Cheadle or Rawlings were still in,
Yeah,
I would agree with that
actually,
statement.
yeah, that's true.
But
yeah.
now the fact that they're both out, they're both back in the pavilion. You've got 2 young players here.
It might slow the run rate down.
That are both under the age of 18. I kind of think there may be a bit of a slowdown here.
Yeah.
As we can see that first ball from Morton's just tickled down the leg side by Mavros.
Yeah, they might just steady
ball.
things up. Yeah, you might be right. So Morton 5.1 overs, 1 for 25. And this time they'll get the single. Just getting a few little clouds covering that sun just to cool it slightly, and it is a little bit of a breeze out there. But it's still well in the mid-30s all afternoon. And Harishchuk turns us around the corner. So she's 2 off 14, so not quite in the groove yet with the batting.
Well, it is still 37 degrees out there thanks to our friends at the bomb, so...
Unbelievable. Oh, she's gone for this one! Oh, and that could be 6.
I've got a feeling they're going to call 6.
So it was a chance of a catch on the boundary, but missed.
Come on, girls, get off the Yep, they've called 6 from the
Yeah,
fielder.
6. So that's kind of like the fielder's call sometimes on the boundary. It's a bit of a sportsmanship thing.
Both girls are on the field there. Even the young lady that's out there trying to get the ball for him, both gave the 2 hands up. So
Yeah. So that was a much-needed 6 to break the shackles. They just slowed them down a little bit. Flights this one up. They're going to pinch a single here to square leg. So Reshchuk moves to 9 of 16.
and with the little bit of a breeze that we've currently got, which is blowing as we're looking in the grandstand from Parramatta Road across that way, that wind would have helped that ball travel.
Can't quite get this past the fielder. 23 overs gone. Campbelltown, Camden 5 for 118.
They're actually back in front on the DLS at the moment, but we've already gone past the 20 over mark, so
Yeah.
at the moment the game is to be called off.
You wouldn't think it will be called off,
No.
though. It has to get to
No.
that 40 that you were saying, yeah.
Yeah, but as I said, but you also have to remember the game is in the umpire's discretion, where Katie Collins, who is the spare umpire here today, she's watching the heat stress index, or HSI as we've been calling it earlier, so she knows once it gets to that point.
Goes down the wicket. Is it going to be wide of the fielder? No, it's good fielding on the fence there by Lucy Finn. Rhiannon Dick continuing.
And a great arm there too.
Yeah.
Puts it 2 inches to the left-hand side of the stumps at bail height.
So these two just opening up the arms a bit here, saying let's get going with this, and plays it late into the offside. Does Mavros?
They're trying to, because they know that if they were to lose another wicket or two, then there's probably a good chance that collapse does happen.
Yeah. Turns this one round the corner for no run.
Which obviously we don't
What do
want.
they say if you add 2 wickets, what it would look like? You're right. So if it was 7 for 119, they could be in all sorts.
Yeah.
So they're trying to speed it up now when they've
While you
got
have it.
these 2 players out there.
Yeah.
It's a hit up just past the fielder on the 45 degree. They're going to come back for 2 as well. Yeah, so you can see here they're just going to try and go after the game, as they say. And they're taking their luck.
If I was Caitlin Moser at the moment, I'd have that young lady attempt 45, push her back a couple of steps.
That's short on there to hit into the covers for no run. Mavros 6 off 12.
Because you've seen the 2 balls that have floated over the 23-metre circle are only just going over, and the fielders have taken that 1 or 2 steps in. Start out a couple of steps further, then come into it.
That probably would have been wide if she missed it, but it's going to roll close to the boundary. They'll definitely pick up 2 with the sweep shot here by Mavros. So the overs, they're rattling through them. 24 overs gone. And it's 5 for 123. So they only require 2.9 and over here.
Yeah.
Maybe what I said with the 38-40 over thing could be right. They
could
just
be,
seem
yeah.
to be having a go here, and it could either they're going to be bowled out or they'll get this score, I reckon, with about 8 or 10 overs to go, I predict.
I was just watching that thing that Georgia was talking about before, watching Talia Wilson, and she'll occasionally throw the leg out almost like a ice hockey keeper, just to try and help stop that puck going through. So
Plays this late to point. Great day of cricket here in the final. It's been hard fought. Reshchuk is 10 off 18. It's Morden continuing. Spin from both ends. Oh,
that kicked.
that had a bit of bounce there. And eventually kind of the batter just hopped and left it. It was ditto with the bounce. Nicely there. Morden continuing. Swings this away to the leg side for a single. To that fielder out on the boundary.
It's going to be interesting because obviously they've picked 11 batters. Obviously, Sophia Mavros, who would normally be coming in about now, will probably be the one that will miss out unless they're looking at dropping over Grace, Keisha or Elizabeth.
Bowled. So that's a huge wicket. And all of a sudden, they're 6 down here, Campbelltown, Camden. The Slayers are rattling through the wickets here. We're not even at the halfway mark of the innings, and they're 6 wickets down. Mavros gone for 8.
That's hit her off stump about halfway out and knocked it back flat onto the ground. So it's obviously had a fair bit of pace. Consider the other ones we've been watching, they've been a little bit more loopy.
Yeah,
where
that was pushed through a bit quicker.
They've really
flatter.
pushed that through, and she's just played. Looks like outside the line of it, and it's just hit the middle of the McDonald's logo and just crunched it backwards. So
Sophia Mavros comes to the wicket now.
So this would be interesting. I'd love to see who they're classing as the player not to bat. Well, we know Grace Augustine can bat well. I've seen her in a couple of second grade games. Haven't seen Keisha Baldwin. And Elizabeth Barkat, I know normally does, if she does comes in as a genuine number 11. So it would be interesting to see what goes on. But whilst we're waiting for all this to happen in the little group chat, I can tell you down at King George the 5th Oval, which is the Under-18 Brewers Shield final, Southern Swans batting first after winning the toss against Manly. They posted 8 for 166. Currently, Manly in response are 6 for 70 after 29 overs. So you would almost have your money on that particular game going down to the Southern Swans, one of the regional teams that's come in, along with the Hunter Newcastle team.
So Sophia Mavros, right-handed batter on strike. Morton, 6.4 overs, 2 for 34. And although some of these bowlers have been a little bit expensive, the main thing is they're getting wicket continuously. And they're just trying to roll them out, win the title here. Are they on their way? The Slayers, no run. Nearly at the halfway mark. The end of the 25th over. And the runs and the wickets are coming quick. It's a fast-moving second innings. On the charge to the trophy and the silverware. Who's it going to be? Dot ball. 25 overs gone, 6 for 124.
As you can now see, that one wicket. Look at the score.
Yeah,
look at the
12
DLS.
behind it, yeah.
The DLS went from 115 to 136 because of one wicket. And I know Mearsy's probably disappeared for the last couple of minutes, but we all know that it's F1 time down in Melbourne. But just bring a little story, thanks to our friends at Fox Sports. 3 crashes before the end of the first lap. Is
that the Formula One?
In the Formula One race.
What, rain?
Yep, it is.
Melbourne, isn't it?
It is absolutely teeming down in Melbourne. Who's been taken out, I don't know. Apparently one of them is one of the Australians, but there are 2 or 3 of them. But let's get back to the cricket here.
Yeah. Rhiannon Dick to continue. Full toss.
Oh.
Can't beat the fielder. Reshchuk on strike. 11 off 21. Rhiannon Dick, 3.1 overs, 1 for 10 bowling with the cap on. It's just clouded over a touch here, but it's still extremely hot. And sliced away here back with a point. They'll definitely get at least 2.
Someone's got an issue out there. Whoever's in jersey number 2 for St George, as you could see them running, she's holding onto her side.
Yeah.
She then pulls away with her colleague coming in to grab it. So that's not a good look.
Yep. So she continues now. Hit straight to point for no run. And Reshchuk is 13 off 23. Full toss, but can't get it past the infield. Good game of cricket here. Plays this late. Can't quite beat the fielder though. On that sort of 45-degree angle backwards on the offside. Behind the wicket. Dancing down the wicket, they'll get 1. to the field at long on. Of course, Lucy Finn, who got a great 72 earlier on with the bat. 26 overs gone. 6 for 127. So they need 70 runs. 70 runs off 144 balls. So
They need to.
they're well in control with the run rate. That's not a problem. It's going to be the wickets.
Yeah. Campbelltown Camden just need to match that 197.
That's right.
They don't have to win it as long as they match it because they are the higher placed team. The game could finish in a tie. But I think after the way that the T20 Kingsgrove final happened, where the rain come on board and they won it by default, they would have liked to actually win,
They want to win
a
it,
title
properly.
on the pitch.
So they only need 3 and over here for the next 24 overs. They've got plenty of time to do this, but they've only got 4 wickets left. And this one popped into the onside for no run. So Rhiannon Dick, 4 overs, 1 for 13. Morden, 7.1, 2 for 34.
Herestruk at the moment is the key figure.
Yeah.
If the Slayers can get her out, then who knows what goes happen.
Oh, and she can't get hold of this one.
You can see the intent. She just wants to drop kick that anywhere across the field. And this breeze has really kicked up. It's not a little breeze. It is blowing a gale down there, looking at the trees out to our left.
She gets hold of this one, but there's a fielder out there on the fence at deep mid-wicket. So just the single. 6 for 128. Herestruk, 15 of 29, striking at 51. Which is actually all she needs to do with what the run rate required is. So here goes Sophia Mavros. No run into the offside. Lucy Weston doing the fielding. We will give you updates of the North Sydney Bears game, which starts in about 20 minutes' time against the Bulldogs in the New South Wales Cup, of course. No run again.
If we're still on air at the time.
Yeah.
But if we are, for all the North Sydney Bears fans that aren't able to get out to Belmore Sports Ground, we will do our best to keep you updated.
And this one, just saved on the
nice.
boundary there. They'll only get 1 in the end, a diving effort. And that was actually hit quite powerfully along the carpet. 27 overs gone. Campbelltown Camden, 6 for 129. The target 198. And the women's one-day final.
Well, we can tell you now in the Brewers game there's been no change. They are at one of their mandated extra drinks breaks at the moment. Manly is still 6 for 70 chasing the Southern Swans, 8 for 166 at this time here. Where it looks like we're going to have a change here at the moment.
Yeah, Lucy Finn might be coming back on. She's 3 overs, 1 for 14.
Ooh. I would almost think they're thinking the Heidi Cheadle, the Lauren Cheadle thought process from before.
Yeah, try and get a wicket.
Where I don't think they're worried about trying to get Sophia out. They want to get Lily out because Herestruk at the moment is scoring a lot of the runs, but she's also taking a lot of the balls with her. So if they can knock her over, if they can get Sophia as well, yeah, that's a bonus. But with Herestruk at the moment scoring the runs, you'd happily concede a single to Sophia to get Lily back on strike and try and take her wicket.
So here goes Finn. Full toss. A very low full toss in the end. It's blocked down the pitch onto the offside.
Because you can hear the chirp through the effects mic of the players on the field.
So Mavros 1 off 6, taking her time. Plenty of time to get this done, but the wickets is the key. Oh, swing and a miss outside the off stump. St. George-Sutherland have got other ideas. They want to roll them out here and win the title. They've just chipped away through the whole innings. They've got wickets along the way. Never really been a real big partnership here. Full toss, straight back to the bowler, no run.
Good little 3 balls here at the moment, 3 dots. We always know that if you get a maiden over here and maybe another one, pressure will start to build. Yes, okay, they're only chasing just over 3 and over. But the fact that you are with your middle to lower order at this time.
Finn again. Oh, that's up in the block hole, no run. Is she maybe putting in a player of the match performance after that 72, which is the key to them getting that 197?
Definitely is, and coming up in a couple of balls. You and I get to have a break, and we bring in the B team, and with Mizzy and George get to come back on and start asking all the questions and wait for us to come back in for us to be able to answer for them.
Okay. Interesting thoughts. No. Well, looks like she's just happy to play this one out. Maybe they had a little meeting out in the middle saying, let's restock. Matt Mears will be taking over after this delivery.
Give you B team, Shane Evans.
Good over here by Finn. Can she finish this off with a maiden? She certainly can. So 28 overs gone. Campbelltown Camden 6 for 129. Over to you, Matt Mears.
Thanks, Kiwi Mick. Yes, the game, as it has been going, takes another turn in the 7 over block.
Sorry, just instructing Shane as to where to sleep tonight, because obviously he won't be getting a lift home. So he better unpack the sleeping bag.
There's some nice little...
B grade, righto.
There's some nice little...
We're top tier here. And the questions we ask, they're called rhetorical questions.
Thought-provoking. As Morton continues from the southern or the busway end of Cricket Central. 2 for 36 off 8. Oh, just pushed back down the wicket. I think the cicadas have had enough for today.
They're done. They're clocking out.
Well, it's getting good sound effects for us. There's a nice turning delivery.
Oh my.
A little bit extra bounce. Goes past the outside edge through to the keeper and Wilson. Oh, this one's a bit flatter down the leg side. Called wide. Takes Campbelltown Camden a 6 for 130 here in the 29th over. So it's been a seesawing so far, as this one does get an under edge to it, but straight to the fielder there at short, fine leg inside the circle. I said 3 fielders out still on the leg side at deep square leg, mid wicket and long on. Oh, the ball's gone high in the air. Wilson's call.
Will she get it?
Takes the catch. Harrisuk's gone. The established batter on 15 off 32. Tries to go down the wicket and disguise the ball. And the keeper doesn't have to move too far out of the shot of the frog box screen to take that one, Georgia. And maybe that's just the first nail in the coffin for Campbelltown Camden. St George-Sutherland take another wicket, and it's 7 for 130. Still a long way now from that 198 for victory.
I mean, forget the 1 nail in the coffin. I think that's the 7th nail in the coffin for today's effort. I got slightly distracted by the colour of the helmet by the new batter coming out to the middle.
That's not even a New South Wales blue.
I don't even know what that is. It's blue. It's royal blue. I mean, representing the umpires, perhaps?
ACT?
Yeah,
There
maybe
you
is
go.
maybe one of the development squads or the Metropolitan, New South Wales Metropolitan team.
According to Shane, it's ACT, but
But there's no badge on it. It's just that colour. Yeah, they have badges. We all have
how can they
badges.
not have a badge?
We all have badges. I think well earned drink break coming
Great
down
for
here.
us. I said barely even an over back in and cop another drinks break. As I said, there are some other games going on around. I said we'll give you an update in the Mandaringa Park competition. Harbord, like they're
Is that
on their
because
way.
that's your team?
That's my team, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, it's my club. It's not my team, but
Your team.
not my team. But they're only team that made it.
Yeah, we don't want to know how Effingham's doing, mate.
Well, they're not playing yet.
Exactly.
I've got it up. No, they need 3. Well, they need 4. So
Wow, good
this is the
maths
game
going
that
on
we
here.
mentioned. Well, it says trails by 3. But yeah, Terry Hills all out for 44. The Harbord Hogs all out for 56. Terry Hills all out for 41. And now they're none for 26.
The Hogs.
They're called the Hogs. See, the HPCC Hogs.
Is that because they hog the ball?
I don't know what they hog, but they've literally won like 5th grade.
So they hog the silverware,
Well, they do.
essentially.
They won
yeah,
5th
there it
grade,
is.
4th grade, 3rd grade, and now they've just looked like now they're into the 2nd grade grand final.
What
and
about
that's
the first grade? What about
year.
first grade?
Well, they came last, so I think
Oh,
they'll
well,
be. I think
all
they'll
right,
be
well,
going to first grade next year.
Say no more.
But in games that are actually relevant to this competition, we'll look at the games around the grounds in the women's Premier Cricket competition. In 2nd grade at Tunks, it was North Sydney doing it in a canter. Parramatta all out for 69, and UTS North Sydney 1 for 70 to win by 9 wickets.
I did see something this morning on Kelsey Miller's Instagram. She posted a story saying, like, it's grand finals cricket when you're still driving down to Sydney at this point in time, coming from the Central Coast. So extremely unfortunate. I mean, we should be heading back up the coast pretty early now.
Certainly will. In the Brewer Under-18 Shield at King George V Oval down in the Southern Highlands. The Southern Swans 8 for 166.
Southern Swans. Okay.
The Southern Swans, that's what I said.
Yeah.
8 for 166. The Manly Ringer side 6 for 70 in reply. So Manly a lot of work to do at King George V. And in 3rd grade yesterday at Belmore Park was Parramatta all out for 101. St George-Sutherland all out for 71 in reply. So as we get play back underway here at Cricket Central with Morton to finish her over. She's 3 for 73, 2 balls left in her 9th over. I said Grace Augustine is the new player in at number 9, Georgia. It's one of those ones, it's going to be interesting to see what she does. She leaves that one outside the off stump.
I think that was an involuntary leave. It was a forced.
What's that? A good delivery. But yeah, as I said, still 68 runs to get, 3 wickets left in the shed. This one again just pushed down to the fielder at short cover. That finishes Morton's 9th over, 3 for 37. Campbelltown Camden 7 for 130 here after 29 overs. As we tick along to 4 o'clock here at Cricket Central.
Some hard yakka going on out there, I tell you what. Augustine coming out and having to try and salvage this this batting innings as well.
So while we wait here for Lucy Finn down in the Sheffield Shield, plays underway at Bellerive. Tasmanian Tigers all out for 331. New South Wales 1 for 40 in reply as Sophia Mavros, first delivery, just plays it to long off, no run. So I said the wicket to fall for New South Wales is Sam Constance. He was out for 5. Blake Nikitaris, who we called for that magnificent 100 at North Sydney Oval in the Kingsgrove Grand Final. He's 13 not out. Curtis Patterson 21 not out. Finn continues. Stabs at it. It would have gone straight down first slip's throat. It had their B1. And the fielder down at third in front of the scoreboard couldn't get across in time. It's 4 runs to the total, but Georgia living dangerously there.
I tell you what, sometimes as a batter, you get what you get and you don't get upset because that was 4 runs either way.
We'll go around the other Sheffield Shield games. First at the Wacker, Victoria all out for 197. WA a 3 for 71 in reply. And at the home of the Sheffield Shield final, Cullen Rolton Oval, South Australia 7 declared for 614. As that one's played nicely down the ground, but as I said, covered by the fielder at mid-off. But Queensland Bulls 3 for 21 in reply. Marnus Labuschagne's not out 11. Ben McDermott's not out 4.
Well, he must be irritating, I tell you what.
Oh, jeez. Particularly as they need points there, Queensland, if they want to go through to the grand final. Next delivery, nicely played through the onside, but again can't build the field. Yeah, all happening there. Stumps getting taken out. And as I said, where we normally would be calling rugby league this afternoon, the Bulldogs and the Bears just about to kick off.
What is this warm weather in March that we have? Sorry, hot weather.
I thought it was a hot one at. It was a hot one at Henson Park when I was there calling yesterday, I can tell you that. As nicely blocked by Mavros. She's now 5 off 17. It's good bowling here by Finn. As I said, lots of changes in for both teams here. Bronson Garlick named for the Bears in the 5'8 position. Jeff Gresky-Marsky playing halfback. Joe Chan coming in the front row. So they're just kicking off there at Belmore at the moment. There's another dot ball here. Finn finishes off her 5th over, just that 4 coming from it, 1 for 18. Campbelltown Camden 7 for 134, 198. So is that victory target, Georgia? So 28% is the Wasp score. DLS is 157, so if for whatever reason they had to come off, the game has certainly swung to the Slayers' advantage.
It certainly has. As I'm just looking at all the stats and all the different pieces of information they're displaying on the scoreboard as well. Interesting. The Duckworth Lewis back to 157.
That one's just outside off stump. Plays at it, but goes through to the keeper, no run. This is a great little scoreboard they've got here.
I know, it's awesome. Hey, it's got so much information in it too. Oh, imagine what it would be like watching an actual game from it. That was so good.
This is an actual game?
No, I mean, like, open this up, like how North Sydney have done for other games, like open up and actually play like a game if it's in a different state.
Oh, like a replay screen.
Yeah.
Oh, that ball's turned past the bat there. Augustine's not handling the spin of Morton that well. So she's only got to face a few more deliveries before her
Just
end
hold
of 10.
out.
Yeah.
Hold out. Dig deep.
Oh, she's left that one nicely as it just turns away from the stumps. But yeah, maybe for a big game or a World Cup final or something of that regard.
Like an overseas Ashes or something, like a replay. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here.
Goes down the leg side, called wide. But yeah.
Get some of those Sydney Sixers and Cricket New South Wales pillows out there. I reckon it'll be a nice little dig.
An overnight camp for the
for the
World Test
stars.
World Test Championship finals in a couple of months, Georgia.
Camping under the stars and the cicadas.
We hope they're gone by June, but
you never know.
Oh, that one's off the outside edge. It goes past the fielder at backward point. They'll look for 2, and they'll say no. So just the 2 runs so far off the over. 1 delivery left in Morton's spell. Well, even the West Indies is coming up after that.
Yep.
After that match, so just go through the night and
Camp out. Hey, bit of a bivouac going on there. Yeah, righto. Let's do this. How do we book out the field?
well, we go ask Sean after this. The end
Maybe
of this
not.
one. As, last delivery is cut to point, no run. So that's the end of Morton's 10 overs, 3 for 39. Campbelltown Camden 7 for 136 off 31. I said it's been a good stint by the leg spinner, particularly in these hot conditions. I said still plenty of bowling left for the Slayers.
I must say, I mean, Sarah Coit and Lauren Cheadle, they're doing a bit of a walk around the outside of the ropes here. They don't look overly concerned, though.
A lot of faith in their lower order, as they should.
Yeah, absolutely. But, yeah, I mean, generally by this point, if, you know, there is some hesitation, you can see it in the body language. But, yeah, they seem to be pretty relaxed. Obviously, still got, 19 overs to go, so anything can happen.
Certainly can, as Finn continues for her 6th, and it's right up in the block hole. Justine has to show the maker's name to that one. As it barely goes 2 foot from the stumps. And I like that. Power play from the batter. No, I'm going to pick it up and throw it out. You make the short mid-wicket fielder come in and pick it up.
Yeah, I'm not going to get it for you. Come and get it. My job's to bat. Yours is to get the ball.
Yeah.
And field.
Fielders own the ball, not the batters.
Yeah.
Next delivery again up in the block hole. This one, though, gets back to the bowler and a follow-through, no run. That's always one of my ones. It's whether you pick it up as a batter or you don't. I'm always of the fact, maybe if you feel nice, you can sort of just
Tap it back.
tap it into a fielder's direction, but no, I'm against picking up the ball
that's
when you're
the thing.
batting.
You never know if they're going to turn it against you and be like, that was a double hit. And appeal
Or
for it.
just appeal for handling the ball.
Anything like that. Obstruction, handled ball
Left
now.
outside the off stump there. But yeah, I said all the different wacky rules.
I'm an overthinker, and I always have been. So when it comes to that, the only time I think I ever actually hand it to them is if it gets stuck in my clothing or my pad gets wedged in there, and I hand it back to them. Here you go.
Don't do that. If you've edged it, they'll appeal for a catch.
Yeah, I know. How dare you?
Hasn't touched the ground. Next delivery, and again, just good line and length from Finn. Plays it out to the fielder at cover point. It's interesting to see what the game plan here is. As I said, the overs are ticking by. 18 left after this one.
Someone's already packed up the kit bag.
It's probably Lauren Cheadle, as
yeah,
you mentioned
she's
earlier.
ready to go. She's ready to go. Yeah.
I've got plans tonight. As again, nicely bowled Finn up in the block hole. So the effects mic picking up those hits very nicely for us. But yeah, it is the fun from calling from here, as we're literally above the teams below us, and that effects mic picks up everything, and the metal sprigs on the concrete and everything as they walk past. Oh, that's played back down the wicket again. Great over there. Said you hear the applause in the background. It's the second maiden for Finn. 1 for 18 off her 6. 7 for 136 here off 32. The boys will be back. They'll give you the equations.
B team will be back. They'll be back.
Yeah, the B team are back. They'll give you the equations. 62 off however many balls. 62 off 18 overs at this point.
Please, we're not here for mathematics. Ugh.
So first points go to the Bulldogs at Belmore. So after 5 and a bit minutes, it's the Bulldogs 6, the Bears 0. It looks like it's going to be Abby Burrows to take up the attack. 6 overs, 2 for 32 opening the bowling from that southern end. Coming back at the end of Morton's spell. Oh, nicely on point there from first delivery, as it's just played back to the bowler and a follow through, no run. Do you think they have to do anything out of the ordinary here, the St George-Sutherland side, Georgia? His next delivery is just goes past the outside edge. Do you think they have to need to do anything different, or make Campbelltown, Camden do all the work, like that, make them take the risk?
Honestly, I think St George-Sutherland is in a fantastic position at this point. Anyway, they've put in the hard work. They've gotten the rewards. I think now it's time for Campbelltown and Camden to really tug at that rope and see what they can get out of this.
So the next ball played into the offside, no run. They've really packed it up, they said, with a mid-off, a short cover point, and a backward point as well, all stopping it there, as the next one again beats the outside edge as Sophia Mavros tries to play a shot and get it through the offside. On the onside, you've got two fielders inside the circle with a mid-on and a short mid-wicket. Two fielders out at deep mid-wicket and at deep square leg, as this next one's played away from a body but to the ground, as these dot balls just can keep continuing on. 5 dot balls. Gets through her overs quickly, does Abby Burrows, particularly when no scoring shots are being played. Final delivery, and again just played down the ground to the fielder at mid-off. Maiden over again, 2 in a row here. Burrows is now 2 for 32 off her 7. 7 for 136, 17 overs remain here, Georgia.
17 overs, and it looks like that Campbelltown Camden are now taking the test match approach of just block it out. We don't want to lose any more wickets. We don't want to put ourselves into strife, obviously wanting the pace bowlers to come back on. But unfortunately, as we know, I mean, there isn't all that much pace within the St George-Sutherland team. So, I mean, they may be waiting for a result that's actually not going to come.
Well, we are going to get a change as Vickery comes back into the attack. Some more leg spin from this northern end of Cricket Central. It's a bit expensive in her first 4 overs, none for 28, but as I said, the game's at a very different situation to when she was bowling earlier.
I mean, different situation, different batters. And obviously the different batters will have different mindsets as well, and ideas as to how to best go about this this change. So we'll see how they go.
Comes in for her first delivery back, loops it up, but nicely played back down the wicket, no run.
What do you reckon? Bat maybe a little bit out of the crease. I know Talia Wilson's sitting right there.
Well, next delivery again. We've got to try and play
maybe
something
like half
here.
a step forward.
Got to try something here, I think. As I said, you don't want to just block out 17 overs, as that one's just left outside off stump.
Hey, we go for average at this point, right? Surely.
We played a one-day final and I got 5 off 47 deliveries.
But I was not out.
It'll be interesting to see what happens. Oh, maybe that's why. Goes back to that one, but rather than it going... I don't even know where that was going. It goes straight back down the pitch.
I actually don't know where that would have gone.
Or where it was supposed to go. As that one's played nicely, but again, just the middle of the bat.
I want to see a reverse sweep.
Well, there's no one behind point.
That's my thinking.
That's
let's
where
just do something.
That's where the vacant territory is. This one's looped up even more. They go for the stumping given. When you fail at throwing it up, you just throw it up a little bit more, and finally Vickery has got it up above the eye line. Augustine couldn't held on any longer, tries to get down the wicket, beats the outside edge, gets through to Wilson, who had the bails off in a flash. Umpire and Liz O'Dwyer at square leg couldn't get her finger up quick enough for the Slayers team. I think she got it up in a reasonable amount of time, but the Slayers obviously wanted to see it go into the air as quick as possible.
I think she was just replaying it in her head, making sure that, that she made the correct decision.
No, I think it was up in normal time, but I think the Slayers would have liked to see it gone a little bit quicker. But she's out for 1 off 19 deliveries, and it's now 8 for 136 here. 34 overs have gone. Another maiden, 3 maidens in a row.
How good's a maiden? When you bowl it.
Yes. Well,
when you bowl it, yeah. It's
I don't mind batting maidens either if it's pissing off the opposition.
Yeah, depending on what the situation is, I'm okay with that as well.
When the opposition have an hour drive home on a Saturday night and you're still out there blocking for 45 minutes, it's brilliant. I love that.
Yeah, and when they're starting to chirp a little bit more and get you,
shouldn't you just be hitting the ball? I'm like, I am hitting the ball. I'm blocking it.
Yeah, and they're like, oh, more blocks than a Lego set. And you're like, mate, you're the one giving me this opportunity to just tick you off. This is great.
You're just bowling spinners.
You're just feeding this to me.
Yeah. Just bring back your quick man. Bring back your quick man that bowls me a Yorker, and we'll be having a
it'll be a different
already.
Story. Yeah,
we'll already be having beers, but
we'll be on our way home in aircon.
So the keeper in Pracey makes her way to the wicket at number 10. That was the over for Vickery, as we said, a maiden. She's 1 for 28 of 5 as Burrows continues. Now we're starting to see some expansive shots as Mavros tries to pull it, but can only find the fielder at short mid-wicket, no run.
Now we have different plans coming into play.
We certainly do. As next ball comes in, and this one's gone over the top. No one out there in front of the scoreboard. 4 runs to the total. I think now that they're 8 down, they've gone, well, it's now or never if we're going to try and make up these runs. It's now under 60 required, 8 for 140 here. The Wasps down to 11%. They're still giving it a chance. I said DLS is up to 177, so...
What's more reliable, Wasp or Kiwi Viz?
Well, we'll find Kiwi Viz in a moment.
Or Mersey Viz.
Well, Mersey Viz was on the point at that much. I think you've definitely got to go up into the 80s now for the Slayers as next delivery gets hit into short mid-wicket again. Burrows not wanting to give any width outside off stump. Got the 5 fielders patrolling inside the circle. That one's up. Is it out? Oh, it's a full toss. Couldn't put it away. It dangled there for the short mid-wicket fielder running back. But maybe fingertips, maybe not. But it goes to ground. Could have had 9 wickets down here, Georgia, but Mavros survives.
Could have had a no ball.
Well, they haven't been calling any of them.
I know.
There's been a few full tosses. None of them have been called.
Pretty close, but obviously within regulation.
Yeah, Pracey faces her first delivery, leaves it outside the off stump. No run.
Go for 6. Show them who's boss.
Well, you're going to have one sider.
Go for 6.
So final delivery here in the 35th. Kiwi Mick to join you again as it's played into the offside. So 35 overs done here. Campbelltown, Camden, 8 for 141 as Kiwi Mick takes up the commentary again and we don't let Shane Evans back on.
Okay, so 35 overs gone, 8 for 141. St. George-Sutherland, are they on their way to the title here? They've just been knocking these wickets over continuously through this innings, and all of a sudden their score of 197 looked quite big.
Paging Shane Evans, who I needed in commentary. Paging Shane Evans.
So Mavros is 10 off 28. She's going to have to bat through now. It's hard to believe they're 8 wickets down, and it will be Jacqueline Vickery. And this one's dropped on the batter late, no run. So Vickery is 5.1 overs, 1 for 28. Burrows 2 for 37 off 8 at the other end. Full toss, driven down the ground for a single. So Mavros moves on to 11. Even though they've really slowed down with their runs, it's still requirement of 3.8 per over, but they're 8 wickets down. Looking long odds now. Oh, and this one popped up on the batter nicely. That's Pracey facing this time. Talia Pracey. Dances down the wicket, no run.
Who would have thought you'd have two keepers with the same first name, Talia?
Yeah, it's quite an unusual name too. Oh, again, nearly pops it up to that fielder on the onside. Vickery is flying through this over, only conceding the one so far as they drop Finn back to the fence now, mid-on or long-on. Again, no run. 36 overs gone. Campbelltown Camden, 8 for 142. The target, 198.
Sorry, I was just went next door just to have a chat to Janelle, who's doing the actual scoreboard and one of the scorers from the Umpires Association, just to find out exactly what the WASP is. When you are batting first, it works out an algorithm to tell you what your score should be depending on run rates and wickets in hand.
Yep.
But now it's wickets against scoring potential. So whether you can score the runs with your wickets in hand or not, at the moment I think WASP has shown about 12 on the screen if you are here.
So that means it's 12% chance that they'll get it pretty much with the batting team. Yeah. This is thrown down quite quick here by Burrows, and Mavros tries to heave it over the top. So Mavros 11 off 31, striking at 35.
Because it's working on all the games that this computer has seen, and it's given
and the competition
algorithm, yeah.
This time she finds a bit of space in the onside. They'll get one. Tell you what, if they can get home from here, Campbelltown Camden, it would be sensational. They're going to pull something out of the bag here and hold their wickets. Only 2 wickets left.
That rabbit's going to have to be a pretty big rabbit for him to get through at the moment.
Pracey on strike. Just blocks it into the offside, no run.
Because it's kind of what you see at the moment for your tail enders. You are trying to just noodle the runs around, and then one person just says, okay, I'll try and hit a 4 and not get out.
Again, no run into the offside. We might get a North Sydney Bears update as soon as we can. It's probably about 15 minutes gone in that game for our listeners.
We'll try and get it
tuning in, thinking that we might be calling that. We're not today. We're at the cricket. So here goes Pracey, driven for no run.
No, well, most of our Bears fans will have been notified by Marty on the Yas page that we are here. And he wishes us best of luck with the call and hopes to catch up with us either next week or the week after for a Bears game.
Another tight over. Only one off it. 37 overs gone. 8 for 143. Now they require 4.2 and over. It's going up rapidly.
Yeah, and I said, you look at that DLS, it's like now 30-odd difference. So just bear with me for a couple of seconds. I can tell you that it is currently 12-0 to the Bulldogs. Oh. The last try was to Geordie Mazzone, was converted by Blake Tuff, and that was after 14 minutes.
Yeah, so Bulldogs off to a good start there.
First interchange, Jesse Marsky coming off with Jaden Yates coming on. That's huge.
That might be an injury then.
That's got to be an injury interchange for that. To drop your halfback out to bring Jaden Yates, who can play in the 7, but...
Vickery again. Dancing down the wicket again, no run. They just can't get this ball away now. The screws have turned completely in this match. Mavros 12 off 33. They're going to chance a run.
Oh,
Not out. They've juggled at the bowler's end here with
no
a chance
control.
of a run out. That would have been out if she controlled that one.
If she held the ball, it was, But Vickery is happily said, no, didn't hold it.
Yeah.
And the ball runs through about 2 or 3 feet.
Good sportsmanship out in the middle. Burrows, 9 overs, 2 for 38 at the other end. She's got good figures, and Vickery here, they're just bowling tight over after tight over. They've slowed things right down. This is edgy. They'll definitely get one. They should get two. Oh, hang on. It's a chance of a run out.
Oh,
Direct hit. She was gone. They'll get two. It still looked pretty comfortable too, but they kind of hesitated.
yeah. Unfortunately, Sophia Mavros looked at it and saw the arm and thought, oh, no, I'll go. And just hoped that it wasn't hitting, but it was very lucky it didn't hit directly.
Again, driving down the ground straight to the field and no run.
It's also turning into a bit of a tight one down at King George V Oval for the Brewers.
Here goes Vickery. This time they'll get a single into the onside. Plenty of clapping down there by the Campbelltown Camden players and coaches and fans.
Manly are 7 for 114, chasing 167 for the win, and they've got 8 overs to get another 50.
Tracy wanted a run, but Mavros said no. 38 overs gone. 8 for 146. Vickery, 7 overs, 1 for 32. Tracy, 0 off 11 out in the middle. They've just ground to a halt here, Shane. We're on our last stint. I said this could be over in 38, 40 overs, but it might go to 50.
We weren't expecting to come back on air. We were expecting...
No.
Well,
but the game's just ground to a halt here. It might come down to the last few overs.
Yeah, no,
which isn't a bad thing.
No, because we were expecting Matt and Georgia to be calling the way that they were going.
Yeah.
At 5 down to be calling the game over, and I would have been walking down to do the presentation part, but in the end, some real tight bowling in the last 4 or 5 overs, and
so Mavros on strike, going for the cheeky little sweep, and she's got it away. They'll pick up a couple. The wicket keeper retrieves. So they're just gutsing in here. Every run's going to count. What do they need now? It's less than 50, yeah? 197, 148.
it's exactly 50.
It's 50 to 1. So
Or
50,
49 wins them the title.
50
50 wins it on the field.
50 to 1 of 71 deliveries. So it's tightened up. 2 wickets left. Driving, no run.
If I was Caitlin Moser, I would actually have those 2 fielders. I'd rather them try and go over my head and bring them in a couple of steps, because that little chip shot's been landing 3 or 4 times in these last few overs.
They've gone for the sweep shot. They'll pick up at least 2. Might be 4. Not quite.
Not on Lucy Finn's arm, it's not.
But it's a couple of 2s in a row. Brings up the 150 here for the Ghosts.
As you can see, Talia Wilson has just figured across to Caitlin Moser, saying, like, I want you over at that short 45, because that now stops Mavros having that opportunity just to have the little lap shot. She plays it again and hits it a bit too far up. She could be caught.
Doesn't quite get this. 19 off 41 is Mavros. Tracy 0 off 11 at the other end. This is a better over. They just need 4.2. They just need to hang in there over by over without losing wickets. Now it's got to that sort of point. They will get a single. And that's all. 8 for 151.
That you kind of be happy to give away a single, especially to Pracey, who has not scored in 11 balls.
Yeah.
Where she's got to do some of the run scoring. She can't just leave it to Sophia, because if she does, then and Sophia gets out, you're then looking at Kesha Baldwin coming in at 11.
No run. So Burrows finishes 10 overs, 2 for 43. 39 overs gone. Campbelltown Camden 8 for 151. So they need 47 off 66.
At the moment, it's just starting to get it a little bit tight for them. Just another score out of Belmore for the Bears fans listening. We can tell you Bulldogs have just scored and converted for a third time after a converted try by the Bears through Garlic and Matt Stimson. It is 25 minutes in, Bulldogs 18, Bears 6.
Yeah, and there'll probably be quite a good crowd out at Belmore already. Of course, it's a curtain raiser to the Bulldogs-Titans NRL match tonight.
That'll be a huge game there.
And when they play at Belmore, they'll sell it out, especially with the Bulldogs playing well now.
Yeah, they do, yeah.
So, Vickery to continue. Could this go down right down to the end? Drives, no run. You can feel the tension building out in the middle now as this game comes to a climax. Bit of cloud cover overhead, but humid, hot conditions in the middle. Drives downtown. Is it going to split the field? Yeah, they're going to get a couple. Finn juggles in the outfield. So they're just starting to pick up a few runs here or there. They only need 4.2 and over, remembering.
But you also have to remember, all they need to do is have one miscue, one slightly not hit straight.
Match is pretty much over, yeah.
And then you are looking at 9 down.
Can't get this one away as it edges it around the corner for no run. Sophia Mavros, 22 off 45.
She literally has to carry this Campbelltown side to the victory because I think Pracey's just going to be there just to try and hold it in for her.
Goes down the wicket.
You're not taking 2 on that.
They're going to go for 2. Oh.
Overshot it, Lucy.
And Finn, her arms almost... It was
Too good.
Too much and too good. It's gone well over the bowl, or else that would have been out for a run out.
Yeah, because I've got a feeling Pracey's just going to run now, and you could hear Sophia calling too early.
Bowled! And she throws the bat down. Mavros is gone. That could be the championship done and dusted the way this is going, because Mavros is gone for 24. Vickery gets the wicket bowled. You can probably see on YouTube there with the batter throwing the batter down.
I wouldn't say she threw it. It's more like just not realising it, turn around, seeing her off bail being clipped and literally just landing next to the stumps. And she's like, oh.
So that's the 9th wicket here. And are the St. George-Sutherland Slayers on their way to the title? It's looking very good. 9 for 155.
And we do get one of the extra mandated drinks breaks at this moment, as we can see Keisha Baldwin about to come into possibly be the last rites for both sides in regards to this 2024-25 women's first grade premiership cricket grand final.
Mavros, though, actually, she did all right there. I know her run rate wasn't that good, but she hung in, but they've just lost wickets through the whole innings. Shane, they've never really had a good partnership.
No.
They don't have a player that's got 50 either, do they?
They don't, and normally most of their runs...
And St. George Slayers had 2 players that got into the 50s, so that's the difference.
And for Campbelltown, most of their runs, and I'm pretty sure that they're happy to admit this, have come from Claire Koski, have come from Alex
Yeah, and they got out early, yeah.
Lily Harris-Chook's always usually getting somewhere between 25 to 40, and obviously Kelly Rowlands, captain, is normally getting fairly close to that 50 mark in most games. But obviously Claire last week had a big score. I think it was like 90-something in their semi-final.
Well, 85, I think.
It was a fairly big score, yeah. And that was the difference.
So they need 60. They need 61 off. Oh no, sorry. They need 43 off 61, but they've only got 1 wicket left. That's the problem. And neither
DLS,
of these batters has got a run on the board.
And the DLS has shot up. Look at it now. It's 191.
As we reach 4:30 Sydney time, hope you're enjoying the coverage here. We'll be with you for the trophy presentation, which could be soon. Can Campbelltown Camden knock off these 43 runs with the last wicket stand? That would be a hell of a grandstand finish, but Kiwi Viz is St. George-Sutherland 95, Campbelltown Camden 5. They just need the one wicket here. Their score of 197 all of a sudden is looking big. We thought it might be a bit below par.
Those few extra buys and those couple of wides that went for 4 as well are going to be crucial now. Those extra balls being re-bowled are going to hurt Campbelltown.
Oh, what an absolute beauty this one is. Through to the keeper. That was Shane Warnlight, the late great. 40 overs gone. Campbelltown Camden 9 for 155.
Well, there goes the 38 to 40 overs prediction that we had when you and I were off air before our last spell. But speaking of games also going down to the wire, the Brewers Shield game down at King George V at Kiama. The Southern Swans hosting Manly. The Swans posting 166. With 6 overs remaining, Manly are 7 for 127, needing 40 off 36.
So Vickery 2 for 36 off 8. Rhiannon Dick now 4 overs 1 for 13. Pracey 0 off 12 on strike. 1 wicket to go. They need 43 runs off 10 overs. They've just lost too many wickets through the whole innings. And St. George-Sutherland with Talia Wilson getting in the 50s and Lucy Finn in the 70s. Might have done enough here. This is a high full toss.
And called.
No ball?
Yep, called by both umpires.
And an extra run, so that's 2 runs and a free hit.
Yep, and a free hit.
Yeah.
And because the batters did cross, the field can change. As we can see, the players are scattering out to all parts of the boundary here. So, but it's now up to
bit
Pracey.
of a freebie. It's a bit of a freebie.
It's now up to Pracey just to, like, knowing the fact that she can't get bowled, she can't be caught, just to absolutely go heave ho and try and either send it to the boundary or clear the boundary.
Yeah. She's going to go on the angle to the right-hander now. She's gone for it.
Whoa.
And the fielder slipped and might have injured herself as well. This isn't looking good. They're going to run 2. Yeah, so she's fell rather awkwardly. Frogbox, you won't actually be able to see it if you're watching, but
It's almost like her foot is stuck.
yeah.
And the ball, and as we know, obviously the ball going to the outfield, you always hear the players going spin, 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 trying to allow for it, where she's tried to land the foot to adjust for it, and then the ankle's rolled. So she's back up at the moment. She's not the most comfortable walking there, but
So 9 for 159.
that is going to hurt for a little while. But if St George did have a spare fielder at the moment, you would probably try and get her off just for a couple of overs. But then again, the fact that they may have already, I think they've already taken off. They've already got their 12th person on the field at the moment, because I believe Abby Burrows is currently off the field after bowling her 10. I saw her walking straight to the sideline.
So they need, is it 39 off 59?
Yes.
39 off 59.
With a,
Well, there's life, there's hope, but
well, look at the Wasp score, 5%,
yeah.
which is basically meaning the algorithm's giving Campbelltown a 5% chance.
That was like my
of chasing that.
Kiwi Viz was pretty much the same. I didn't even look at the scoreboard.
Yeah. But it's giving wickets against scoring possibilities of only a 5% chance.
Yeah.
But that, before today, had 72 games to work.
So
out
it'll only be
the-
this competition that's doing it
it's
through,
only,
or everything?
It's only games that have been on this field.
Oh, on
There's
this
been
field. Right.
There's been 72 games here. So
it's actually the ground you're playing at that it's doing it for.
it's working it out, yeah.
Here we go again. Leaves it outside the off stump for no run, does Baldwin. She's 2 off 3.
Another corner spike goes above our heads thanks to our phantom mic picking it up very clearly.
Goes down the wicket, no run.
That Brewers final is going to be an absolute humdinger. We're down to 32 off 28.
Pushed into the offside, no run again. So Rhiannon Dick, also another bowler that's bowling well. It's a tricky one here because Camden know they need the runs, but another wicket and they've lost the title. Full toss, driven.
Oh.
Chance of a run out. Oh, misses at the non-strikers. It's nearly caught and bowled. And after all of that, they get one. 9 for 160. So Pracey 1 off 13 on strike.
Ooh, tempted Mancat
Yeah.
there. Rihanna gave her the warning and said, mate, if you're going to walk out again, I'm gonna knock him out.
No run, 41 overs gone, 9 for 160. Little bit of a chat there out in the middle with Baldwin and Rhiannon Dick having a little bit of a conversation out there, a little bit of spice. So
No, because between these two sides earlier in the season, there has been a mankad that actually has been done. So they are being very careful and saying, like, okay, we remember from earlier in the season. If you want to take a step out, I'm more than happy to stop my delivery before I get to the very top of the bowling arm and run you out.
oh, it's edgy. Oh, 1 metre away from holding up the title there, nearly caught. St. George-Sutherland are so close here to winning the title. Oh, nearly an edge. .38 needed off 52 deliveries. 1 wicket left. And that was pretty close to a wide, that one. I reckon that was outside the line.
I'm not going to sit there and try and harshly judge a men's panel 1 umpire.
Yeah, true. I guess so. Full toss. She won't split the field. They'll get 1. 9 for 161.
Coming up in 2 deliveries, Matt and Georgia will bring you home in whichever way this game goes.
And she could be stumped.
No.
It's a wide. It's all happening here at Cricket Central.
Still 2 balls.
Wasp has gone to 6 now. Must have just a little bit of hope on the improve. But I think this one's going to be over any minute now. Really finishing what I thought. Can't quite beat the fielder in the covers.
So Wasp, you're still giving me a chance.
Matt Mears will be taking over the end of this match soon while I go have another one of their freezing waters here, which we've had about 20 of. 1 run, and it's 9 for 163. Over to you, Matt Mears.
Well, thanks very much, Kiwi. At least now I know I can call the end of the game and won't have my headset ripped off like I've had happen in the past. Yes, that person's no longer part of the call team, but it has happened in the past, calling the final delivery and then literally having the headset ripped off. Not the best feeling in the world, but as I said.
But hey, we're still here.
We're still here. We're the ones calling grand finals now, and not that person. But 9 for 163.
Not salty in the slightest, are you, mate?
9 for 163 here, Campbelltown, Camden. As I said, the game continues on.
So we've had a lot of talk about this wasp that has been on this screen and how it takes into consideration all the other games. But what it doesn't take into consideration is the fact that the 72 games that have been played here are men's and women's and state
and T20s.
And T20, like all the formats. It does not take that into consideration.
Oh, it's
It's a computer. It's smart, but it's not that smart.
Dick continuing from the southern or the busway end. First 2 deliveries all flighted up, but
Honestly, whatever Wasp is saying, I'd be taking it with a pinch of salt at this point.
Kiwi Biz is always for me as this one's played around the corner. Beats the fielder inside at fine. They'll look for 2, but sent back. I said Baldwin now on strike. She's 4 off 10. Tracy 3 off 19. So next delivery again floated up. Looks for the wide and given. Umpire Liza Dwyer.
She's copping the ball as well. It came off the foot and then onto her and then,
Oh, again floated. Caught and bowled chance. No.
She's lucky she didn't dislocate her shoulder trying to get that ball.
Yeah, I think Frogbox would have picked that up nicely. Tried to leap to her left, but just drops just short. As I said, Baldwin here coming in at 11. Not the easiest job in the world as this one's played onto the offside. But it's that constant thing. There's 7.1 overs remaining. There's still runs to make. Can't lose any wickets. As that one again just left outside the off stump. So Dick's now bowled 6 overs, 1 for 20. 2 runs off that one with the wide. And it's 9 for 165. 7 overs remain.
As I think we see Vickery is going to come back in to the attack from the Cricket Central officer's end.
One over to go. 9 overs, 1 maiden. 2 for 39. 28 off her first 4 when
up to 39. Wow, okay.
Give you a score from that Bears game shortly as this one's up in the air. Oh, lands just between short cover and mid-off.
There are some jittery people in the scorer's box next to us, I tell you.
That's cricket, I think, for you, Georgia.
Either that or it's caffeine.
Well, can they give me some? Only a couple overs to go. It's been a long weekend. As this one again's floated up.
That's the ribs.
I said it's hit the body. It turned back a little bit from the leg spinner.
That wasn't LBW. That was RBW, rib before wicket.
Comes down the wicket, but changes her shot to Baldwin. Pushes it out onto the offside. At the end of the over, we'll give you a score update from Belmore. Just going half-time there in the New South Wales Cup game between the Bulldogs and the Bears.
Nice shot.
I said, just rinse and repeat with it nicely floated up, pushed onto the offside, fielded for no run. Already 4 balls through this over. Tries to play it on the leg side, gets some bat on it.
That was kind of cheeky. I like that, actually.
And they're able to scamper through for a single. Baldwin moves to 5. 9 for 167. 30 runs behind are Campbelltown Camden with 6 overs remaining after this one. Nice little chip over the top of the bowler. They'll look for 2. No, sent back. Tracy has to dive to get back into the wicket after they said no to the second. But that's 44 overs gone here. 6 remain, 3 runs off it. Vickery finishes her 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 42. And Campbelltown Camden, 9 for 168. 30 runs required for victory. And I said it's half-time at Belmore. The Bulldogs 30 over the Bears 12. The score is 5 tries for the Bulldogs, 2 tries for the Bears. Bronson Garlick in the 19th and Jake Toby in the 38th. So, I said, if you are just tuning in, you don't know much about us at Triple H Sport. We cover a lot of the New South Wales Cup Rugby League throughout the winter months.
We love sport.
That one's just dabbed on the offside. They scamper through for a single. But yeah, if you want to follow up where we call our community sport, whether it's the New South Wales Premier Cricket, New South Wales Cup games in the New South Wales Rugby League competition plus others, you can follow us on Facebook and X at Triple H Sport as Dick is continuing here. Another wide. Just looping it up, Georgia, but just not getting the radar quite right.
I mean, that's generally the case with slower bowling. Either you're on point or it's all over the place.
Another one's pushed onto the offside, and they scamper through.
I'd hate for this to be the undoing of the downfall.
Well, I said they're trying to find. I said because the skipper's only bowled 2 overs, so they're trying to have to find this other 8 overs. As that one is left outside off stump, it was wide again, but the umpire's arms stay down. Next delivery, floated up again. It's played uppishly past the bowler, but finds the fielder at mid-off, no run.
I mean, you've got the overs. You've got the overs and the balls per over, like, to get there. You just need to be smart about it.
Yeah, well, that one's dabbed, and they take off again for a quick single. Well, I said the only bowler with overs left that's not the skipper is Lucy Finn. 6 overs, 1 for 18. Whether she comes back on from this northern end, we will find out in a minute as we're already again to the end of another over.
That was quick.
That one's played onto the onside, but straight to short mid-wicket. Another good over there for the Slayers, just 4 off it, including the wide. Vic's bowled 7 overs, 1 for 24. Campbelltown Camden, 9 for 172. 198 is that magical target. 5 overs left in this one.
It looks like Finn will be coming back on to bowl.
I hadn't had to, with still 4 overs in the tank.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm just counting out the steps of the run-up, and I already lost count. Never mind. About 14 steps, I'd say.
So just taking their time to set the field here. Said 4 inside the circle on the offside. Point, cover point, short cover, and a mid-off. It bowled, and that's it! That was all it took, was one delivery. It was a slower delivery on the base of off stump.
Player of the match performance right there, surely.
It has to be.
Surely.
With 70-odd in the first innings and now 2 wickets. We'll get to that shortly with the presentations, but it's only taken one delivery with coming back into the wicket. Pracey's bowled for 7 off 26 deliveries. And that's it, done and dusted here. And the St. George-Sutherland probably slight outsiders, but they get the job done, and they are the 24-25 premiers here in the Women's New South Wales Premier Cricket Competition.
I tell you what, cute little moment between the coaches as they walk onto the field to celebrate with their team as well. Just the congratulations, mate, we're the champions. Can you believe it? Fantastic feeling for the St. George-Sutherland Slayers, but obviously fantastic effort still by Campbelltown Camden, making it this far. Let's say that, making it to that grand final, showing us you are a part of the top two teams in this competition, but just unlucky to fall short at the last hurdle. But still a fantastic game, nonetheless. Fantastic all around.
Yeah, great performance here. Man of the match for sure, Lucy Finn with her 73 with the bat and 2 for 18 off 6.1. She held it all together, and eventually they get home by 25 runs. Just wickets all through that innings, you know, and never really a good partnership built. Wasn't the run rate that was the problem, but it was the constant wickets in one-day cricket or T20 or test matches. If you keep getting wickets through the innings, eventually you come home strong with the win. Congrats, a good performance. And all that's left now is to hold up that trophy.
Yeah, we will stick around for those presentations. Shane Evans is down there. Hopefully we'll be able to pick them up for us with our wireless microphone. But as we wait for them and the 2 teams have a huddle in the middle of the field, We'll go through the tail of the tape for the Campbelltown Camden innings. It was Claire Koski, who's out bowled by Abby Burrows, 16 off 13, 3-4s, got the innings off to a cracking start. Alex Mavros caught behind by Wilson off the bowling of Finn, 2 off 6 deliveries. Kelly Rawlings, the skipper, caught by her opposite in Caitlin Moser, bowled by Morton, 43 off 51, 5 boundaries there. Sarah Coit, the New South Wales Breakers player, she was out LBW to Burrows for a duck off 9 deliveries. It was Lauren Cheadle that teamed up with Rawlings that really got their innings started. For Cheadle was out, stumped by Wilson off the bowling of Dick, 37 off 35, 6 boundaries there. That's when it sort of went a little bit downhill for the Ghosts. Lizzie Hezerick was caught behind off Wilson off the bowling of Morton, 15 off 33, 1-6 there. As we're going to go down to Shane Evans, and we'll come back to the tail of the tape in one moment. Thank you to Shane Evans for picking up our man of the match there. At least we'll see very shortly whether the umpires will agree with us. But yeah, going back to that batting card, it was Rory Mavros was the next wicket out, bowled by Morton, 8 off 14. Then Sophia Mavros was bowled by Vickery, 24 off 47 with 2 boundaries in that one. Grace Augustine was stumped off the bowling of Vickery, 1 off 19. Before Pracey was the last wicket to fall. Bowled by Lucy Finn with that nice Yorker and off stump, 7 off 26. Baldwin finishes 6 not out off 19. There were 13 extras, including 11 wides, 1 no ball and 1 leg by, which saw Campbelltown Camden all out for 172. The bowling figures for St George: Burrows, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 43. Lucy Finn, 6.1 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 18. Mozart, 2 overs, none for 5. Vickery, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 42. Morton, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 39. And Dick finished 7 overs, 1 for 24. As they are setting up down below us for that presentation, Kiwi Mick. I said again, I think while we wait for them to do, we'll just have to send our thanks to Cricket New South Wales again and Sean Mantle and the team here for putting on what is a brilliant competition, as well as allowing us the facilities here to not only call on Triple H 100.1 FM, but to provide the commentary for the Frog Box as well, which hopefully we'll be able to keep going live to at least you can hear the presentation. I don't know if we can actually get... I don't think we can actually get the vision on that, unfortunately. Probably not now that the scorecard has come up, but we'll definitely give you the sound of those presentations as they come to us very shortly. So Shane Evans down there.
They get through the overs a bit quicker with the women's matches than the men's, don't they? Do you notice that?
They certainly do. I think, yeah, particularly with the
shorter
slow
run-ups,
balls,
perhaps.
Yeah. the slower, the shorter run-ups, they very convenient to just get through them.
They get through the overs
particularly when they
faster.
have the dot balls and stuff going as well. As I think
true.
we're just about to start the presentation now, hopefully, as Shane leaves the effects mic on the ground. You see a bit of feedback there, and Shane doesn't seem to realise that we can still pick him up when he wants to talk next to the effects mic.
Well, he is an umpire.
Yeah, umpire doesn't fortunately transfer to
Umpire
radio
first,
mics.
commentator second. No joke.
How is he just standing there? But he said a wonderful effort again. A wonderful effort there again for the St. George-Sutherland side.
It shows, remember when they were sort of on about 180 and I was saying they're going to try and grind out every run to try and get close to that 200. In the end, that's got them home because, if they got 180 and then 172, so
they would have played.
Camden got, they just grinded up. They didn't panic. They just chipped away to try and get close to 200 and back themselves with that score.
No, certainly you're right there, Kiwi.
Interesting, isn't it, with the final?
Yeah, as I said, like that extra 15 runs that they put on at the end there certainly was the difference. Because as I said, they only finished, 28 behind with my bad maths. But as I said, if they'd only been chasing
25 behind.
Yeah, my apologies. 26. But as I said, if they'd only been chasing, say, another 8 runs off these 5 overs, they would have played a drastically different game than requiring that extra 20 runs. So,
but full credit to Lucy Finn, and obviously up front, Talia Wilson getting a 50 and then 100 in the semi-finals. So, but Lucy Finn, great batting. She faced over 100 balls in her innings as well. So there are 2 players there getting over 50. Campbelltown, Camden, what was their high score? About 40 odd.
Yeah, Rawlings making 43. Yeah. Lauren Cheadle 37. So they were the 2 top scorers.
As we say with one days, turning in 30s and 40s into the 50s, it's a difference between a win and a loss. Yeah. It's like with Tess turning 50s into centuries, isn't it? With your batting?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, Wilson 52 off 69 and Finn 72 off 104. They were certainly the difference between the 2 innings.
Yeah.
As it's a little bit of a delay here. Obviously, 2 very hot teams out there, just probably trying to get some fluids into them before they make their way out onto the pitch. As I said, we can hopefully, we can see all the support staff and the players' families and supporters for both clubs that have made it their way down to Cricket Central as well, Kiwi, that have really added to the atmosphere of the day. You can see them now starting to congregate around the presentation position.
I'd say the extreme heat would have kept the crowd number a little bit low. Would you agree with that?
I think so. I think you have to be more.
If it was about 10 degrees cooler, you would have had a few more people.
I think so too. You've got the very close, the close family and the big time supporters are the ones that made their way down. Whereas, had the conditions been a little bit more spectator friendly, you could have got a few more club supporters, maybe some lower grade players, etc.
Said they listened in to us and watched on Frogbox.
I said good numbers on the Frogbox. We do appreciate those that tuned in there and on Triple H 100.1 FM throughout the day. I said great facilities here at Cricket Central. We can see that they're building some part of the next phase. I said over to the west.
So that's going to be a grandstand?
Well, I think it's some community rooms that that can be used for functions or for AGMs and etc. etc. But I think on the bottom level there will be a few rows of seating that people can use. Particularly, I said Thunder BBL play some home games here. obviously Sheffield Shield WNCL. So that will be a big help if they could have a few row of seats there. And then over to the east, they are starting to build Cricket Central number 2. We can see that they said maybe need to do a bit more works clearing it, but the dirt and stuff is certainly...
So there's going to be another cricket ground there?
There is certainly going to be another cricket ground over.
So this
over
is just the start of it all, eh?
Yeah. I don't think it's going to be
This has been here for about 2 years now?
2 to 3, maybe 4 since they started building it. But yeah, the second oval over there with some nets at the northern end. Not that I don't know how this place needs any more nets, but we're going to get them. We're going to get them.
Yeah.
But yeah, as I said, it's a wonderful facility, as I think we mentioned during the call. They had to move out of their home next to the SCG due to the rebuilding of Allianz Stadium. But as I said, they've got this spot here at Silverwater, just in the shadow of Sydney Olympic Park, and they're really making it. Like I said, when you look at a lot of the other states, when they have the Allan Border Ovals, the Junction Ovals, Karen Roltons of the world, New South Wales never really had anything like that. It was either play on the SCG or you're on one of the suburban grounds. So to have somewhere like this, where obviously they've got all the player facilities downstairs as well, that they can use on days like today, it makes it good. And I said it's a reward for the players as well, particularly. Obviously, we saw the New South Wales contracted players like Talia Wilson, Cheadle, Sarah Coit playing, but for the players that are really just they ply their tray in grade cricket week in, week out, for them to play a game on an oval like this obviously is a big reward for them as well. So
yeah, but it's great facilities, isn't it? The amount of different meeting rooms here. We're up on level 1, and the catering we had today for lunch, and all the players got it as well, so they put on a great day for the final here.
Yeah, as I said, I think they're getting a bit more used to it. I said we've had good days. Obviously, we played the game at Old Kings for the men's final due to the double booking of here with the domestic game for the men. We played the T20 day at Drummoyne so they could use the lights there and play a twilight game for the third game, which was probably the undoing because that's when the rain came. But yeah, to be able to bring the games back here, like I said, the 3-day final, I believe, for the men's is in 2 weeks. It will also be held here as well. But yeah, someone hasn't given the memo. The players have now made their way back out, and they're congregating around the field. And we're just waiting for the dignitaries to get themselves into position. So umpires have now made their way out. That's probably who we were waiting for, I would assume. And it does sound like now we will cross down live for the presentation.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Craig Hamilton, I'm chair of the 23 committee. And I'd like to thank you all for coming to this afternoon. Very hard day for our party, but thank you for the players, both teams.
Rhiannon Dick. Lucia. Lucy Weston. Coco Streets. Annika Carlson. Hold on. Caitlin Schofield. Hold on. Our Vice Captain, Ella Briscoe.
And of course, Caroline, one for you as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, we got the and the season and celebrations tonight for the Slayers. Cheers.
And that concludes the presentation here from Cricket Central. As I said, it has been a wonderful afternoon/morning of cricket here. Just to wrap up here with Kiwi Mick, as I said, a great effort there. As I said, hearing that it was St George-Sutherland's first ever limited overs final was certainly unexpected for us.
Wasn't the captain there? The captain there, Caitlin Mozar, she was holding her emotions together. You could see she was a bit breathless when she was doing her speech, trying to hold in the tears. So she was quite emotional about that win, and also saying the past players that have been here, that have been here today watching it. So she sort of held herself together there, very emotional, giving her victory speech, wasn't she?
Yeah, she certainly was. As I said, one of the nicer moments we see here. We obviously love to see teams taking out titles for the first time. As I said, it's a joint venture between the two men's cricket clubs coming together like this. And as I said, they will party hard tonight. But I think that's enough from us here from Cricket Central. Thank again the team at Cricket New South Wales, Sean Mantle, for allowing us here. Thank you to both teams as well. As I said, if you do want to hear more of our commentary around the grounds, whether it's the rugby league now that winter's taking over, follow us on social media, Facebook and X, Triple H Sport. We'll tell you where we'll be for the next weekends coming up. And I'd say, Kiwi Mick, thanks to you. We'll see you again next weekend, I'm sure, for some rugby league. We thank Shane Evans down on the boundary. We thank Georgia Lomas for the team. I'm Matt Mears. We'll see you next time.